Welcome
to the dojo.
Check out Joe, he's a Reddit bro, likes to edit posts, and he starts to gloat when he gets the most of votes or likes. Yeah, he's really hyped, really psyched, cause the crowd is really tight and the work is really light. His training plan is the first thing your eyes see, cause he got more follows than my boy Eric Icy. Opinions on Magnus, Hans, and Karyakin, who cheated who, which engine that he packing. He got blocked by Short, ignored by Dvorak, but he can't be wrong, he scored a like from Truong. He's got lightning attacks on GM blunders and gaffes, true not over the board, it's only the other chap. Still his 7-year plan ensures the last laugh. Distractions detract from any actual actions. Excuses are useless, he rues his inaction. Awaits satisfaction, the status of Magnus. He bought 50 books and opened up 10. Fools ought to read Psalms, not my system. He's got 30 alt accounts on every site around. Chessable courses keep looking cheaper by the pound. He got 22 databases and 36 engines, 25 chess sets, and a massive clock collection. He bought merch from Gotham, Bra and Naka, but his game history looked like some chess copy pasta. A GM coach that he don't listen to, and if you think it is, then yes, my friend, yes, this is you. But that all changed one bright sunny day when a friend said, hey, don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I stepped away from easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. So Joe got into the business, stopped the app sickness, daily practices rhythm, he even upped his fitness. He found sparring cathartic, postmortems charming. With the plus equal minus, he was armed for ELO farming. With notepad and pen, he built up calluses, escape rating paralysis with lengthy game analysis. With sensei direction, he sold his collection. Read one classic and that was fantastic. Now he locked to the spot where they checking off boxes. Young prodigies and some wily old foxes. 3.5 points per box, that's shocking progress. Goal nearing, cohort cheering, Joe doesn't hear it. He's monotasking, no relaxing, concentration maxing. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work, work, never stop. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work, never stop. Now occasionally, he peeps the world of the tweet and laughs when he sees the player that he used to be. Blank face staring, complex plans comparing, while he's dojo training hours a day, playing out positions, transpositions, and growing his board vision. Transition from poser to player, focus without a care. He leaves them complaining in his dust, staying with their week-old ratings. Blast past his week-old rating, each week's a new occasion. He never takes vacation, the work is entertaining, the growth he's maintaining. And now Joe is explaining, hey, don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Welcome to the dojo.
Welcome
to the dojo.
Check out Joe, he's a Reddit bro, likes to edit posts, and he starts to gloat when he gets the most of votes or likes. Yeah, he's really hyped, really psyched, cause the crowd is really tight and the work is really light. His training plan is the first thing your eyes see, cause he got more follows than my boy Eric Icy. Opinions on Magnus, Hans, and Karyakin, who cheated who, which engine that he packing. He got blocked by Short, ignored by Dvorak, but he can't be wrong, he scored a like from Truong. He's got lightning attacks on GM blunders and gaffes, true not over the board, it's only the other chap. Still his 7-year plan ensures the last laugh. Distractions detract from any actual actions. Excuses are useless, he rues his inaction. Awaits satisfaction, the status of Magnus. He bought 50 books and opened up 10. Fools ought to read Psalms, not my system. He's got 30 alt accounts on every site around. Chessable courses keep looking cheaper by the pound. He got 22 databases and 36 engines, 25 chess sets, and a massive clock collection. He bought merch from Gotham, Bra and Naka, but his game history looked like some chess copy pasta. A GM coach that he don't listen to, and if you think it is, then yes, my friend, yes, this is you. But that all changed one bright sunny day when a friend said, hey, don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need you. Sweat work's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Don't you know? Welcome to the dojo. It's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo. I stepped away from easy. Sweat work's what we need you. If sweat work's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. So Joe got into the business, stopped the app sickness, daily practices, rhythm, he even upped his fitness. He found sparring cathartic, postmortems charming. With the plus equal minus, he was armed for ELO farming. With notepad and pen, he built up calluses, escape rating paralysis with lengthy game analysis. With sensei direction, he sold his collection. Read one classic and that was fantastic. Now he locked to the spot where they checking off boxes. Young prodigies and some wily old foxes. 3.5 points per box, that's shocking progress. Goal nearing, cohort cheering, Joe doesn't hear it. He's monotasking, no relaxing, concentration maxing. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work will work, will work, work, never stop. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work will work, will work, work, never stop. Now occasionally, he peeps the world of the tweet and laughs when he sees the player that he used to be. Blank face staring, complex plans comparing while he's dojo training. Hours a day playing out positions, transpositions, and growing his board vision. Transition from poser to player, focus without a care. He leaves them complaining in his dust, staying with their week-old ratings. Blast past his week-old rating, each week's a new occasion. He never takes vacation, the work is entertaining, the growth he's maintaining. And now Joe is explaining, hey, don't you know? Welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweat work's what we need you, if sweat work's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Don't you know? Welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweat work's what we need you, if sweat work's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Welcome to the dojo. See, don't you?
Welcome to the dojo.
Check out Joe, he's a Reddit bro, likes to edit posts and he starts to glow.
All right, my friends, here we are. It's another grad show. This usually happens on the Wednesdays. And, yeah, we're going to get into it. I'm starting maybe a touch early. I wanted to get done so that the Maya thing, when David maybe comes to take over a little later, he could, he'll have time to do that. I'll probably still run into that situation. Now, oh, my friends, look at this. This is the first graduation show where we have this new amazing UI here. Look at this thing. So we look at the training plan so we can see his work that we want to do from today. And now, very important, Tom Wood, you are in the wrong cohort, bud. You're in the wrong cohort. So get that fixed, and we will see you on this graduation show. You just joined the dojo, looking good. All right, next up we have Manuel. I remember Manuel from his first graduation. Let's read what he says. When he first started chess in December 24, I thought I would reach 1,500 relatively quickly. And let me just say, one of the biggest problems that people have is they think they're going to crush immediately. And they might have some newbie gains, right? But it's usually harder than they think. All right, I've been teaching a long time, and that is definitely my experience. You can make the progress, but it's going to take longer. Now, I just realized I got to turn on some cold air. I'm going to be right back.
Welcome to the dojo.
Check out Joe, he's a Reddit bro, likes to edit posts and he starts to glow when he gets the most of votes or likes. Yeah, he's really hyped, really psyched, cause the crowd is really tight and the work is really light. His training plan is the first thing your eyes see, cause he got more follows than my boy Eric Dicey. Opinions on Magnus, Hans, and Karyakin. Who cheated who, which engine
That
did he
ain't
packing?
Mouse.
He got blocked by Short, ignored by Dvorak, but he can't be wrong. He scored a like from Truan. He's got lightning attacks on GM, blunders and gaffes. True, not over the board, it's only the...
All right, sorry about that, my friends. We were talking about Manuel. I now realize that you don't just learn chess quickly. It's much more of a long-term journey. A lot has happened in the last 100 ELO, and I'm looking forward to the next hard won or lost ELOs. My first OTB tournament, great. in October and everything else that may come. That's a great thing you're doing that. Big thanks also to the whole team for this great platform. Oh, thank you. I haven't visited a website more often in the last few months. That's what we want to hear. And thank you, Jesse, for the personal tips and how to make the 700 ELO video on YouTube. By the way, I just put up how to make 1200 today. And I actually finished how to make 1600, but our vid team takes a little while with that. I've tried to pay attention to it again and again, and it would be great to see if you could take a closer look at the game against Vicas. Okay, let's do that. So here we have Manuel. Oh, look at this beauty. And let me just ask you, how do you guys feel about the new UI? Here's Manuel's heat map. You can see he kind of went in bursts. He took a break there, but he's been going for it. Look at that. He's doing custom tasks, bro. He's doing custom tasks. Now, I looked at his business in the video that he mentioned. I just want to look like, what is it that he's doing that's all this non-dojo stuff? So, like, if I go games and analysis, that all looks good. Okay, wait a second. He's doing something that's white. So I don't know what his non-dojo stuff is. I guess chess media, maybe, but that isn't. I don't know. We're still confused about the non-dojo. Okay, hold on. Me and Jack, who is the developer, are fighting about the non-dojo. So he has told me repeatedly that non-dojo only exists as its own separate thing if you did it way back in the day, and that new people don't get access to this non-dojo. So what that means is, if you have something in tactics and it's non-dojo, then it'll have, a little couple lines through it, and it will be green like this, Okay, so let's get back to it. We got clubs. Who is Manuel doing here? Aus Berlin. There you go. The Coconut Club. Look at that, dude. Manuel founded the Coconut Club. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just join this club, dude. To bring those coconuts out. Maybe we can get an edit to the coconuts there. It should be those get the coconuts out. All right. Its own German chess club. This is interesting. All right. And it's really cool. We got a Berlin dojo. I have a feeling there would be probably more people in the German dojo who could be part of that Berlin dojo, and that would be amazing because then they would know who they are. They could get together, do some work, all that kind of stuff. We're working on this layout, by the way, part of our new thing. Now, he wanted to look at Vicas. Let's go take a look at Vicas. This was played about a month ago. First of all, do we got a time graph? We very much do. Let's go take a look. Interestingly, I didn't remember Manuel, but I remembered the name Odyssey. So, first of all, I got to fix something here. Nope, not that one. This one. I got to just go here. So here's our time graph. And a very typical situation where he is playing somebody who is not taking their time. Great that he is playing in a tournament in October, so that will give him probably people who are spending more time. Yeah. And it's very encouraging to me that Manuel here, I believe he was black, took more time. So if he's going to err on any side of that green line, I want it to be below the line, at this kind of rating level. Okay, I got to also bring this in. Let's go bang. There's Vicas. Let's get another Vicas in here. Vicas. All right. Looks all right. Here we go. So, this looks great. Nose without the engine. Fine. D5. Okay. I think this is fundamentally okay. Bishop B4 is maybe a little bit more aggressive. I think gives white a little bit more problems. But here we go. Snip, bishop c4, bishop b4. I think this is playable. It's hot though. It's hot. There's a lot of things going on. And knight e2. He says that's a good move. I don't think it's a great move. It's not a developing move, but honestly, it's also not easy to know what white should do here. It's a very prickly position. So, knight e2, he takes. I think I'm okay with that. Pawn takes. Okay, it's getting interesting. I like bishop e6 here. Good. Good. And now knight takes c3. He goes for it. Very fancy stuff. Very fancy stuff. He said, here I wanted to win his unprotected bishop. Still, I'm basically giving up a knight for a pawn here. So this is probably a mistake. Wait. Wait. Aren't you winning a pawn here? I mean, this looks like an exclam. Now, if it's not an exclam, it's because you are going to lose some development when this all goes down. Right? All right. I think it looks good to me. Discovered attack on the bishop. If queen d8, we have rook d8. And if this, then we have the thing called the Zwischenzug. Some people call it an intermezzo. But now that we're talking about the Berlin Club, we're going to call it a Zwischenzug. Yeah. So I think this is very interesting. Now, one of the things that scares me about this situation is, like, can he mess with us with an attack on our king? So, at this present momentito, you should at least consider snipping this bad boy and then taking the bishop. Then it's far less likely that we're going to get mated. Okay? And we're just up a pawn. Beautiful. All right, so here's the way it went down. Check to the miserable king. Bishop e6. Makes sense. Bishop f4. Okay, maybe white could have done something more aggressive. But here we go. Castles. You got a castle. You're right. This allows the opponent to attack the c7 pawn. But let me stress. Let me stress. You got to get out of dodge. You got to get out of dodge. Your king, it's got to move. All right, knight b5. And here, I think it's really good that you're thinking. All right, really great. Now, something I want to just stress is it's a very complicated position. But in general, I like your position a little bit better just because this pawn is weak. So he'll win the pawn, fine. Congratulations. But, you know, it's not going to be... You'll still have a nice position. Okay. Let's say, in principle, I like this move. Okay? And maybe he should play bishop c7. He goes queen d2. You say, thank you very much. So for that reason, we have to say queen d2 was a mistake. And now you played a6. And you write, at this point, I ran out of ideas. I realized that the next move would be to lose the hanging pawn, which would lead to an attack on my bishop. Okay. So, let's take a look. If we were just going to give the pawn, then the way we should attack the knight is bishop c4. That way, when they take the thing, he won't have a little nasty attack on our bishop, right? So I think, by the way, that you have played, up to this point, a great game, a really strong game. And a lot of the things that you said were question marks, I didn't really have a problem with at all. Right? So I think you're doing great. And a6, you are right, is a little soft because when the knight comes, it'll attack your bishop. It's kind of like you're so terrorized by that pawn, you're like, dude, just take it. Just take my pawn. I've had enough. Take it, Bose. Take it. Okay, so here we go, a6. And then you go on a little adventure. And this doesn't look right. But he goes here, and you come up with a very interesting move now with knight c2. Very interesting move. Okay, now first of all, the easy thing for him to have done would have just been to take your coconut, right? Okay, so c3. That's a very impressive move, Manuel. That is a very impressive move. And you right on bishop e5. I think this is a mistake because I can protect my knight and win a rook in the end. Good. And so maybe the variation that we should write down would be booms, 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 booms. And maybe we can say here that white's a little bit better because they got that extra pawn, but this isn't true. They can't do that because you would whack them. So maybe rook a d1, and we could say it's about equal. Good annotation. Great move. Great move. Now, one of the things I want to really stress about this, that everybody under 1250chess.com, even higher than that, should appreciate, is that players at this level are driven by little tactics. And I mean little. I mean like just basic threats. So, for example, the guy doesn't know what to do, only is able to think for 19 seconds. And when I say that, it's a skill to learn how to think. Not necessarily an easy thing. Don't take it for granted. And this guy does it in 19 seconds, and he's like, well, I'm going to attack the queen. Right? Not thinking about queen g6, exclam, and now you got him. And now bishop d5 strikes me a little weird. Maybe it's okay. Maybe I can come around to it. The simple way to play the position would just be to back it up and say, buddy, you don't get nothing. You don't get nothing. You could also take on a2 and say, hey, that's a passed pawn pose. All right, bishop d5. And I think a variation we should write out would be snip, snop, rook b7, rook e8, and it's going to be a pin and win kind of thing. All right, so f3. And now you take on a2. You talk about bishop f3, that would be an exclam. Also, if you just put it back, it's just so happy. It's such a happy piece there. All right, so here we go. Boom, boom, boom. And again, the guy plays super fast, queen g3, and you take on b7. Now, I want to stress, when you're about to take, win on material, and this is the same thing about earlier when you were up a pawn, go ahead and trade the queens. Just make me less nervous. Let's just clear it out first. Rook d1, king f2. You give that a question mark, but what do you want him to do? Now, let's just say queen d2, mate in 1. That's a typical Polgar mate. When I do the Polgar mates, I have little words, and I call this the slice and dice. The bishop got these squares, and then the queen dices them here. But, of course, you're winning this. And that's called checkmate. Yeah, buddy. So this is one of the many things that's cool about this is that I did the video on Manuel, a.k.a. Odyssey, and then he made it after I did the video. So proving that the training program works if you do the work. All right, congratulations, Manuel. Next up, we got late to the board. Joined the cohort July 31st, 2025. And the most helpful thing for me is tracking the tasks I do weekly. Having a set of things to complete and choosing which one to do has been beneficial for a busy dad. I'm also liking the new profile view. Second most helpful thing, whoa. Oh, that's intense, dude. I got some work being done on this apartment. I'm moving from this apartment, by the way. So it's like they're doing it for somebody else. Okay. I don't know how bad it's gonna be. We're just gonna say that's a pretty intense sound, dude. I'm vibrating. You're not vibrating, but I'm vibrating. Okay. Second most helpful thing was how easy it is to sign up for the round robin tournament. Everyone in the round robin is ultimately going for the same goal, and we can simultaneously work on tasks at the same time, like post-mortem or annotations. Also, it forces me to reach out to other dojo members and schedule a classical game. Yes, I can easily fire up a classical game on Lead Chess or Chess.com. I fade away, thank you for following. But during doing a tournament with cohort members who are striving to improve pushes me. Example, dojo members are all training to play. Oh man, that's intense. Oh no. Oh no. Can't take it. Whew. Okay. Overall, I acknowledge that gaining an ELO at X date is doable, but I realized during my first month of trying to train that this is an ultra marathon. And Chess Duel is the tool to connect, communicate, and play great games of chess. Cool. And late to the board is in the chat. I don't know, man. I might take a moment. You know, if he does it again. He does it again, I might take a moment. Okay, let's go late to the board. He is in the chat here, which is super cool. And, oh no. All right, I'm going to take a break.
Welcome to the dojo.
Check out Joe, he's a Reddit bro, likes to edit posts, and he starts to gloat when he gets the most of votes or likes. Yeah, he's really hyped, really psyched, cause the crowd is really tight and the work is really light. His training plan is the first thing your eyes see, cause he's got more follows than my boy Eric Dicey. Opinions on Magnus, Hans, and Karyakin, who cheated who, which engine
That
did he
ain't
hacking.
Mouse.
He got blocked by Short, ignored by Dvorak, but he can't be wrong. He scored a like from Truan. He's got lightning attacks on GM blunders and gaffes, true not over the board. It's only the other chat. Still his 7-year plan ensures the last laugh. Distractions detract from any actual actions. Excuses are useless. He rues his inaction. Awaits satisfaction. The status of Magnus. He bought 50 books and opened up 10. Fools ought to read Psalms, not my system. He's got 30 all accounts on every site around. Chessable courses keep looking cheaper by the pound. He got 22 databases and 36 engines, 25 chess sets, and a massive clock collection. He bought merch from Gotham, Bra and Naka, but his game history looked like some chess copy pasta. A GM coach that he don't listen to, and if you think it is, then yes, my friend, yes, this is you. But that all changed one bright sunny day when a friend said, hey, don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I stepped away from easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. So Joe got into the business, stopped the absentness, daily practices, rhythm, he even upped his fitness. He found sparring cathartic, postmortems charming. With the plus equal minus, he was armed for ELO farming. With notepad and pen, he built up calluses, escape rating paralysis with lengthy game analysis. With sensei direction, he sold his collection. Read one classic and that was fantastic. Now he locked to the spot where they checking off boxes. Young prodigies and some wily old foxes. 3.5 points per box, that's shocking progress. Goal nearing, cohort cheering, Joe doesn't hear it. He's monotasking, no relaxing, concentration maxing. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work will work, will work, work, never stop. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work will work, will work, work, never stop. Now occasionally, he peeps the world of the tweak and laughs when he sees the player that he used to be. Blank face staring, complex plans comparing while he's dojo training. Hours a day playing out positions, transpositions, and growing his board vision. Transition from poser to player, focus without a care. He leaves them complaining in his dust, staying with their week-old ratings. Blast past his week-old rating, each week's a new occasion. He never takes vacation, the work is entertaining, the growth he's maintaining. And now Joe is explaining, hey, don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Welcome to the dojo.
I know you couldn't hear me just then. That's okay. I didn't want you to hear the grind. That was amazing, dude. This is amazing. I don't know how I missed this video. This was made 5 years ago. Wow. Dude. Kramnik did Crushing. Yep, right around that time. Dang. Look at that, dude. Dang. Yeah, this is people don't realize. Anon didn't peak until much later, dude. Wesley So, look at that dude. Dang. Dang. Amazing.
Welcome
to the dojo.
Check out Joe, he's a Reddit bro, likes to edit posts, and he starts to gloat when he gets the most of votes or likes. Yeah, he's really hyped, really psyched, cause the crowd is really tight and the work is really light. His training plan is the first thing your eyes see, cause he's got more follows than my boy Eric Dicey. Opinions on Magnus, Hans, and Karyakin, who cheated who, which engine
That
did he
ain't
hacking.
Mouse.
He got blocked by Short, ignored by Dvorak, but he can't be wrong. He scored a like from Truan. He's got lightning attacks on GM blunders and gaffes, true not over the board. It's only the other chat. Still his 7-year plan ensures the last laugh. Distractions detract from any actual actions. Excuses are useless. He rues his inaction. Awaits satisfaction. The status of Magnus. He bought 50 books and opened up 10. Fools ought to read Psalms, not my system. He's got 30 alt accounts on every site around. Chessable course prices keep looking cheaper by the pound. He got 22 databases and 36 engines, 25 chess sets, and a massive clock collection. He bought merch from Gotham, Bra and Naka, but his game history looked like some chess copy pasta. A GM coach that he don't listen to, and if you think it is, then yes, my friend, yes, this is you. But that all changed one bright sunny day when a friend said, hey, don't you know? Welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. Sweatwork's what I believe, waiting's what I'll receive. Don't you know? Welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I stepped away from easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If sweatwork's what I believe, waiting's what I'll receive. So Joe got into the business, stopped the app sickness, daily practices rhythm, he even upped his fitness. He found sparring cathartic, postmortems charming. With the plus equal minus, he was armed for ELO farming. With notepad and pen, he built up calluses, escape rating paralysis. With lengthy game analysis, with sensei direction, he sold his collection. Read one classic and that was fantastic. Now he locked to the spot where they checking off boxes. Young prodigies and some wily old foxes. 3.5 points per box, that's shocking progress. Goal nearing, cohort cheering, Joe doesn't hear it. He's monotasking, no relaxing, concentration maxing. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work will work, will work, work, never stop. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work will work, will work, work, never stop. Now occasionally, he peeps the world of the tweet and laughs when he sees the player that he used to be. Blank face staring, complex plans comparing while he's dojo training. Hours a day playing out positions, transpositions, and growing his board vision. Transition from poser to player, focus without a care. He leaves them complaining in his dust, staying with their week-old ratings. Blast past his week-old rating, each week's a new occasion. He never takes vacation, the work is entertaining, the growth he's maintaining. And now Joe is explaining, hey, don't you know? Welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the
All right, my friends, they have told me that they are done. Whew, here we go. Late to the board, just started, graduated, late 20s, busy dad and developer. Dude, if you want to do some developing, I know you're busy, but we need some help. We need some help, bows. All right. What is this website? This is the dojo, Chess Dojo. chessdojo.club if you are interested. We're going to look at clubs to late to the board. Let's see where he's at. Lifting heavy things, bro. God damn. Let me just say, it stuns me every time. There's only 34 members in here. And these are the people who are doing the most progress. I don't think it's an anecdotal thing. I'm just seeing it again and again, almost every grad show. And think about it, there's only 34 people. So if I see somebody every grad show lifting heavy things, hey, buddy, I think that means something. What do you need help with? We have a list of 34 dev projects, okay? So anything you might imagine, we need help, okay? We have the ability, we have some people maybe helping us already, but it's been kind of hard. We don't have a lot of money is one problem. Also, it helps if you know something about chess, right? Maybe if you know something about the program, that helps, in helping us design things in the program. All right, let's look at late to the board. Let's go my games. We got a game with Gabriel, who I think is in the program, dude. Let's see. Here we got the time graph. Boom. Very nice time graph for this level, honestly. Very nice time graph. Both players thinking, that looks great. Okay, now we're going to go game review. So, beautiful. All right, so here we go. Late to the board is playing black. Fine chess so far. Now, e6 is a little scary because of this knight e5 move. a6, okay. It's getting a little touchy. It's getting a little touchy over here. Knight c6, queen d7, good attempt. Good attempt. Bishop a4, and now b5 I think is a blunder because we are losing our coconuts. You must play pawn takes knight. You must play pawn takes knight. Because here, b5, I think you missed this move, knight e5. And now you're lost because you're going to lose a piece. This doesn't help the situation at all. Now, the easiest thing from White's perspective would be to trade queens. Take that thing, let him take this coconut, and then take that coconut, and White's just up a piece. White does this, Queen E7. It's not a pretty move. Bishop B3. And then amazingly, yeah, wait a second. Bishop G4. Bishop G4 there. Yeah, he should have taken on D7. So, mistake. We're out of dodge. And then we didn't lose a piece. Incredible. Incredible. All right. Knight D2. Queen B4. And you're right, I thought this would pin the knight, but after reviewing this move is a blunder. And Knight C6 would win the queen. Now, by the way, this kind of queen move is typical for this level. Now, you're in a hard spot because, you know, your queen's got to get out of the way. But this is very typical, and White would have to think to find Knight C6. All right. Oh, Skebix, that would be great, dude, if you could help. It would be great. I would say the best thing you could do, Skebix, is just say to Jack, dude, write Jack and be like, dude, I'm ready to help. Show me a list of things, and Jack, dude, A4. At this moment, I felt like I was using the queen too much. That's right. Here it's nasty because White is so much more developed here. It is a difficult situation. Maybe B4 here. So that's unpleasant. Might as well try. Good. G3. That's probably not it. G6, okay. Good, good try. You're trying to make it work. G4, amazing. Check to the miserable king. Take that, baby. He went off pawn grabbing and moving pawns around G3, G4, not thinking about what was going on in his position. And what happens? The lady penetrates. That's why a lot of players, like to move their queen out early in the opening because they've had this kind of success and they're like, she's going to ping pong around and you're not going to find Knight C6 and bam, gotcha. So well done. And also really nice use of time by both. I feel like a Breagle's in the program, but I'm not 100%. Okay, well done. And now we have Afico. Afico says, it's my second time graduating this cohort. Was in a bit of a slump after graduating to 800 for the first time a couple of months ago. Two main reasons, in my opinion. One, I spent less time studying because I didn't enjoy the new tactics recommendations as fun. Found the Chandler books too passive compared to everyone's first chess workbook and struggled to stay motivated. As a result of studying less, I lost a few games in a row and dropped ratings so abruptly it was a bit scary. So I'll tell you what, Afico, what I will do is we keep a list of all the complaints about the books. And I'll say Afico, and I just so we do we redo the training program every year. And somebody gets, usually right before we do it, maybe like a month or two before, we'll collect people's feedback. But we'll start writing it now. Okay. I didn't notice right away, but it's a rating bracket where you can easily lose 11, 12 points at a time. Once I got back to playing and realized I could also win point back faster, I lost the fear of losing. It became easier to focus again. Still don't much enjoy the Chandler books, but have purchased 2 and 3 of the steps method and do more survival puzzles to stay motivated and keep training pattern recognition. Okay, good. I will also take a look, Afico, at your tactics situation. Now let's just say, look at this amazing UI that we got. Look at this amazing UI. Here's our period of lack of motivation on the heat map over here. But you can see she's doing real good. Now, the heat map used to be on the right-hand side, and now this whole thing is a lot bigger. So I might want to adjust the board here. So just give me a second. This is the new UI, and I have it set up for the old UI. So let's just make this somehow at least big enough to do this. And then, how am I going to do this? We're going to have to make it smaller. Like that. There we go. How do I I would have to, I don't want to, won't let me go down anymore. How are we going to do this, buddy? So, problem is that in terms of what I want to grab, it's too long. It's too long. Maybe what I could do actually, let me just think about this for a second. If I put the window browser above, then I could do it like that. That's obviously defeating the purpose of this whole thing a little bit. But let's see. I got an idea. So let's just say new template for grad show. That way I can get to capture elongation. Okay, so I'm going to fix that later, and I'll tell you what we can do. We can move the video above so you get to see my beautiful face, but we'll just use it this grad show like this so that we can see all the beautiful things. Okay, so one of the things just to see about Afico's rating graph is like a lot of players, she went up real fast, got some great gains, and then, it took a momentito to get up here. And, she finally did it. So that's great. And we'll see. I think in general, people's rating graph, it'll still go up. It just might not go up at this amazing rate that when you first start the dojo. Also, maybe there was truly some frustration with the dojo. She was like, Chandler, what are you doing to me, buddy? Yeah, I think they must have demoted themselves maybe right there. Boom. Maybe she was like, I've had enough. I'm down. I got down. Okay, so let's take a look. So clubs, I think she's in Europe somewhere, the French, yeah. And we want to go training plan. Oh, look at this beautiful thing. Look at that beautiful thing. And we want to go look at her tactics real quick. So she has some more maiden twos to do. That's very important. She's yet to get the survival score. And let's show completed tasks. She did do the puzzle rush benchmark. She wailed on it, actually. Okay, so that's all happening, and she despises this how to beat your dad at chess. Now, I will say, I actually didn't like that book that much either. But so many people loved that book that I was like, who am I to say? Who am I to say? Chandler's the guy who did this, How to Beat Your Dad at Chess. Very popular chess book. People loved that thing. What I don't like about it from my didactic point of view is there's not the puzzles. I want puzzles. I want puzzles that will be challenging for this kind of level. So I have a lot of sympathy with what Afico's saying. I had a copy because I usually buy all the things we have in the program, but I think I gave it to my young friend. I'm gonna get that back. Actually, he didn't read it, dude. He didn't read it. Hey, get How to Beat Your Dad back. See, I'm writing all of them. This grad show, by the way, it's more than anything, I use the program too, but more than anything, it helps me think about the program, think about how people are interacting with it and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so this is looking good. I understand her complaints, and, when you look at her tactics anyway, it's just these two things that are going on. She has played loads of tactical games, of classical games. I think now the time control will go up for her now that she's at 800. I think, maybe 45, something like that, it goes on. So let's go take a quick look at that. So if we go games and analysis, and if you hit this one, right, 800 is now 30-30. So the game she plays will now be, like, for example, when you play a dojo round robin, it is 30-0 for, as a minimum. You can always play longer if your opponent agrees, but now if she plays round robin, it'll be 30-30. Okay, great. Let's go take a look at some of Afico's games, or one of her games. And so, let's go, if I click this, and I go, date created. Oh God, that was complicated. Just date, please. There we go, okay. So let's go this one, boom. And we'll take a quick look at the time graph. And both players moving way too fast. Oh, wait a second. Something's gone wrong. So, Afico, I want to say that right here I see two main problems. I see that you didn't do a lot of work annotating. We're going to look at a different game. But also that you're moving too fast over here, right? Way too fast. Now, I didn't really review this game. I don't know. I shouldn't have even marked it as a review. Let's see if you got a different one, though, where you did some more work. Okay, good. So this is a little bit better. Let's check. Oh. All right. So, sorry about that. We're going to keep it on the time graph. This is the next game. You didn't need to see that other game. It didn't have any annotations. That was the problem. So, this is Afico, and she did much better with the time here. Still playing too fast, but much better than her opponent, who is likely one of these online chumps who is just moving super fast. Okay, so let's go game review. We'll go fine, aggressive repertoire, poor, and you're going to get a lot of these moves at this level. Good, fine. Maybe knight e2 so you could play f4. You don't have to worry about this bishop g4 thing. In any case, that's not a great move by your opponent. And now bishop g5 I think is fine. They go for it. And now you're just winning a pawn. So beautiful. Rook a7, passive and ugly. Right? Knight f6, good move. And now you go back to d5, which I like less, and you say knight h5. Didn't see this move during the game, probably because I saw king g6, but not the easy fix, g4. Good notes. And the other thing, by the way, you're still doing great, but the other thing to appreciate, actually, the other thing to appreciate is that you can get whacked by c6. Okay, knight d5, f5. And that's actually a pretty good move. That's a pretty good move because you don't have time to play knight e7 because then this would happen. Excuse me, here. So that's a good move. Exclam. ef5, rook f5. And now I think you need to play something like knight e3. Castle's definitely poor. This is a bad move according to the engine, but I thought it would do a good job of surprising the opponent and getting one of my rooks out at the same time. I realized I was hanging a pawn, but didn't feel like it was a big issue. Okay, so the main reason we should be super suspicious about this is twofold. One, we don't want to give away a free coconut, but just as important, that rook's evil. That's a strong rook, man. We don't want to be giving them no strong rook, right? Now, if we were going to do this, I think a clever move might be rook f1. And the intention would be that if rook g2, then we go knight e7. And the deal is we're hoping to play for mate with rook f7. It certainly looks like it's very dangerous for black. Okay, we'll go rook f7, bring the other rook in. We want our rook on the 7th, right? Okay, g4, c6. And now that's a nice move because we would really like that, and now we don't get it. So knight c3, a5, poor move. Not developing. Furthermore, you have this knight e4 thing going on that black needs to do something about. The most, I think a nice move for black would be d5. This would undevelop your bishop and cut your knight from the key e4 square. Now, something I want to stress that you should understand, Afico, in your quest to crush these fools, is that your opponents at this level, I said this at an earlier game today too, your opponents at this level are going to be looking for random threats. They're not going to be thinking about hemming your pieces in like d5 would do. And it's not even clear what a5 really does, but you can imagine they're like, oh, I'm going to bust her up over there or something, you know? But really what black is doing is giving you this opportunity to fix your piece. Rook e2. Now, knight c5, I think, is a pretty good move. But we should also say that knight g3 followed by knight f5 check would also be kind of nice. And now we really don't like this move, Afico. And the biggest problem here actually is you're moving too fast. And I think my just sense of it is you're playing bishop e6 because you think maybe c4 or something is going to happen to you. And no, there's no c4. Your bishop's fine. What do you need to do? You need to understand this rook is evil. That rook's inside. Let's get him out. And if he doesn't trade, we'll take his pawn and we will get in. This is a great position for you. Better endgame for white, right? Better endgame for white because your pawns are better and your bishop, that knight on b8 is still problematic. Okay, so bishop e6, we're going to call that a key loss of tempo. b4, black is not appreciating the fact that their knight needs to do something, nor are they understanding that b4 doesn't help anything. It just gives you this square and it made this double pawn weaker. ab4, terrible move. 28 seconds. Again, you're moving too fast. I hesitated because I didn't like the idea of opening the f-file for their rook. Didn't have a better idea. Now, one of the cool things, Afico, is that at some point soon, when you get a little higher rated, you're going to do some strategy books. One of them is the 60 Most Instructive Games of Chess by Chernev, also Logical Chess Move by Move. And I don't know if you have to read those books to understand what I'm going to say here, but the rook on e2 is a criminal. That guy's got to go. So the move for sure is rook e1. So if you just think about your pieces and like this rook isn't doing anything, but this guy's a rook on the 7th. And I mentioned that Most Instructive Games because I remember when I was a kid there was a whole chapter on the power of the rook on the 7th, right? That thing's got to go. And furthermore, if they take, the sun doesn't do anything. There's nothing going on. And so I think what I want you to see is when you're moving moves like bishop e6 and ab4, you're afraid of something that if you thought for longer, like bishop e6 was 12 seconds, ab4 was 28 seconds. If you thought for longer, you'd be like, oh, there's actually nothing going on, right? There's nothing going on. Okay, so my screen is a little funny. I don't know why that is. It's only weird on the Twitch, but it's not weird on the YouTube. Okay, so the other thing, of course, with AB4 is you've either fixed their rook or you fixed their double pawns. It's their choice. So I don't like either. I don't want to allow either one of those. Yeah, maybe the weakest one, AB, because you can stop the rook from coming in. The knight isn't going anywhere. You're getting frisky over there. I need you to get this rook out. Knight c7. Bishop f5. And now knight b5 is interesting. Knight d5 is also strong. Notice now the knight is a real thing. g5. Can't remember why I played this. I know why you want to play it. You want him to take and then do some kind of thing like this. And what you're doing is you're like, oh, I got time. This knight's not going to mess with me. And now we've given our opponent so much time that we are legitimately in big trouble. GH, king takes, and I think, we might be lost now because this is going to get shattered. Bishop g4, and now definitely this is poor. Should have taken on c2. Definitely also an example where black is moving too fast. Okay. Why did they not take? Because they were worried their rook would be lost somehow. They didn't pause to think, oh, there's actually no way that white can actually get at me. Okay. So, by the way, it's over. It's like, this is going to happen. This is going to happen. If you take this thing, that's going to happen. Ah, help. Okay, rook c1. b3. And now you play an ugly looking move, but I get it. Bishop d1. Okay. Notice, black now needs to think about something creative. Okay? They don't. What does he do? He just ends up trading everything. So think about what happened. He just activated your bad bishop on d1, your rook on c1, traded off his major trump, which was the rook on the 7th rank. And now, Afico, here's another thing. I want you to think about this. A key way to improve for you is going to be to analyze this kind of position. Maybe it looks dull. Maybe it looks as dull as Chandler on a rainy day. Chandler on a rainy day. It might be that dull for you. Okay, I understand. But this is actually really a big deal. And notice, both players kind of think it's dull. They're moving so fast. At a GM level, I tell you, you look at this position and be like, I got to think. There's a lot of different plans to be had. There's whole calculations that have to be done here. All right, rook a4, superficial move. Now, I would say there are two main choices for you. One is pushing this bad boy, and one is what you played, king c3. Now, let me stress why chess is so hard in a position like this. You've got a passed pawn over here, which is going to tie the king down to blockading it. And while the king is tied down, we want to do some drama against black's pawns. Now, let's imagine rook g4, king c3. My sense of this position, it is paramount for black to prevent us from going king c4. It's not totally easy to move in this position for black, though. Okay, maybe e4 they should try to play to try to level it out. But even then, I think it's still going to be pretty complicated because your king is closer to those coconuts, right? As an example, boom, 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 boom. Should be winning for white. It is winning for white. We will take this thing here. But that's the kind of calculation we need to be thinking about. So, let me stress this. For you to progress to the next level, there's a signs here of what to do. You need to use your time, and you need to do deeper annotations, especially if it seems boring to you. Especially if it seems boring. I promise you, this is hard. Okay? Rook d4 doesn't seem right to me. If I'm black, I think the main move is king h5. Then I've got the pawn firmly in my grasp, and I might be able to take it. Furthermore, it's not clear what white is going to do in this position. Okay. And this would again be kind of a thing to analyze. Should white bail with rook e1? Maybe. Maybe rook e1's real interesting. Actually, look at this one. Let's take with the king. Oh yeah, this is interesting. Rook e1. Look at that. Suddenly, suddenly we got some stuff going on. Rook d4, b3, king h5. Maybe rook d4 was actually, I don't know, I don't think black planned this out, but maybe it was actually kind of clever. Now, if we go back to b3 for a second, black is trying to hold the business like this. So b3 is just a plain waste of tempo. And so the move we should consider is rook e1. And if rook d5, then we can do a Manhattan transfer over here. Now, it doesn't mean we're winning, but we are giving black the business because black can't move away from this pawn. And it's going to be hard to move. In fact, let's do a couple more moves. King h5, king c4. He can't move the rook, I don't think, so he's going to have to sit. Now, will there be some way for us to get at him? Maybe not. Maybe not, but this is a pretty hot position for us to think about, to analyze. King d2 doesn't do anything. e4, now we're in trouble. Oh no. c4, terrible move. Now we're equal again. Rook c1 is what I want you to play. They're not thinking at all. Welcome to the dojo, right, guess? Welcome to the dojo. Yeah. Now, one of the things about this game was there wasn't really people hanging a lot of stuff. And usually we see more of that at this level, but we eventually did see it. And why did it happen? Boom! Because black isn't thinking at all. They're not thinking at all. It's a major problem, right? It's a major problem when you can't think. So, Afico, I want to just stress, I feel you with the Chandler, but I also want to stress that this thing I'm showing you with this game is very crucial, where you need to focus on moving slower and realizing that we got to do some little bit of deeper annotations. Okay? And what's great about that, the good news of that, is with that, you will progress. You will progress. Okay, here we go. Akanva? Let's go Akanva over here. So Akanva just joined. Maybe they don't got anything for us. Let's go clubs. Nothing. Games. I don't think anything. We're gonna improve that. So Akanva, welcome to the dojo. Hopefully we'll see you on another graduation show soon. And next up we have Martin. And Martin, here we go with Martin over here. Martin's been doing some good work. You can see that beautiful rating graph. This UI is pretty. It's thick, dude. It's like way out. Boom. You know, that thing's huge. And I can just scroll down a little bit. Hasn't played, well, he just joined no. So here's an interesting thing. He hasn't played close to the minimum of 40 games. That's my failure too. I'm not playing quite as much as I should. But here we go, of 801. So, well done. Let's see some clubs. Dutch Dojo, that was my guess. And now we got games. Boom. Nothing yet. So Martin, you've been actually to the dojo for a while. Joined in 24, it says. Maybe you came back. Been doing some tactics and stuff. So we want to see some games. If we look at the training plan, you've done a little bit of everything. Maybe we want, games, tactics. A little bit more. Okay, great. Let's move on to Jerry Cricket. Jerry Cricket is going up to 900, 1,000. Very nice graph. Also joined fairly recently, a martial artist who got into chess in 23. Wow. Okay. Preparing to play a national master in a couple days on the 30th of August. That's pretty cool. Okay. 0 games, so maybe no games for Jerry Cricket either. Let's see here. None. Okay. So, Jerry Cricket, we want to see more. All right. Rob Whitman says, the Chess Dojo has really helped me grow. It has given me new training ideas in addition to what I have already been doing. Tracking my progress has been a very important aspect of what the dojo has given me. I've set goals for myself, and it has been a great way to hold myself accountable. Okay. Beautiful. So, here's Rob Whitman. 949 USCF. Beautiful. So, usually at this level, we don't see people doing an OTB, and I think it's great that he is doing it. Yeah. Really nice heat map, bringing it every week since he joined. Has played 8 classical games, probably just since joining. We got clubs, nothing. We got games, let's hope for one. Rob has got it. And these would be OTBs, so this is very beautiful here. Let's go look at this one. And we'll take a look. Here's the time graph. I'm going to take the evaluation away just for a second. And so what we see is people moving too fast, especially somehow, we're going to think about what happened on move 21. But it seems like both players had 0 energy left, or maybe somebody's winning. You know, we'll see at move 21. But it might be an Afico kind of situation where they get to the end game and then they stop thinking. We're going to find out. All right, game review. Boom. Zip zap. Okay, Rob Whitman's white. This, actually, maybe it'll tell us over here what tournament it was. Doesn't tell us. Time control is 30 plus 30. Fine. So, fine. Now, dojo aggressive repertoire is DC5. You shouldn't have to worry about that, though. This is fine. What am I saying? Sorry. Been a long day. You're doing fine. You're doing fine. I was thinking about the advanced Caro. Okay, this is actually kind of theoretical. CD, CD, and now the main move here is Queen B6. Now, it's interesting, Rob, you say inaccuracy, Queen C6 was the better move. That reads like a Lee chess comment, okay? Yeah, we're not in, and so it would help us to know why it was a bad move. Here I think Knight C3 is a good move. You castle, Knight B4. And now you have to give away your good bishop. And so you're doing fine, but bishop e7 isn't it. A lot of times in the French you have some grief developing your king side. And here, I don't know, it doesn't look right. Knight e7 first seems correct. All right, we're developing, good. a6, black is not developing. Rook fc1, I don't like it. Because if you're going to move a rook, then put the a rook there. Also interesting, I know this might look weird, is rook e1, because eventually black is going to probably need to play f6, and if he doesn't, you might be able to do that kind of thing later. See f6, there we go. Now, I want to stress it kind of tears me up inside when I see things like knight inaccuracy 92 was the better move, because I know that Lee Chess wrote that. My thought was to stop the bishop from landing on b5. Now, by the way, this a4 is very logical in that you want to prevent bishop b5. And knight e2 might be kind of hard even to consider because it allows bishop b5. Right? But the point is we want to get at black before they develop their coconuts. In particular, we want to get at them before they castle. Fe5, controversial. Now you actually have a little bit of a question mark of what to do. And you, after 95, you write, review this with my higher rated friend. He said, before I took with the knight, I hope you played DE5. Well, no, sir, I didn't. I thought the knight was better for a couple of reasons. The knight is looking at his light square bishop. I thought this was a powerful outpost. The e6 pawn is weak. Now, let me just say, I don't know how to take back myself yet. The argument for DE5 is that you are giving grief to the knight on f6. If you play knight e5, black is also going to have an easy enough development with knight f6 followed by castles. So this is one of the reasons why this rook fc1 and a4 was a little slow. Okay, knight e5. I'm not sure which one is best. I think they both have merit. f3, don't like it. You notice all these pawn moves you're making. All these moves you're doing, giving black time to castle, which they finally do. Okay, and now it's like, here's your plan. Bishop e8, very good French move. Knight f4, even better. Bishop d7, losing time. Now you're doing great. Queen b3, beautiful move. Great redirection of the knight. Black did not respond to that well at all. Poor because passive. Reasonable. Maybe too much. Bang, nice move. Cement him. Knight e8. And then here, you found El Loco. Bang! Very nice move. Very sweet. I will admit, as a French player, I have been whacked with this kind of thing before. And it always surprises me every time. I was like, what? He can do that? Okay. Snip, snop, you're doing great. Trade them queens, sure. Trade them, baby. Knight c6. Bang. Oh, look at that, dude. Look at that. Yeah. So, and this is where they start moving super fast. Oh, I love your moves. I love your moves. This is just glorious. Yeah. Goodbye, Lucy. Run, Forrest, run. Okay. That was a great game, Rob. Great game. And I want you to just realize that you played well. And the main complaint was developing your coconuts. Okay? And when you analyze, don't use the computer first. And I don't want to see this inaccuracy stuff because I know Lee Chess or somebody wrote that. Okay, so let's continue. Boom. Now we got Sid. Let's go Rancho. Sid did some work and has made it. Yeah, look at that. 926. Flying up there. Hasn't put any games in, so we might not see anything right away. Clubs. Nothing. Games. Nothing. Okay, Sid, welcome to the dojo. Looks like you're off to a good start. And, we'll see some games maybe next time when you graduate again. All right. Boom. Let's go Dugan. Dugan. Might be Dugan, I don't know. 1074, welcome out of Plato's Cave. Kind of sporadic on the heat map. Has done some good classical games, so we expect to see that. USCF hasn't played for a while. So, yeah, good to see that you got the USCF. I need to think about maybe playing some OTB. Chesscom Rapid, very similar. We're focusing on the Lee Chess for the moment. Okay. Clubs. Tennessee, chess dads and moms. All right, here we go. Boom. Boom. Let's go. 4-6, that wasn't. Let's see. Let me see if there's another game before 4-6 over here. Oh, that was the most recent one. So he's done a game, but it's just been a while. So we'll go back. I might have. No, I don't think I covered this. Let's see. We'll mark this as review. This has been a while, though, since this happened. All right. So what's going on? We're playing a chump here that didn't think at all. They didn't think at all. Rating 0. Okay. And Dugan thought well. So that's very encouraging. Hopefully he wasted this fool. Game review. There we go. Fine. 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 H4. No statistical evidence, but my feeling is that I usually lose perk games when I get hit with a kingside pawn storm. Okay. Good. You could maybe play H6 first, but I like this. Good. And that's definitely poor. That's just a blunder. I don't know if it's a blunder. Now, did you hit him with C6? Yeah, buddy, welcome to the dojo. And I don't know, he might still lose that knight. And notice how bad bishop takes C6 is. He's like, I'm going to get a pawn for it, but he's developing your knight, and the drama continues. Bishop F5, nice move. Now, let me just say a little simpler would be F5 because we are actually going to win the full knight in this case. But of course, you're doing great here. Good move. Oh, you're just coming for him. Take it easy. Dang, you're trying to mate him. It seems like this will be a comfortable win. My plan is to play queen b4. Oh, wait a second. So this is one of these 3-day games or something? Huh. So let me just say there's this thing called 3-day chess and daily chess. So I think maybe that's what's going on here. Definitely a winning position. But I can't say anything about it because I think he might still be playing. Okay, so well done. Well done, Dugan. Look at Dugan's graduated 1,000 times over here. So let's go back to the grad show. This is Big Jay. That's a powerful name, Big Jay. So, Big Jay's doing a German rating system, 12-12. He could graduate again if he wanted to, join in 2024, but kind of, sporadically log in their stuff. Looks good there. So we got a German club. We do. We got some games. Boom. League opponent. These are all from 2024. So in general, I only review games that are kind of recent-ish. So we're hoping that with Big J's improvement, that he gets in there and does some more games. All right. Oh, now we have a famous one. This is DM Liam. And DM Liam has been around for a while. He's a hard worker. Let's read what he says. I'm glad to finally be graduating from spending quite some time in the same cohort. At one point, I had completed somewhere around 85% of the tasks for my cohort and started to track less. Things have now expired. But I will get back to it now that I have a few new things to do. A big factor in my rating gain was finally being able to play up into the next section and the decision to stop playing in our local monthly tournaments, 4 60-minute games in a day, and wait for the 4 times a year that we have longer tournaments. I get into time trouble with 90 minutes, so 60 was just too fast. I'd be grateful if you could review my game with Neha from the National Open. Thanks for all the time and effort that you put into the dojo. Beautiful. In fact, DM, I'm pretty sure the senseis looked at your profile because we were looking at people who, have done the work and haven't graduated yet, and that's always pause for reflection for us. So very happy that you finally made it here. So. All right. So DM Liam. Boom, boom. USCF 1107. Beautiful. Playing 2023. Look at this. That's a great one. Look at this. Now he's a 30-something-year-old grinding it away. Beautiful. Okay, so here we go. He is playing his classical games. He's done a lot of his stuff. Already going into the next cohort, that he's already got a lot done, so that looks great. And here we go, clubs. Oh, DM Liam, don't you want to come work for the dojo, buddy? In your basement? Then we got games. Let's go look this one. Oh, he said Neha. I can find Neha. There it is. When my daughter was very young, there was a very young kid named Neha. It was kind of in our group. So we're going to look at the time graph, and we're going to congratulate both players. This is the National Open. In general, people use more time when they're playing OTB. They are less distracted by the online world. The distractions actually encourage you to go a little too fast. Okay, did some work with Kostya. Looks good. And let's go game review. All right. This game represents one of my early attempts at thinking wider, not just deeper. Beautiful. All right, let's see what he means when we get into it. So far, so good. Good. Queen c2. e3 seems more natural to me. h6. Good. Good. Now a3. A3 is a very fancy move. Now, if I'm not totally losing my mind, I think Alvin played a3 once in their match with Capablanca, and because they had this kind of position all the time. a3, a6, c5. Okay, now the battle is set. Okay, b5. I would, if I was black, I'd be interested in pursuing the question of e5. Does e5 work? Poor. We got to develop our bishop on f1, buddy. We must play the bishop out. Poor. Allowing you control over e5, not even trying to get e5 in. Better would be a5. Good move. Passive. Thank you for developing that coconut. Thank you very much. And that's probably a good move, just to get out of there. Castles. Ooh, he doesn't like the... Is there a reason you don't like the castle? This might be a good move. Here we go. Dang, you're trying to kill him, buddy. Dang. Okay, I want to say props. Props. Oh yeah, and look at this too. If black tried this, we just go back and the knight has no way out. Maybe get fancy with this, but even so, like the knight still isn't out. Yeah, maybe bishop e2. Okay. That's a very nice move. And now we're just going to win a coconut. f3. Whoa. Why wouldn't we just win a pawn, dude? What are we doing? What are we doing? Okay, now notice what happens with DM Liam. He thinks for 23 minutes here. And even though I don't like the move he came up with, you can just see it's like so many of the players that we just looked at couldn't fathom thinking for 23 minutes. It'd just be like, what? What were you thinking about? So let's just say the natural continuation is this one. Let's look. Boom, boom. Because your bishop's amazing. Now, maybe f5. f5 looks like a blunder to me, though, because it's hanging several coconuts. Boom, boom. You could take on f5. You could take on c6. I don't know why they would play f5. But the point is, you're doing great here. You don't need to analyze this position. You're just like, yeah, I'm doing amazing. And you could also play bishop e4. Now let's read what he writes about queen f5. This is better for white, and I did see it during the game, but I did not like the resulting position as much, even though I would be up material. Okay. No, all this you should be so happy about, because his king is all messed up. You're winning pawns. I would say this is a clearly winning position for white. In hindsight, I may have misvalued this resulting position. I wasn't sure how I would move forward without weakening my position. Okay, and then you also looked at this, which should also be at least clearly clearly better. And f5, again, it's interesting that you're fixated on f5. I don't understand. Because in this position, like whether you take on f5 first or not, the knight landing on d6 is a hell of a drug. Why would black want to do that? Maggie Zerker says we're missing bishop h7 winning the queen, but I don't think so because this knight is protecting that square. By the way, I think I tried to allow these little things. I don't know why I didn't like it. But I think I hit deny instead of allow for the comment. So I'm sorry about that. Okay, so now this happens, f3. And now I think we lose a large part of our advantage. And f6, maybe black is even better after f6. So boom, boom, boom. Rook f8 makes sense. Now white needs a plan that's not easy. Castles. And a5. a5 or bishop e8 both look interesting. f5 is not it. Good move, g5. hg, hg. No, don't do it. Don't do it. So black has just opened up white big time. Big mistake. Great move. And now black should be mated with any queen move to go to h2. Good move. Bishop e8, and now we want you to find rook h8. Did he find it? I can't see it yet. Here we go. Let's go, baby. Bang! Ow! Welcome to the dojo. Great game because, where it was really decided was black went pawn grubbing, and that just made his king position so terrible. Yeah. Now, one of the things actually I just want to stress, because you're going to get this kind of mistake again and again, is black doesn't see how to really improve their pieces and is instead thinking of threats. So threats instead of improvement. So this improves the bishop. This improves the rook. So it's one of those moves. f5, I don't know, he's just messing with you or something. Okay? And then this one to win the pawn, activating the rook. Why does he do it, though? They're like, well, I need to do something. I need to win a pawn. Oh, and then it's going to be a real welcome to the dojo. This is a very nice finish. Bang! Very nice. Okay, so that was well done. All right. Beautiful. And next up we have Burke Delar. Now we send a newsletter out every month, and I try to quote somebody in the program, and I quoted Burke Delar here. For me, Chess Dojo was a turning point. I first discovered it right before a regional OTB, and it helped me realize what I actually needed to improve. I started chess in 2017 at 18, but kept stopping and starting, often studying the wrong way with materials above my level. It's very common use of Tversky, which left me frustrated. By the pandemic, I reached 17, 18 online, but in my first OTB event, I played terribly and learned the hard way that online is not OTB. This year, after a long break, I was invited to the same tournament by a friend. I scored 3.5 out of 7, but more importantly, I had already found Chess Dojo and my perspective changed. Instead of chasing rating, I focused on real improvement, understanding OTB demands, and building a solid foundation. Structured plan pushed me to go back to basics and fill gaps I had skipped before. Even while working full-time, the program gave me direction and confidence that I can truly become a better player. Thank you, Burke. That was a nice little note. And as you can see, Burke is flying up there. And joined the dojo recently and has just been crushing it. Looks like games and tactics. And that's the kind of curve we're looking for, Okay, so clubs. Heat map heroes. There we go. He's gonna go for it. Heat map heroes. Sometimes they try to do something pretty, but mostly they're just trying to log something just about every day. Games. Okay, here we go. Let's click this bad boy. Now, I don't know. We got to fix this My Games thing. It's all messed up. These should automatically go into my games. All right, so this is against a no-name. This looks like an OTB. Time, we don't got time. It's sometimes difficult to do the times as an OTB. Understood. And weird, right? Knight f6, thank you very much. E5, very nice. Hit him with d5, baby. Yeah, there we go. You don't develop, you're going to get punished. Good move. Now again, notice it's just playing for some tricks. Just going for tricks. Bishop c5, frisky. I think it's okay. Castles. Oh, beautiful. What I really like about this is black is saying, look, buddy, you should have learned to develop. And now you're going to get punished. So, boom, bang. I would suspect we're now winning. Queen d3, bang. It's over. It's over. Maybe white could have tried to survive a little longer with queen d1 instead of queen d3. And now I'm unhappy with rooks. No, I'm not. It's fine. Knight c2 looks crushing, but this is fine too. That wasn't it. Check to the miserable king. And knight g4, what are we doing? Knight a1 might have been better here, but I wasn't interested in material. Well, okay, buddy, look. That's a whole rook, bud. That's a whole rook. I don't know. What are we doing? What do we take the rook? Take the rook. Okay. Knight e5. Queen f6. Queen f5. And now you got him. Boom. Check. Mate. Very nice, Burke. So a couple things that are great about, well, first of all, just take the rook, buddy. Say you don't have to be a genius. Yeah, you don't have to be a genius, Burke. But what's very nice about this game is that you punished somebody for not developing their coconuts. Games like this are what inspired me to do the course Mastering Time in Chess for Chessable, where I just saw so many games in the graduation show where people weren't developing. And then I realized, especially at this level here, okay, 1200 dojo, that we're going to get this situation again and again. So we should practice it. So that was what that was about. It was all dojo games. Boom. This is a nice one. All right. That's what they get, Burke, for messing with the dojo. Okay. So next up, we got Joe. Joe doesn't tell us anything. Here. Joe joined, that's done some tactics, some other stuff. 1249 looks good. Maybe no games. Let's see. No clubs, games, nothing. So Joe, we want to see some games, buddy. We want to see some games. And, you know, you just joined May. So hopefully we'll see some more from you soon. Next up, we have the famous AC Secret. And he's graduated many times. And writes, I've watched the previous graduations videos at YouTube. Cries, commentaries, phenomenal, and greatly improves my chess. Thank you very much. Is there a dojo service like this where a sensei reviews submitted games aside from the weekly graduation? There is. There is. In fact, I should check up on it. So how does it work? I go like scoreboard. I'm just going to bring it on over here. And then if I go games, if I hit analysis board, I think if I just do starting position, usually there's a little notification for me underneath. No, there's usually a notification of games that I need to review. So you can submit a game to be reviewed. And I believe it's like there's a button somewhere in your field. It's not for me because I can't do it because I'm the one reviewing the games, or Kosti or David, and you could submit it for sensei analysis to answer your question. Okay, so here's AC Secret. So, dude has got a FIDE rating. You might be a little confused where to belong. That's a massive FIDE rating. In fact, it's confusing. Oh, no, it's not confusing. Sorry. Well, it is confusing because, you know, you got 1,600 and it says 1,300, and that was because of the FIDE rating normalization. I think it's going to change. We're going to redo our ratings analysis thing, and it's going to shake out. It's going to shake out a little bit. That was all because the people at the bottom, 1,400, 1,500, 1,600 FIDE, they did a number on it where they really inflated it. Okay, so here we go. Here we got all this stuff going on. This looks good. Joined the dojo pretty recently. I've been doing some great work. And let's click around a little bit. Asian dojo. Tell us a little bit more about that. Jeans. Jeans. Tell us where in Asia you are. All right. So let's go my games. Oh, there's Alvin Cruz. We got to do that one, dude. We got to do that one. Alvin Cruz was at, I don't know if he's here now, but he was in the chat a little earlier. So let's do this one for sure. Oh, this is interesting. Round 2 of the Philippines National Elimination Men's Division. Now, maybe it's a different Alvin Cruz. I don't know. I got a good chicken meal before this match. Okay. So, wait a second. I have a feeling that AC Secret is Alvin Cruz. He is the famous Alvin Cruz. Okay, so I think I understand. Time we don't have because I guess it's going to be a actual game, like an ODB. And here we're into it. Snip. Good. Fine. I like knight f3 a little better. It's okay. Testing. And you might have missed that move, right? c3. Okay. Okay. You're developing. Good. A little weird, but I understand. Maybe knight e4. Okay. Knight b6. This made the pin possible, you're right. Okay. Knight g4. Good. You could go back to d5 if you wanted to now. Bishop h4. Superficial. And now I like that move a lot. Knight e5. Notice what happened. Black took forever to do their stuff, and now it's not just a pin. We have a beautiful knight on e5. And you write about rook f8, but clearly you are doing much better. But here he's going to misses a basic tactic, and boom. Looks like you're winning. Yeah. Bang. Queen d8. And you say deactivating the queen and removing rook at d file. Okay, I think you're probably meaning it was an exclamation to take on d8. Now let me just say something. In general, we don't want to take the forked pieces, right? Let him beg. Let him beg. Play b3 first, for example. Let him beg for us to take it, because he has to move one of the rooks and then we'll take it. We're in no hurry to take that thing. Good. Notice he couldn't go to d6 before. Good move. Simple chess. Okay. Knight e4, good move. Thank you very much. It's nice for us to trade. Good. Okay. Good move. Good move. Check the miserable king. Simple chess. That wasn't it. Check to the miserable king. Check to the miserable rook. Very nice play. Okay. So, oh, well done. Unfortunately, I have to admit, I did not put that into the game review modus, but you could basically see what we were doing there. Okay, I'm getting a little loopy. Sometimes when we do this graduation show, I'm getting a little loopy. Let's look. We got so much left. Are you guys trying to kill me? Are you trying to kill me? Are you killing me? All right, here we go. The major. First graduation. I might actually do it that I go to. Might finish it tomorrow. We'll see. The major says, first graduation with my USCF rating. Beautiful. My OTB has been much lower than my online rating, but I've recently had a number of strong performances, including a recent tournament where I gained over 250 points. This puts my OTB around my peak Lee Chess tactical rating. My weakness in the past has been tactics, so my approach for this cohort has been almost entirely that, and then game analysis. I found some nice tactics in my OTB games, and my wins against 1300 USCF were very solid. However, I took a tactics test recently and did not do well. I think I am much better at finding tactics in my actual games than in puzzles, which is something I need to work on. I think my goal is to focus on getting my tactics for the lower cohorts done and then move on to something else, like endgames or openings. I'll put all my games from my recent tournament up, though I have not analyzed them all deeply yet. The most deep annotation from before the tournament is the game versus Pentasyllabic on August 10th. Let's go take a look. Okay. Yeah, crushing it over here. Beautiful. Nice staircase with the USCF. And then these other ones, I guess he's more of a Lee Chess player online. Really good to do the switch to Lee Chess. And look at this amazing, dude, the major has been majorly working. Graduated several times. So the major, my friends, this guy is the dream of the dojo right here. Okay, clubs. We got loads of clubs. Oh, Philly dojo. There's some tough players over there. Okay. And let's go over here, games, and I think he wants me to look at pentasyllabic. There we go. Some deep analysis. Let's first look time management. Boom. And my good friends, we can see that he is playing some chump, moving way too fast, and he did not get sucked into his opponent's poor time management. Well done. All right, beautiful. Let's get into it. Fine. Good. Okay, white played this move because they want to castle queenside. Okay, so, yeah, this is very frisky, and I guess bishop g5 is the intention. Castles definitely seems correct. Queen e7. And now what's wrong with knight d5? He actually white spends a little bit of time on this move too, even though in general they're not thinking. But knight d5 is poor for the primary reason that he's not developing his coconuts. And bishop g5 is probably hard to deal with. And there's a very nice variation that he gives with bishop g5. And if h6, whack it. And so that is indeed a very challenging position for us. Nota bene, if queen e4, there's the Zwischenzug, or intermezzo, knight f6. Okay. Queen takes e2. Now, in general, we don't want to do queen takes e2 because we don't want to develop that guy's bishop. Okay, so he takes with the king is pretty weird. And apparently the motivation is if bishop e2, he's afraid of knight b4, but I don't know. We're still going to go knight b4. And we're going to castle. Ooh. All right, I still think we're doing fine. Engine talks about knight c2, but we'd really need to see a follow-up to do that. Bishop d2. Reasonable. There's a real question of what's going to happen after a3. I assume it's knight c2, but it's a little bit complicated here. A little slow, right? Let's castle. Thank you very much. Bishop g2, and now we get it. Bang! We have the big time initiative now, and now our knight is going to get... The question was, would the knight become a tourist? And now it's not going to be a tourist. Now it's going to be a real dude. Thank you very much. And this should be in mop-up now. Yeah, we should definitely take on e3 first. Definitely. What are we doing here? Okay. Looks reasonable. Good. Oh, that's going to be scary. Check to the miserable king. Check. Not a check. And now, what we got to say is this is a little bit hairy now because White's king is active. And I like your analysis. I mean, maybe the engine found it, but this is reminiscent of Afico's game where we just got to be like activity bows. It's time to get in there. Okay, so bishop f5, you know, I like bishop f5 in the perspective of preventing rook b1. But of course, rook c7 is going to happen, and that's going to be their main question. And yeah, we don't want to play rook a, b8. We just don't want to do it. Okay, so b5. I understand why you're doing b5. Bishop f1. Good move. Rook c7. And now bishop f5 is a beautiful, beautiful thing. Now this is a good example of this bishop f5 move of, by the way, I didn't understand this bishop f1 at all, but bishop f5 is a nice example of understanding a couple things. First, in general, we want our pawns on dark squares, so they get the dark squares and our bishop gets the light. Second, when we look at this, it's like, oh, we got a real, almost a mating net going on with rook e4, right? We're covering all these squares. Bang, bang. Okay, so king f8, bishop b5. Mistake. He should at least try rook a c1. Good move. Okay. Okay, it's a thought. Now, this maybe it's bad, but what else do you want him to do? He's got to do something. He's got to do something. And this is a little hot because he is going to win the pawn. Okay, so one of the things I'm really happy with here is that for the you're doing well. Later we see there's no annotations. We'll see what that's like when we get there. But this is this is kind of like Afico's game where I was really yelling at her. I was like, Afico, you gotta be thinking longer on this situation. This is hot. So for example, he plays king d3, and I think the critical variation is boom, 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 bang, and they get back in time. Wait a second. How did this happen? It did happen. That was a critical variation. Yeah. Okay. So that's a critical one, and it's like, oh my God, I'm not in time. And then you talk about king e8, and you say, could have seen this move in the game. Not sure if I would have found b3, though. So the variation is boom, 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 boom. That's difficult. That's difficult. That maybe I would find it, but I'm not guaranteeing that I would. Very nice play. So go like this. You still need to go further. Rook b7, bam. Rook behind the passed pawn, and that baby is flying. Yeah, chicken meal is it's a great way to start a meal. Okay. So, again, very difficult situation. All right, so now we go boom. Boom. Boom, boom. I'm going to guess you missed that, and that you also must have missed this, because now we have a little grief. Yeah, now I don't know what's happening. B5, rook B7, maybe a good move, because if rook D6, you have rook A3. I might be interested. I would definitely want to analyze rook B5. Rook B5, rook E2 looks bad. It's got to be said. Okay, so here we go. King A3. Rook, he plays king B4. I think I would prefer rook B5. You're going to have to do it anyway. Maybe I'm wrong. What am I saying? No, I take it back. His move was best. Rook H3. Now, this is really where we need some analysis because it's going to get hot. The problem is that our king is worse than white's king, and that his coconuts are flying now. Whew. Here we go. Let's look. King D6. And now you blow it and play. And this says G5 equals. Now let me just stress something very clear, my friends. It's very clear. The machine is calling this thing equal. We don't know if this is equal. We'd have to analyze this bad boy out. This is what I'm talking about. And if you did analyze it out, you probably wouldn't come up with the annotation equals. You'd probably think somebody's winning because this is hot. This is very hot. I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. No idea. Okay, here we go. Like, here would be the real question. White can do a bunch of different things. I don't know what's best. I'd have to think about it for a little bit. All right, rook E3, and now we're cooked. King C7, game over. Ooh. Very nice annotation, though. Very nice annotation. Beautiful. Okay, so, well done. Pentasyllabic, the major. And now we got Mooney Bun. Mooney Bun says, another quick graduation that feels like I didn't earn. Not been able to finish most of the dojo materials, only played 3 longer time control games. I was doing some non-dojo stuff, and suddenly it's time for graduation. Question, what is your view on graduating to the next cohort without finishing most of the materials from current cohort? Also, there's a podcast called Chess Journeys, Tales of Adult Improvement, which focus on lower-rated players like us, and is super fun to listen to. Yeah, I was on that podcast. I think Coach has also been on that podcast. And let me just say, my view is very clear on this matter. If you have the rating, you should go on to the next level, right? The reason is very simple. We don't want you sparring with the people below you. You have earned the right, and the material is no longer appropriate for you if you have truly advanced to this next level, right? So yes, do it. Skevix asks, 2 quick questions. Change the ratings how? I still haven't seen the advertised waves of points bubbling up after a year of supposed inflation. Also, do you guys plan to do a similar show, but for people doing the work and hitting a plateau? Yes. In fact, here's actually Skevix. We were talking about a dev thing. One of our dev projects actually is for the senseis to get a notification when somebody gets to 85% complete of their tasks. And then we would go in and take a look at their games and profile. That's been on our dev list forever. So we got 34 things on our dev list, that being one of them, right? So with the inflation, it's true that the top hasn't seen inflation, and it's been very interesting to watch that. It's the bottom, though, where the ratings got really skewed. So, for example, after it happens, let's go rating conversions here. After it happens, it collapsed all the people at the bottom. So at the bottom where it gets really weird. So like when we did the statistical analysis, 14 to 1450, notice it's not even 50 points, corresponds to these bad boys. And again, just a 50-point spread over here. So it doesn't get corrected until we really get up to 2000. So I don't know if I want to call it inflation or whatever, but the fact that they boosted the bottom really ruined it. And I think it's going to eventually mellow out. And so another dev project, this is less of a dev project, more a statistical one, is to redo what Knows did, Knows All, did for us when we got this most recent thing. So that's another thing that we got to do. In fact, I'm going to put that on our dev projects too. It's not really a dev project, it's a stats project, but put conversion on to do. So that means if we had 34 dev projects, now we've got 35. Welcome to the dojo. Welcome to the dojo. All right, so here we go. Where are we? Mooney Bun. Let's go. I'm going to take a quick break after this one. I need to close my eyes just for a second because I'm hurting. So, Mooney Bun has been slaying it. Chesscom Rapid. And he's got a low USCF, clearly hasn't done. The OTB has not kept up with him. PhD in Electrical Engineering. Very nice. Okay. Has been crushing the dojo. Crushing the dojo. So graduating easily, at some point, it's obviously going to get difficult. Adult Improvers. Games. Let's go. Oh, he's got Big League. He's been playing Big League. So let's go over here. Now, the My Games thing is a little bit messed up. Let me just go look at Big League. When was that? Yeah, that was very recently. Let's do Big League. That game you should have put in your My Games folder. Let's take a look over here. I think Big League is in the dojo, not 100%. We got to go game review. All right. By the way, when you import the game from anything online, you should make sure that you have the timestamp so that you can see the times and get a time management rating. A little weird, but okay. H3 standard. Good. So we got a little standard London thing going on. Fine. 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 Okay. Small complaint with castling. It's not clear your king needs to be on the side of the board. You're kind of undeveloping the king there, and it makes more sense to play king e2 now. Okay. No. You could play e4, e5 immediately. Big question. I don't know which one's right. You go that way, fine. Bishop g3 is better because you're kind of locking in your king on h2. f5, getting frisky. I don't know if I like that for the guy because the e6 pawn is now weak. Good move. Frisky. King f7, a little safer. Knight g5, that looks like a good move. Knight c7. Maybe knight f8, but you play c4 now, and you talk about knight c4, it looks very powerful. Yeah. When they blow it, in terms of development, that's what we should expect. Now, I do want to stress, it's not immediately clear to me that this is all kosher, because on knight c4, I am worried about rook g6 with a little coconut touch, you know? Little coconut touch, that scares the bejesus out of me. Okay. Okay. Alpha Patzer, you could do definitely, if you just wrote down the times every 5 moves, we would still see a really clear time graph. So 5 moves is fine, and you would still be able to see it. Okay, so knight c7, c4, h6. Rook g6 scares the bejeezles. The bejeezles out of me. All right, here we go. Knight a6, that looks passive and strange. d5, no bueno. Doesn't this allow e5? Yeah. b4. Bishop b1. Bad move. My rooks are disconnected. So, whenever you say bad move, you should give another one. You say rook e3. I don't know about rook e3 because he pops you, and then this bishop is attacked. Now, my question would be, could you have played rook e6? You're threatening this, and then if they take, you're threatening that. And if they move the knight, you got bishop f5. This would be good to know the times for as an example, because then we could see, like, was knight b4 a move you just played automatically? Or was it something you were thinking about? All right, so bishop b1, and now e5 is a big strategical win for black. So now I like black better. Knight h4, g6, good move. Maybe g4 you should try right here. Let's see if you did it. Oh. So the knight sidelined. I think g4 is interesting. At least we're trying to open up the coconuts here. Passive. Black's building on you now, buddy. Ooh. f4 is in general a mistake because he's given you the e4 square. Good. And now we want to play f3. Fine. As long as we play f3. Oh, wow. Okay, good. Yeah, right. He hung up on. Thank you very much. Knight c2. This one scares me a little bit because you're allowing f3. Bishop h3, that makes 0 sense to me. I guess it makes some sense. Actually, it's very clever. He wants g8, rook g8. Very clever. Wow, good move. Let's analyze it just for a second. I guess he could play AB too. He didn't play AB here. So when we go back, I just want to say, I totally understand. I would want to very much think about bishop g6. In fact, this was fine. It was here you needed to be aware of this bishop h3 thing. He's got this trick looming. And so really a very nice and sweet move is bishop e4. I think you're doing great. You're doing great. So knight c2, question mark, exclam. Poor move, because you want to play f3 anyway. You need to be able to later reroute the bishop. This one scares me a little bit because AB will open up the rook. Good move. Bishop h4 now is a good move. No, he misses it. Still needed bishop h4. Frisky. So again, tell us what move you should do, and I think you should play bishop g1. And then you play bishop f2, and then the bishop h4 is no longer so frightening. King e2, good. It's a little scary for sure. Snip, snap. King d1, that can't be it. Now notice what happened. This is called the Afico. You stopped thinking. Well, I don't know if you stopped thinking, actually, because we don't have the times. But a lot of times my experience is when people stop annotating, they've stopped thinking. This is hot. There's all kinds of things to think about here. Major question is what's going on after rook g1? I don't know. I would have to think about it. Your king is better than the black king. This isn't it. Check. And now black should consider rook a2. King g7. They should have considered at least to think about bishop c1. You could have considered king d1. I don't know what you're doing. Nobody knows. I don't know what's going on. King g3, and I can't do it because of there. Now I think you're probably toast. Good move. Very nice move. And you got wasted. And he says, I lost the game for playing bad and not taking enough time. No excuse. Now listen. Everybody can play bad, okay? But you need to take some time. And you need to show us the time in your annotations. By looking at your games, the annotations, that is how you will improve. Now, nota bene, over here. You stopped thinking, stopped annotating. You were like, I guess it's done. It's not done. The game just started here, buddy. The game just started. Rook g1. It's a big question mark for black. What should they do? Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to take a quick break. Just I got to relax just for a second because this is a long show today. I'll be right back.
Welcome to the dojo.
Check out Joe, he's a Reddit bro, likes to edit posts, and he starts to gloat when he gets the most of votes or likes. Yeah, he's really hyped, really psyched, cause the crowd is really tight and the work is really light. His training plan is the first thing your eyes see, cause he got more follows than my boy Eric Dicey. Opinions on Magnus, Hans, and Karyakin, who cheated who, which engine that he packing. He got blocked by Short, ignored by Dvorak, but he can't be wrong. He scored a like from Truong. He's got lightning attacks on GM blunders and gaffes, true not over the board, it's only the other chap. Still his 7-year plan ensures the last laugh. Distractions detract from any actual actions. Excuses are useless, he rues his inaction. Awaits satisfaction, the status of Magnus. He bought 50 books and opened up 10. Fools ought to read Psalms, not my system. He's got 30 alt accounts on every site around. Chessable courses keep looking cheaper by the pound. He got 22 databases and 36 engines, 25 chess sets, and a massive clock collection. He bought merch from Gotham, Bra and Naka, but his game history looked like some chess copy pasta. A GM coach that he don't listen to, and if you think it is, then yes, my friend, yes, this is you. But that all changed one bright sunny day when a friend said, hey, don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I stepped away from easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. So Joe got into the business, stopped the app sickness, daily practices rhythm, he even upped his fitness. He found sparring cathartic, postmortems charming. With the plus equal minus, he was armed for ELO farming. With notepad and pen, he built up calluses, escape rating paralysis with lengthy game analysis. With sensei direction, he sold his collection. Read one classic and that was fantastic. He locked to the spot where they checking off boxes. Young prodigies and some wily old foxes. 3.5 points per box, that's shocking progress. Goal nearing, cohort cheering, Joe doesn't hear it. He's monotasking, no relaxing, concentration maxing. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work will work, will work, work, never stop. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work will work, will work, work, never stop. Now occasionally, he peeps the world of the tweet and laughs when he sees the player that he used to be. Blank face staring, complex plans comparing while he's dojo training. Hours a day playing out positions, transpositions, and growing his board vision. Transition from poser to player, focus without a care. He leaves them complaining in his dust, staying with their week-old ratings. Blast past his week-old rating, each week's a new occasion. He never takes vacation, the work is entertaining, the growth he's maintaining. And now Joe is explaining, hey, don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Welcome to the dojo.
Welcome to the dojo.
Check out Joe, he's a Reddit bro, likes to edit posts, and he starts to gloat when he gets the most of votes or likes. Yeah, he's really hyped, really psyched, cause the crowd is really tight and the work is really light. His training plan is the first thing your eyes see, cause he got more follows than my boy Eric Dicey. Opinions on Magnus, Hans, and Karyakin, who cheated who, which engine that he hacking. He got blocked by Short, ignored by Dvorak, but he can't be wrong, he scored a like from Truong. He's got lightning attacks on GM blunders and gaffes, true not over the board, it's only the other chap. Still his 7-year plan ensures the last laugh. Distractions detract from any actual actions, excuses are useless, he rues his inaction, awaits satisfaction, the status of Magnus. He bought 50 books and opened up 10. Fools ought to read Psalms, not my system. He's got 30 alt accounts on every site around. Chessable courses keep looking cheaper by the pound. He got 22 databases and 36 engines, 25 chess sets, and a massive clock collection. He bought merch from Gotham, Bra and Naka, but his game history looked like some chess copy pasta. A GM coach that he don't listen to, and if you think it is, then yes, my friend, yes, this is you. But that all changed one bright sunny day when a friend said, hey, don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I stepped away from easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. So Joe got into the business, stopped the app sickness, daily practices rhythm, he even upped his fitness. He found sparring cathartic, postmortems charming. With the plus equal minus, he was armed for elo farming. With notepad and pen, he built up calluses, escape rating paralysis with lengthy game analysis. With sensei direction, he sold his collection. Read one classic and that was fantastic. Now he locked to the spot where they checking off boxes. Young prodigies and some wily old foxes. 3.5 points per box, that's shocking progress. Goal nearing, cohort cheering, Joe doesn't hear it. He's monotasking, no relaxing, concentration maxing. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work will work, will work, work, never stop. One book, one board, one set, one thought. Work will work, will work, work, never stop. Now occasionally, he peeps the world of the tweet and laughs when he sees the player that he used to be. Blank face staring, complex plans comparing while he's dojo training. Hours a day playing out positions, transpositions, and growing his board vision. Transition from poser to player, focus without a care. He leaves them complaining in his dust, staying with their week-old ratings. Blast past his week-old rating, each week's a new occasion. He never takes vacation, the work is entertaining, the growth he's maintaining. And now Joe is explaining, hey, don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Welcome to the dojo.
Welcome to the dojo.
Check out Joe, he's a Reddit bro, likes to edit posts, and he starts to gloat when he gets the most of votes or likes. Yeah, he's really hyped, really psyched, cause the crowd is really tight and the work is really light. His training plan is the first thing your eyes see, cause he got more follows than my boy Eric Dicey. Opinions on Magnus, Hans, and Karyakin, who cheated who, which engine that he hacking. He got blocked by Short, ignored by Dvorak, but he can't be wrong, he scored a like from Truong. He's got lightning attacks on GM blunders and gaffes, true not over the board, it's only the other chap. Still his 7-year plan ensures the last laugh. Distractions detract from any actual actions, excuses are useless, he rues his inaction, awaits satisfaction, the status of Magnus. He bought 50 books and opened up 10. Fools ought to read Psalms, not my system.
All right, my friends, that took longer than I anticipated. Why? Because some life stuff happened. I had a little life interruptio. And that Alpha Pats was like, yeah, Jesse's out forever, buddy. What's wrong with that guy? I don't know. It took me a while. It took me a little bit. All right, we got, oh my God, dude. We got a lot here. All right, we got YOLO Chess. YOLO says, I took a pretty extended break from chess after being a bit burnt out. My eyes were burnt out. I had to go rest a second too. I overdid it before, and I think that playing too much online blitz was teaching me some bad habits. This time I'm going to focus more on longer games and analysis. Okay, good. Let's see it, YOLO Chess. So, 12-12, looking good. Just came back to it by the looks of it. Yeah, you can see he did all that work, got burned out, and was like, all right, I'm coming back, bud. I'm coming back. Where's YOLO from? You don't tell us. Chicago. He does tell us. He's in Chicago, buddy. All right, just joined. Now, we got a recent game. That was just yesterday, dude. Let's go take a look. So, times. We got some times. Oh, it's a 15-10. We can't do 15-10. Let's just go back. My games. So, let's go date created. Oh, yeah. So, we don't have any recent games from YOLO Chess. He's come back from being burnt out. Hopefully, we'll get some more in there pretty soon. Your ex called. That would have been bad, dude. That would have taken me longer. Now, the call itself wouldn't have been that long, but I would have had to emotionally recover from that. Then we got Aegon, hero of the dojo. This guy is crushing it. Look at the work he's doing. Oh man, it took me 4 months for those next 100 points. 4 months, that's great, dude. Rating going up and down. But here I am. Still have 3 months and a week to reach 1,500. Jesse, could you review my Caro game against Ewing? Okay, will do. So he still wants, he has a big goal. Like I said, a lot of times people's goals are too unrealistic. They're like, I'm going to make a GM in the next year or something. But here we go, Aegon. He might be able to make 1,400. Okay, so. Well, actually, maybe he means 1,500 USCF. And that is difficult, but plausible. PhD student in economics, July 24. Fervent socialist, avid reader, and proud Chilean. Wrote this bio after watching Jesse complain. Okay, and he wants to challenge David to a freestyle rap battle. Dude, you guys could do a socialist freestyle rap battle, you know? Okay. So, lots of work being done. He's going for it, dude. He's just plumb dumb going for it over here. So that's a beautiful thing. And he's got this. It's getting up there. It's getting up there. Now notice he's not technically into the 1,300 yet. He's not technically there, but we're going to give him a pass here. So let's look at some clubs. St. Louis. We need to refine this. Like if we get, actually Aegon, you did so well for giving me a little bit. If you could create like a Chilean club, dude. Now that would be something. We might already have one. Before you create one, yeah, go look to see if there's already one. Okay. So, in St. Louis, that's a beautiful place to be. All right. See, this is lots of useful information. There's some tough players in St. Louis, my friend. Okay, games. Let's go over here. Oh, he wants... Oh, hold on. There was a specific game he wanted me to look at. Ewing. Let's see what we got here. This is all messed up. Miles Friedman. It's funny the like reference to economics. This was supposed to be done already. Organized by date. Hasn't done yet. We had that as a dev project, and then I'm going to write it down. Anyways, the reference to economics and then me seeing Miles Friedman, I was like, you played Milton Friedman, bro? You played Milton Friedman? Okay, so, I don't even know if I have that name right. I'm getting loopy. Let's see. Was it Milton Friedman? Yeah, it was. Yeah, Milton Friedman. That was the guy. American economist and statistician. Yeah, he's Aegon Zelek's arch enemy, but he's not actually playing Milton Friedman this game. He is playing Miles Friedman. All right, here we go. We're going to open up this game. Let's give a click on the times. Look at that. Beautiful. round 3 of August Nights. So notice this is an example, by the way, of somebody who, I think it's OTB, has put the times in. And both players, are on the lower side of the green line, which will start to happen more often once we get into the upper cohorts. So, great. This is with only a 5-second increment, so it probably got a little hairy at the end. We'll go back. So, boom, boom. Okay, good, good. Bishop h4. Yeah, so he played it automatically, and h6 is blundering bishop f6 and cd5. Okay, now we've transposed. a6 is kind of funky. a6 is a known idea. It's funny that it's a very advanced idea. It's usually called the Janowski variation. But it's funny that he's doing such an advanced idea and blundered bishop takes f6 earlier. cd5. e3 I definitely think is better. Knight d5. Ed is a little bit more natural. Because the idea of the Janowski is that when I get the Carlsbad structure with ed, it will help me in the control of the b5 square, because a lot of times white wants to do this kind of thing. All right, so this doesn't make sense. Thank you. Good move. Okay, you got a lot of good moves here. e3. Now, one thing about e4, can't be wrong. But e3 is solid enough. Good. You're being very solid. I like it. Bishop d3. I get it, but if you're going to play e3, you might as well just kick it, because you've got nice control, and he needs to play e5 or fix his bishop somehow. Okay? Good. I like you're just keeping it simple. Now he has to go for it. Now, this is truly a big moment for you, and you correctly spend 4 minutes here. Yeah. And you do some good analysis. I like this a lot. So look what he does. He says, all right, knight d5, and then considers rook takes c6. And says the engine approves of this. I think it's beautiful. And for me, I guess the main thing I would want to just make sure of is that c5 doesn't work. As long as c5 doesn't work, then I'm fine with this. And the nice news for us is on c5, we have bishop f3. Now, your move e4 also looks very challenging for black. Let's see what they do. Okay, pop, that was clearly your idea. And now black, I think, loses his mind with f5. All right, so I don't believe in this move. I don't believe in this move at all. Okay, maybe I should. I don't know. No, I don't believe in this move, buddy. Okay, you played queen a4 and talk about queen c2. And queen c2 definitely makes a lot of sense. Queen b3 makes a lot of sense too, threatening dc. Queen b3 looks evil. But queen c2 is also this f5. So why is f5 suspicious? Because dude is opening up all his coconuts before he's developed, right? Now, I think your whole e4, d5 thing, better position for white in any case, right? So queen a4, knight d4. Snip, snop. And the takeaway from this with you're playing e5, which is weird to me, is that you're much better after queen d4. Even if it feels complicated, you're much better because dude is not developed, right? And we're just killing him on the c file. Now maybe this works. I don't know. It's a little frisky. Here we go. Boom, boom. Now black needs a good move. Bishop d7. Yeah, so the whole thing makes me nervous. Because why? Because when you take on c7, if and when you take on c7, this happens. Now maybe queen a5, but I gotta say that rook e8 would scare me, and then that is a good move. That's a very nice move. You need to see that to play queen a5. So the queen a5 is a cool move. And you'd also need to see that b6, queen d2, and you're just coming around the mountain. Okay, now if this is the continuation with e5, I don't like it though, because it's hectic. It depends on too many tactics, where if you just play queen d4, you know, you can just visually see that the guy's in huge trouble. Because queen e4, you take on c7 at the end. And fe4, you got all these developing tempos going on, right? So, for example, you talk about rook e1, but you have so many nice moves to ponder here. You know, rook c3, rooks, you know, all kinds of stuff. Okay, here we go. Rook e8, and then this is very frightening. Again, this was part of actually maybe one of the things that made me frightened at the very beginning of this, was when we've pinned ourselves now. And so now I just get I've got the real bejeezles here. And then you talk about queen b4 and stuff, but you should just feel, you should just feel like, oh no, I can't be letting myself get pinned like that. And bishop b5. Well, also, like, dumb question, does d3 also win? Oh no, well, yeah, look, that also looks like it wins. I think queen d3, bishop b5. Well, that wasn't it. Simple, strong move. Looks good. It scares me a little bit what he's doing, though. Okay. King h7. Something like that. Good move. Good move. All right. Here we stop taking notation, but I think white is lost. I agree. Yeah. Okay. So that was a good game, dude. And very nice annotations. Very nice. I would say, you know, we did a book called How to Analyze Your Games, and in preparation for that book, I was collecting all of the best annotations, and I would this in there. You know, at some point we'll do that book again. It was just so much work. It was so much work to do that book, but I think this is a model game annotation, and so. Yeah, this, you know, you learn so much, like the automatic bishop h4, and then how to deal with these things. Like, I thought this is beautiful analysis, and this is a great note. And you just played it solid. I think it's great. You could criticize yourself, but that's fine. And, yeah, whether we play rook c6 here or not, I think e4 is definitely an advantage for white, this whole e4, d5 thing. Okay, so well done. Bang. Next up, we got Real Raptor. Real Raptor, so let's go grad show. My FIDE rating has been above the graduation threshold for a while. Now, I know that I am due to go up another 130 points with my latest tournaments process. I give a lot of credit to Jesse's All About Time course, plus more than 10K themed puzzles on Chess. However, the biggest thing recently has been opponents simply blundering against me, and I think that is due to better positional play from studying positional woodpecker on Chessable and Drill Your Chess strategy. Now, I definitely think, well, actually, I haven't read positional woodpecker yet, but Real Raptor, I would definitely say, well, maybe even you got something out of it. Well, okay, actually, I say nothing. I say nothing about positional woodpecker. I haven't read it yet. All right, so here we go. So FIDE crushing it. And he says he's going to get more points. 50-something chestnut. Great. Let's see if he tells us where he is. Tell us where you're from. Let's see, mate. No, he's not going to tell us. Maybe here? Maybe in Ireland. And the Raptor dude, he could play in some 50-plus events. Core Dojors, how come I'm not part of this one, bud? Oh, I am in that one. All right. So, yeah, Real Raptor's been around. It is hard to graduate, my friends. This isn't easy. Yow, hello. Burke says, hi, sir. Thank you for reviewing my game. I understand. Thank you for being here. Okay, this My Games thing. All these games should be put into the My Games folder. This was played fairly recently. Let me just go back a second. See, like this one, how come this one isn't in the My Games folder, bows? Anyways, this one's the most recent one. Let's click that. We don't got times. Okay, so we'll mark it as reviewed, and we'll go game review. So here we go. So Alekine, fine. You're doing great now. C6, got it from a chessable course. Knight B6 is of course also fine. Oh my gosh, it's getting fancy. Okay, so the times, by the way, you can enter the times, Real Raptor, and then you get your sense. You get a good sense of, the whole time thing. Poor. Yeah. So we needed to bring some people out. All right, we're in trouble. That looks just like just poor Queen F4 because you get to develop cheap threat. Good. Okay. I think A6 is a mistake. And Bishop G7 looks much stronger, as well as your Queen A5. The knight is a tourist on B5 and needs to go back anyway. Knight D4 would have scared me more for you. I'm not sure I want to trade all this off. Just as an example, this could have been clever. I know you're probably worried about this, but if he does it, he'll open it up and we'll get some kind of D4 junk going on. And like you said, maybe G5 would have worked. Now he's safe. Terrible move. Terrible move. What is he doing? What are you doing? What are you doing, buddy? What are you doing? G4. Give me a Breakovich. Now, he mentioned my It's About Time course, and I did a second one called Mastering Time in Chess, and a lot of positions like this where our opponent, they'll just do something wild like this because they don't know how to develop their coconuts, and they feel like they need to threaten something. I don't like D4 because you're giving him the nice E4 square. Queen B6 is the obvious move that comes to mind. Yeah. Well, excuse me. I take it all back. I didn't understand. I didn't understand you were winning with the pawn on C2. All right, so here he's going for his caveman attack. Now, he's doing some stuff with the engine. What I want to say about Queen B8 is now that we got the Afico rook down here, we're going to win any potential endgame. And H4, the only purpose is to mate us, so now we can bully him with the queen. With Queen B8. Yeah, now I'm a little scared. Queen E5. This guy might want to mate us. H6. F6. Boom, boom. What's happening here? White is attempting knight F6, winning the exchange, but bishop H1 loses it. Boom, boom. All right. Obviously, huge transformation of the position. Yeah, you talk about f3. I think he should also consider b3 with the point that f5, gf, gf, he gets out of dodge that way. f3. And now you took it. I don't know. Really? Maybe. Okay. That's no good. Now, why aren't we bringing in the boys now? It's time to bring in the boys. Bring in the boys. A4, really? Bring it in. Okay. We should be able to win this now. You say check to the miserable king. E5, and now rook gf2. Your rook is much better. Your king is better. You should be winning this. Boom, boom. Rook h2. Okay, so black has 33 minutes left and white 9 minutes. Rook h2 -7 is a winning pawn endgame. Now, look, we really want to do the variations before we do, the engine. So, because, like let's say you did it by yourself first, there'd be some interesting things to talk about here. All right. Look at this analysis. This is great. Okay. So, unfortunately, we don't have too much here in terms of like this all this stuff, right? And he talks about this move. Should be winning for us. It's going to be a little frightening. But I think if we go pop, since we're faster at the bare minimum, he has to go this way. So here's one. I have a feeling this doesn't win what I just did, but I'm just doing this as an example. So like we'll win the pawn, but then he's going to get back in time. Right? Wait, excuse me. I went the wrong way. I went the wrong way. So, yeah, it's been a long day. He's going to catch us here. Excuse me. Here. Right? And then he's in the drawing zone. So this is the kind of thing we would want to analyze here. I think he mentioned A5 up there. That's why I did it. Oh, this is hot, dude. I don't know. Say, this is natural. He's getting there first, so that's just unclear. So this is where the machine, like, we got to do it ourselves. We got to do it ourselves. All right. And he talks kind of schematically about this. The first variation is for black to run to the A4 pawn. Yeah, we need the variations, though. This is hectic. So one of the things just to point out is like, I could spend a long time on this thing, and I would need to know whether it's winning for black. Black's definitely not losing, right? So we know this is at least promising. This one might also be a little bit promising. I think rook D1 looks very strong for black. Still looks good for you. Good. Good. I would definitely take that thing. Now, we're worried about getting mated. Okay. So, in addition, though, to rook f5, we have g5 check. You say, I wanted to play rook b5, a5, protecting the a-pawn. Yeah. Yeah, rook a1, it's a little bit more interesting. King f7. Okay, now we got to draw. You do have to know how to do it. He doesn't know how to push you. Let's see if you did it. Well, he did. He should at least push you here a little bit. Okay, well done. I'm going to mark this as reviewed. All good business. So, yeah, he stopped doing the times after a while. Good annotations, and I appreciate this work. Would have wanted to see some of the variations. Okay. God, I'm losing my mind here. So let's go look at Mr. Wong. I'm at that point in the day, I'm like, maybe I'm hoping they didn't do any games. I don't know if I got it in me. I don't. Mr. Wong, thank you for joining the dojo. Hopefully we're going to see some more stuff here. Yeah. Then we got JDH, hard but worthwhile. Let's go back, grad show, excuse me. 1511, he's ready to graduate again. Crushing it. And clubs. Sicilian Sparring Club, okay. We got some games. Oh, no, we do. Oh, no, we do. All right. So, we don't have a time graph. I have to get a snack after this. I'm dying. Fine. Normal. This is a big thing. All right. So, yeah, he's concerned about bishop g5. D5 in my memory is kind of the more natural move. Good. Probably fine. Bishop f4 also makes some sense. Okay. All right, so he's gone passive. Fine. I'm not sure about that. a3, good move. And now queen f3. We could consider, I don't know, we could consider b4, cb, knight d5. I think I like your move. What were you going to do on bishop b7? Got a cheap trick, but it's maybe okay. Okay. Not sure. I was really torn between this and b5. Okay. You've got a small advantage. If he plays bishop takes, you also have a small advantage. Okay. You're obsessed. And now I think you missed something here. I don't know how big of a miss it is, but you could consider bishop c3 here. You play bishop c4, which I don't like. Now, what's the issue? Now, he can't do this because of bishop h7, but he could play this, and that is kind of annoying. We go back a second. Yeah, it's actually not so easy here. I don't understand this move. He goes here. He wants to exchange. Okay, so now we're going to get an interesting endgame. Bishop d3, g5, c4. I wanted you to play c4 earlier, but, wasn't necessarily anything conclusive for me. Bishop e3, and I think he's got to take. He must take. He does this, and c5 is definitely the move we want to consider. Yeah. Now, by the way, I think there is a critical variation here with dc, snip, snop, rook e3. And let's just say rook e3 takes, and he's got good compensation for the pawn. Okay. So, snip, snop. Okay. That isn't it. Right? That isn't it. Good move. All right, big momentito here. You talk about rook b e1. G3 isn't it. Now, you've got one momentito where we might be able to start some drama. Maybe we can't. You're playing G3 to prevent rook F4. I get it. I think I get it. And what I want to say about rook BE1. By the way, these are little signs of somebody else who put stuff in. I don't think rook 1e4 is at least the most dangerous thing for you, for black. The most dangerous is rook d7. With the point that we're smoking him here in this position. Right? Yeah. Now, yeah, that looks, this looks very frightening. Now, this looks frightening. I think black could try to survive with rook f7. But we have to say that white is better here. Okay, so rook f7, e6. Passive. Do not go passive. We're just messing around here. We're not doing anything. And now you make a very committal decision here. Ooh, and black makes a very committal decision. So our second king and pawn endgame. Here will be very important to see at your times. Now, first of all, the reason that this is so controversial that black did this. First of all, it's totally not necessary for them to take on f1. But obviously, white has an extra pawn. It's technically not a great pawn, but it could someday play e5. This is basically nothing's going on. So you talk about g4 and e4. Let's look at some of these variations. That would be my intuition, e4. Good, good. And now you talk about b5. b5 is not intuitive to me. But I think I know what you're on about. So b5, g4, g6. Oh my God. King d3. Amazing. King f4. This is very good analysis. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so real questions. C takes, b6, and we should be winning this. Amazing. Look at this, e4. And b5 is not a pleasant move to make because now we're completely stuck, but we are saying that we can let him into f4 and we'll still be golden. Ah, look at that, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Oh, that's a great game, dude. This is a great annotation. Notice he did the variations. That's what we're looking for. Now, have we really blown it? Okay, so our basic problem is we can't play e4 now because of king d4. Probably in the annotations we would want to say that somewhere. He talks about g4 and b5. Oh my gosh. I'm frightened now. I'm frightened. Okay. And if we go g4, excuse me, b5. Yeah, look at this, dude. Ouch. He talks about king f2 here. Wait a second, though. Okay, so now king d4, king f4. We're not done. Also, here, 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 here. Let's put it, I don't know this whole thing, you know. Oh, buddy. Well, black's for choice, for sure. Okay, so yeah, the milk went bad with this one move. I don't know, though, if you're saving it with those other ones. Those look very dangerous for me. There's danger. So we need an eval at the end here. King F3, because King D4 is in it. And also, we would have to evaluate King G3, which is, you know, he's going to... King F3 is better. King F3 is better. So why? Because when E5 DE happens, we want to be able to shepherd the pawn down. But is this a draw here? Well, yeah, we needed more variations. This is hot. Because black might lose this. He needs to play King F3. Because King E5 looks like it loses. Look at that. Oh, no. Now it's black who gets hosed. Woo! Man, this is a long show today. All right, we're going to hit this. That was a great annotation. I got to go get a snack. That is a long show, dude. A long show. All right, we got just a couple more. I'm going to get a snack. I'll be right back.
Welcome to the dojo.
Check out Joe, he's a Reddit bro, likes to edit posts, and he starts to gloat when he gets the most of votes or likes. Yeah, he's really hyped, really psyched, cause the crowd is really tight and the work is really light. His training plan is the first thing your eyes see, cause he got more follows than my boy Eric Dicey. Opinions on Magnus, Hans, and Karyakin, who cheated who, which engine that he packing. He got blocked by Short, ignored by Dvorak, but he can't be wrong. He scored a like from Truong. He's got lightning attacks on GM blunders and gaffes. True, not over the board, it's only the other chap. Still, his 7-year plan ensures the last laugh. Distractions detract from any actual actions. Excuses are useless, he rues his inaction. Awaits satisfaction, the status of Magnus. He bought 50 books and opened up 10. Fools ought to read Psalms, not my system. He's got 30 alt accounts on every site around. Chessable courses keep looking cheaper by the pound. He got 22 databases and 36 engines, 25 chess sets, and a massive clock collection. He bought merch from Gotham, Bra and Naka, but his game history looked like some chess copy pasta. A GM coach that he don't listen to, and if you think it is, then yes, my friend, yes, this is you. But that all changed one bright sunny day when a friend said, hey, don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I gave up on the easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. Don't you know, welcome to the dojo, it's good to grow. Welcome to the dojo, I stepped away from easy. Sweatwork's what we need, G. If Sweatwork's what I believe, ratings what I'll receive. So Joe got into the business, stopped the app sickness, daily practices rhythm, he even upped his fitness. He found sparring cathartic, postmortems charming. With the plus equal minus, he was armed for ELO farming. With notepad and pen, he built up calluses, escape rating paralysis with lengthy...
All right, my friends, I'm losing my mind a little bit, but hey, we're getting there. I think we just did JDH. I think we're on Lexi. So, Lexi, what do we got? Chesscom 1613. I want to see how far I can get in chess. The most beautiful game in existence. Beautiful. Looks good. Let's see what's going on. Clubs. Nothing. Games. We got something. Best 10-minute games. Not interested. Not interested. All right, let's see this one here. What time control do we got here? 45 plus 30. Okay, we would want it to be a little longer at this level, but let's take a look. So, game review. So far, so good. And this is kind of poor from white, but you're doing okay. Yeah, Bishop F3, exclam, exclam. The point is, you know, when you play the Caro, you're setting yourself up for a French structure when they do the advance, and you need to just simply get rid of your bad French bishop. So good move. Good move. Good move. Poor. That's a good bishop. There's nothing for it to do over there. Now, CD4, The problem with this move is you're giving the c3 square to their knight. See, I think you might have missed that. Castles, okay. Bishop takes c6, that's a sad move to play. Queen g4, frisky. Okay. Maybe an exclam move. I'm just looking at it. Well, maybe that's a good move. I think castling long here might be interesting. That's what I was debating. Good move by white, holding his point. And now you were like, screw it, I'm going on an adventure. Your position's in deep trouble here, my friend, Lexi. Yeah. Okay, white should be winning here. He's still got a little bit of work to do. Queen f4 looks very simple for him. And I don't like this. I think you probably need to play queen f8. By this, I mean this. Bishop e7, exclam move. Very nice move. Yeah, that's a very nice move. Bang! Well, Lexi, I think there's a lot to get out of that. You know, for one, your opponent doesn't. It's like my experience with games like that I've lost has been like my opponent didn't understand chess at all. Playing moves like h3, encouraging me to trade off my bad bishop. Playing moves like bishop b5, where he's going to lose his good bishop. And then suddenly I'm lost on move 21. How did it happen? It happens with really you going after the pawn grubbing situation here. Knight e7 is a good move. Queen b6 is a good move. As long as you just develop your coconuts, you're going to do fine in this position. You probably felt a little bit uncomfortable in this French-like situation, though, right? Even a6 is a good move because him taking on c6 will give us such a strong center. Okay, but you see, like you're playing these people, and they got some skills. They might not understand chess, but they have some skills. Okay. So, let's continue. We got Robin. We got just a couple more after that, but some big graduations. Robin joined recently. We got some clubs. ADHD, okay. And then we got any games. Robin does me a small favor because my eyes are bugging out. My eyes are bugging out. I streamed this morning too. Let's see. Almost done. Join me if you want. So Bruce is going to take over from me. All right. So we got two more. Big ones, though. So we got Memento. And Bruce, by the way, he's going to do the Maya opening stuff. Maya open, not the Maya opening. All right. Let's read this. It's my first time graduating to this cohort. Took me about a year to graduate. Neglected tactics in my youth, and it seems to have held me back. I've been working on my tactics a lot this past year, and it seems to have made a difference since I'm a bit sharper these days. The biggest thing, though, I think, is constantly playing and analyzing my games. I'm always trying to play longer time controls, and I will analyze all games, even rapid ones. Let me just look over here if Bruce is writing me. Okay, he says he's still getting ready. That said, I often have financial difficulties, so I struggle to afford the dojo subs and get demotivated in terms of logging completed tasks. Playing less common openings also seems to have helped, though the biggest thing has been sticking to the same openings and playing them consistently. I agree with that. Back then, I played a lot of random openings, which did not help much at all. I tried to get better at maintaining the initiative and even hired a coach to help me get better at this skill. If I can tactically outplay my opponents, I can often win games despite getting bad positions out of the opening or making positional mistakes. I still aim to follow basic opening principles, although sometimes I fail to do so because I keep trying to find a tactical knockout. Great notes. Okay, so here's Memento. So, early 30s, I think that's a picture of Karpov. He's been doing some opening work, maybe not logging all of his stuff. So, Lee Chess Classical, 1722. By the way, my layout looks a little weird, and that's just because the new dojo UI is so cool that I wanted to capture it. Now, if I remember right, I was the third member of the Coconut Club, and I have a feeling Memento's watching and joined that Coconut Club. So that Coconut Club, that thing's growing. That thing's popular. Okay, here we go. Games. We got a game. Now this isn't, wait a second. This is the same game that we looked at before. Maybe just annotated by the opponent. Oh, that's cool. So we're going to get the same game by different players. And now the first thing pentasyllabic is you need to recognize, my friend, that the major problem you have, just judging from this one game anyway, is you are moving too fast. Right? Absolutely. It's cool to have a dojo game with both sides annotating it. So here we go. Yeah, we looked at this. Queen e2, and then knight d5. Actually, he said, he was like, dude, sometimes I don't develop because I'm looking for some tactic, and that's definitely the case here with this move where he does think for 4 minutes. Later, he's going to stop thinking, but here he thinks for 4 minutes. Since they were moving their queen prematurely, I tried to punish them. I was expecting something like knight d5, e d5, queen e2, bishop e2, knight b4, bishop d1, and then I can just kick the knight later with a3. But I missed that both c2 and d5 are hanging. I missed that the d5 pawn is tactically defended via c3, knight d5, c4, and the bishop is trapped. I think there was a similar g4, g5 idea in Kasparov's 1975 Baku game against Yermolinsky. That's right, dude. That's right. I know that game. And his coach even called him g4 after that. Wow, dude. Yeah. Uh-oh. I'm getting invaded. Not this again. Not this. That was a great book. I'm looking at it right now by Nikitin. So it's a 2-volume thing called Coaching Kasparov. Amazing. Okay, he doesn't mention bishop g5. That means he still likes this. The problem is, even if knight b4 somehow doesn't work, okay, the problem is that this is not anything special for white. So knight e7, black is just doing fine. Whereas bishop g5 was great. So this c3 thing is very clever, but we gotta say, even knight a6 is fine for black. Okay, no vest is here, and he had the white side. Yeah, we got that. He says he did mention bishop g5. Okay. Or wait, were you the one annotating black? Because we have 2 games here. We have one being white. No, he has a white side, right? No, I don't see bishop g5 mentioned, but okay. So here we go. Knight d5, snip, snap. Knight e4, c4, d6, bishop d2, a5. a5's a little frisky because a3, maybe we have some tactics. And he says it's after g4. Oh, right. Bishop g5 is probably better because of the pin. Good. Bishop g5, like your opponent said, looks like you're in big trouble. So I think a3 would be interesting to analyze for us here. At the minimum, it seems safer. This seems very complicated. Okay, now we're in trouble. Now, the thing about it is when you say you missed it, what I want you to feel is that we're in trouble. We're in trouble here just in terms of development, right? So here we're probably toast here. At this point, my position's terrible. Okay, yeah. No, it's bad news. Now, this is a mistake where they take on b2, right? They should take on e3 first. Okay, so he lets you do that. Now, of course, we were looking at it from his point of view before, but looking at it from your point of view, we might want to consider bishop f1. I know it looks terrible, but we're cutting the knight, and I'd really rather not lose that pawn. It was a really terrible thing that they allowed you to do that to him. Okay, so there we come. Check to the miserable king. So, right, it's not just the pawn, it's the fact that we let that knight come in and do its dance. Okay. Even without knight c6, I think we're in big trouble. Like knight g4 is also got to be great for black. In fact, like he's kind of messing around a little bit here. He's messing around. You just did develop your king. Okay, so here we go. b5. If I remember right, this was the one with the amazing endgame that we're going to do. Now, I think, to me, rook c, just on a practical level, that rook c7 feels a little bit automatic. Okay, so bishop f1. And if I remember right, he mentioned rook e2 as a very strong move. And that's very important, of course, rook e2. And actually, the nice thing about bishop f1 is it also stops rook e2. Okay. Black's messing around a little bit. Yeah, he missed. This is where he missed the whole bishop f5 mating pattern. Rook b8. We should definitely ponder for black. He didn't do it. We didn't. Oh, look at this. Actually, on a4, the bummer is we then play bishop a4. Okay. So, he assumes the position here, rook b8. And here you played bishop d7. Now, one thing I want to say about this is black is really pushing his luck because he is so passive in this position. So passive. That doesn't mean I have some crushing blow for him. It's just like black has just pushed his luck. Now, I'm not sure. Bishop d7 doesn't feel right to me. Why? Because is black doing anything? Is he really doing something here? I don't know. I don't know. After bishop d7, though, you know, we're trading his worst piece off. Now, do I have something better? I don't know. Right, I think it would go like this. King c4. Now, if I'm afraid of anything, it's bishop f5 followed by bishop b1. Maybe I can do it like this. Bishop a4. Now, if he goes here, I snip, snop, and come in. If he goes here, I'm going to try to play bishop b3. And the point is very simple. Like, white's pieces are more active than black's. Right? He's pushed his luck here by being so passive. Okay. And king d3 is a good move, and now he blunders this. Now, we can refer to the other analysis if you're interested. About an hour ago, we did black's analysis here. And here black missed this. And now all of a sudden, the game is wide open. King a2, good. I talked a little bit about rook b5 in the show. So now Black has definitely played with fire here. Good move. All right, now it's hot, obviously. King d6, rook e3. And, one of the nice things that we can see, actually pentasyllabic, you are a stronger player playing against somebody who's lower rated. And one of the things that I see in this game is that Black didn't have a sense of the danger in letting you become active from the very beginning, right? So he had that amazing position, but then your king's open, he let you play CB, he let you get totally active. And here, he's also just going on a pawn hunt, and now things, we got to realize it's like, oh, this is very dangerous. So, and I remember actually from his notes, he says G5 is equal. And I was like, well, maybe it is, but that's just an engine evaluation, buddy. I don't know. That's the hardest thing for me to ever try to calculate out. So, mistake, exclam. And then now it's welcome to the dojo. Yeah. Great game. Great game. Yeah. Okay. So, beautiful. And I think actually we could use this game as an interesting thing where we have the annotations of both players, just the differing viewpoints. And I think definitely at an intuitive level, White was the better player because they understood the power of the activity of their pieces, right? Now, we're going to shame pentasyllabic just one last time before we move on to our final graduate today, and that is, pentasyllabic, buddy, you needed to slow down. You needed to slow down, buddy. I spent more time analyzing this game than you did. Than you did playing it. Come on, bud. All right, let's go back grad show. We got one more. And that's Matthew O'Brien. Matthew says, enjoyed the middle game task, getting positions where I had clear, easy, and sustained counterplay. Even where positions objectively bad, my results were outstanding. Currently writing a book featuring some knight a6 kid lines with a friend, and I teach some local chess players and a local high school team part-time. 7.5 out of 9, Washington International under 2300. I met Matthew O'Brien there, by the way. I believe so. Exceeded my expectations slightly and hope to occasionally play events with similar organizational quality and playing environment in the future. That was, really an amazing dojo event because in the final round in his section, it was Chess Latte against Chess Gains, who have been in the dojo since 2020, So, really cool. And so I met Matthew there. I'm going to admit I didn't know Matthew was part of the dojo. Let me just make sure we got Brian Chess. I'm going to see if I get a picture of Matthew. He's known as Wandering Puppet on the chess comp. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, this is the guy. Okay. Yeah, he's there in Philly, and he played me once ages ago and had a great game. I covered it here on the dojo years and years ago. I think that was pre-pandemic. All right. So, with his victory, he's moved up, it looks like, from his Washington International. So funny. We talked a little bit. He didn't even mention he was in the dojo, bud. Hey, Matthew, I was like, you're burying the lead, buddy. You're burying the lead. Come on now. Okay, so he is slaying with the USCF at 23-24. Now he's not allowed to play in that under 23 section anymore. You can see that's that Washington International slaying. And it's interesting. I think actually when we redo the cohorts, it'll be interesting when we redo the rating conversions, it'll be interesting to me to see if it's still 100 points like that. In fact, I just want to stare at our rating conversions just for a second. So yeah, we go up here, and yeah, it's about 90 points higher with the USCF. And it's always been that way, but with the rating conversions, things a little different. You notice like up here where you go FIDE and USCF, as you go down, the inverse starts happening. Here 1825 USCF is lower than FIDE, and then as you go up, it changes. I think that's going to shake out in the next year or so when we redo it, right? This whole FIDE boost, especially for the lower cohorts, it really kind of skewed things a lot. They're burying the coconuts. That's right. Okay, clubs. Mainline Chess Club, Sicilian Sparring Club, ADHD. Okay. And now, look at this, he's doing it. This is, by the way, Matthew, thank you for being part of the dojo. It's great to have such a strong player here, and part of our quest at the dojo is to get more players like you in here. So, Dean Ippolito. Oh, these are kind of ancient games. So, Matt has yet to put in his games from the tournament. But I'll tell you what, let's at least fly through this Dean Ippolito game, because he's a friend of mine. We could razz him. We could razz him. Okay, so do we got clocks? We do. Let's look at the time graph. This is Matt here, and kind of staircase suggests maybe he did it every little bit. Black is a very strong IM. But Matt is definitely strong enough to deal with it. Nota bene, we now have these little NM and IM buttons here. That's a new feature. We're always improving at the dojo. Actually, you can't see it yet. I'll show it to you now. You can see it now. All right, so let's get into it. Okay, this has been Dean's thing for a while. Okay, it's interesting. Yeah. Okay, Queen B3, Rook E1. Good. Yeah, Dean will always play the top engine move. All right, you go knight A6, and you talk about D5 and knight E4. And you say, I was aware that this move is probably quite bad because of knight H4. Okay, that would be my first instinct. That's Rook E1 is especially good if that's true, right? Okay, so here we go. Knight A6, E4, Bishop G4. Now white needs to do something. Maybe just Bishop E3. E5. Now this is the novelty, and Bishop E3 featured in 3 Wojo games. Nice, that's Wojtkiewicz. Bishop E3 certainly looks like the most natural move. Dean is a very ambitious player, and it doesn't surprise me that he goes for it like this. So DE, knight E5. So, and Queen B3 is going to transpose. Now, dumb question. I answered it for myself, I guess. The problem with this move is presumably this move. Okay, so here we go. Queen B3, AB. Knight B4. With a threat. And Dean doesn't care, dude. He thinks for 19 minutes and goes for it with Bishop G5. Great notes with knight G4. Okay, Bishop G5. Okay. So let's look at this. Knight C2. Snip. Snip, snap. Bishop D4. Snip, snap. he says, I believe in the 2 pieces over the rook. Very interesting position. The bishop on d4 is very strong, and it's a big deal that it's unopposed. So I think this is definitely playable for black. And maybe the strong move here is rook f8, because if we play e6, we give him the d6 square. So like maybe I'm worried about later some kind of knight e4 thing. But if we just go here and here, yeah, it looks as interesting. Very interesting. Hard to know what white's pieces actually do. And I think it's David Bruce in the comments. He's talking about rook d1 instead of rook c1. This may be a good point. But isn't it similar? Because when I take here, I'm threatening this coconut. Or are you talking about the other coconut? You're talking about that one. Maybe you're talking about that one. This one's also very unclear, though. I'll play here. Now, this one, I don't know. There's rook e4 and all kinds of stuff. I don't know. That one's truly kind of hectic. I'm not even going to try to assess it. So, the thing with bishop f5. That's a safer option. Seems like black should be fine. Holy moly. Dean's an aggressive dude, man. This was a little bit surprising. It does not stop me from playing knight c2, but not very much so, as initially this seems very strong. But black has some tricks looking at lines in depth. Now we are out of the database permanently. Somebody played rook e2. Dean ain't going to play no rook e2. Dean's going to do this. He's going to go for it every time, dude. All right, here we go. Bishop e7, knight c2. In principle, I believe in your position. And I believe in that move. And this is Dean's thing. We're going to guess he saw this in advance. Wow, here we go. Now, you took on d5 and thought for 9 minutes on it. I don't really want to take on d5. If I could avoid taking on d5, I'd like to. Could I, for example, play bishop d7? Just sit. So I would be looking at bishop d7. I don't see anything amazing yet for white. Maybe he's got some tricks. Maybe some kind of weird knight a4 thing. I don't know. But this looks, I'm a little frightened. By the way, one thing I just want people to see is at the lower cohorts, what we see again and again is somebody takes one of these rooks. And what Matthew's doing here is a standard thing. It was like, we're going to make him beg. We're going to make Dean beg to take one of those rooks. Make a move, and then we'll take it. All right. Dean goes for it with b4. Spending 21 minutes. Wow. All right. Now, one of the things about Dean that I feel sympathy with is playing this guy with a lower rate. He doesn't know that Matthew's strong. He has no idea. And so he's like going to push it with the time. He's now in time trouble after 21 minutes. We go back to this time graph, take a look. You can see the dude is dipping. Dude's dipping. You know? Right. So Dean's going to go for it. This is the problem when you're playing a lower rated player. You got to just sometimes be okay with, playing a little more cautious. All right. So black thinks for 11 minutes and plays the very ambitious a6. And he says, there was a lot to calculate in a few lines to ensure I would not lose the entire queen side. Also, it was difficult to come up with plans for both sides, but in the case white does not find a concrete solution, it's possible gradual improvements for black will be easier as black has healthier pawn structure and 2 bishops. All right. Now, what is cool about this move is Dean is in time trouble, and now he finally goes here, and now you should be fine. Maybe even better. Now we'll take, and now bishop c8. Good. Here I'd rather be black. I have no idea exactly what's going on, but I know I'd rather be black. Yeah. No, I don't like, I mean, bishop e6 maybe, but I like your bishop c8. Rook c1. White wishes to play b3, then move the knight. That's taking forever, Dean. It's taking forever, Dean. Hey, Dean. That's taking forever. Okay, now you play bishop e6. I don't know. Now you talk about b6. Just in general, I don't want you to trade the coconut there. You know, keep the Kramnik says, dude, you got to keep your bishops if you can. Kramnik wouldn't play bishop e6. No way. No way. This whole thing with b3, dude. What are we doing? What are we doing? You got rook e8 as a very possible move. Okay, I could look at it forever. I don't like that one. He snips. He snaps. And now rook c2. Yeah. And you expected knight e4? Uh-huh. This is great notes, Matt. These are great notes, dude. By the way, before I definitely liked your position. Now I don't know what's going on. Whether it's rook c2 or knight e4. Okay. So. He plays knight a4, which we're going to call natural. B3, I'm sure, is playable. Check to the miserable king. King f1. Bishop d4. h3, that's a frisky move. That's a frisky move, Dean. Normal people would probably be like, hey, boss, I think it's time for me to start thinking about knight c5. What are you doing, Dean? What does h3 do? I think he still needs to think about knight c5. c5, yeah, it's getting frisky. It's getting real frisky. So he's gambling. He's gambling. There we go. I like black now. He gambled. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you. Knight c5. Okay, he's getting real fancy. Thank you very much. Check to the miserable king. Rook c3. Always repeat. Okay. Dean's not going to repeat with you, buddy. He's an evil genius. Oh, no. What have you done, Dean? Oh, man. Dean. Woo, Dean. Oh, buddy, Dean. Let me just tell a fun story about Dean, dude. So, Dean's like he's a little bit younger than me. And I met Dean at the Edmar Medness camp. It was like all the top juniors in the country. We're talking like 1988 or 9. And he's always been a very ambitious player. And recently, he's all, life happens and he's going for the GM title and stuff. But his downfall has been games like this where he loses against somebody lower rated, primarily because he's trying too hard. And so it's just my funny story that I want to tell. It was the Denver Open 2019, which I somehow managed to win. And it was like Dave Vigorito was there. All kinds of players were there. Yeah. And I think I beat Andrew Tang in the last round or something. I think that was the right one. Danny Wrench was there. Yeah, Danny Wrench was there. All kinds of people. Anyways, so last round, Dean's playing this guy who has since dropped off the map, but he was like rated very low, but he was like one of these guys who was obsessed about the opening. And, you know, he had white and Dean had black. It was actually round, I don't know, it was like round, it was round 5, and we were all going to catch a flight the next day. And he's playing this guy, and the guy knows the opening cold, dude. He just knows it cold. It was very impressive. I analyzed it with him afterwards, and like he knew some crazy Najdorf tactics that were just obscene. And you know, Dean, you know, was like, already, dude. Like he knew that this guy was kind of an opening fiend, and he still is like, well, you know, I'm this dude, and I'm gonna play the Najdorf. You know, that's principal chess. Kind of like the way he's doing this nonsense here. And dude, he was so upset that he stormed out, and because he was also mad that he got black. He thought he was too white, and then he was like, "These underrated people, they're killing me, dude. Why do I have to do this?" And then he ran off to the airport, paid extra to go home early in this fit of rage. It was like a rage quit. Stormed off, slammed shit onto the ground. So anyways, reminiscent of this game. Okay, so David Bruce is going to take over. I'm not going to raid anybody. I'm just going to confirm he's ready. So we're going to ask, ready? Question mark. Oh, I'm hungry, man. I got to get something to eat. I'm dying. So that was an amazing stretch there, dude. So I'm out of here. Again, I'm not going to rage. Stay tuned. David's going to talk about Singfield Cup. He's going to talk about Maya Open, where the Kostya is playing, as well as Rock Angel, Houseline, and Blood Queen. All right, bye, everybody.
Ok, tu peux mettre les écouteurs, mon amour. All right. Greetings. Good day to all. Let's see if my mic and things are on. Mic looks on. Do we have video? Do we have YouTube and all? My computer is really creaking today, I'm afraid. So, not sure how much hope we have here. Whoa, Sambota's sister played against Will Smith. Amazing. Could see how that would make somebody click. Whoa, Sambota's sister. All right. Greetings. Looks like somehow it jumped onto the piggyback of Jesse's live stream that he'd already started, huh? So, Alvin, hi. How are you doing? Let's get into today's games. So, the Singfield Cup started with a bang, ended with a whimper this year. The first couple rounds were kind of exciting. First 2-3 rounds. lived up to my hopes, and then just, the draws started taking over and taking over and taking over. There were some good ones here and there. My boy Gukesh, he brought the fight. I've got him down in the lower window here. He's still playing. But round 9, today, it's the final round. And when I opened up the games, 3 of them were already draws. Immediately. Like, they didn't even play. They just thought, yeah, why even show up? Including, disturbingly / shockingly, Prague, who was in the running for first place and drew in a few minutes. So I guess it's up to Fabi to decide who's going to win or draw this tournament. Aronian, who was in the running for first place. Essentially, everybody was in the running for first place because nobody bothered to win any games this tournament. And in the end, despite a few games that were really exciting for me, I think it's going to be another tournament where nobody remembers who won it, if anybody even won it, right? It's just nothing, It's where's Fabi from 2014? Come on. I mean, apparently they're trying to say. Also, hi to Alice. Apparently they're trying to ask the question, who's going to make it to Sao Paulo? Anybody care? That's the story of this tournament. Who's going to make it from one tournament that nobody wants to win to another tournament that nobody wants to win? If the players in the tournament don't even care about winning the tournament, why? Why would you or I care who wins the tournament? Tell me, Teddy, do you care who wins the Sinkfield Cup? Do you care who wins whatever the thing in Sao Paulo is? Do you care who won the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz that happened a week ago before the Sinkfield Cup? Does anybody know who won that tournament a week ago? Even 1 week later. Probably even the dude who won it doesn't know that he won it. He doesn't care. All he knows is, the St. Louis Chess Club's going to be sending him a check somewhere, and, he's going to, play Candy Crush on his phone in the airport while waiting to fly to some other place. Dude, Teddy remembers. Okay. Levon won it. Amazing. And it was kind of fun. Anyway, what can you say about this? Look at this for a second, folks. I don't mean to belabor the point. But look at this thing. An hour and 13 minutes versus an hour and 22 minutes on the clock. 10 minutes versus 20 minutes. You guys know what Jesse does? On the Graduates show, if somebody's got a game and he clicks on the time graph and it shows that somebody spent 10 minutes and somebody else spent 20 minutes. What matters, Nick, is, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, right? What matters is not whether you've got the best players in the world competing or the worst players in the world competing in a tournament. What matters is, do those players love chess and do those players try hard? Okay, that's really biased because I love chess and I'm a tryhard, right? So I'm obviously saying a tournament with me would be better than a tournament with Prague versus Aronian or something, right? But I'm just putting it out there. That's what I'm looking for. I want the players playing to at least care about their own tournament. If Magnus were playing, I don't think that would make it better because Magnus doesn't want to play this dumb, boring tournament. Oof. Let's see what they do. 4 knights, H3. Okay, you're going to bring something amazing, right, dog? Oh, no. Oh, let's trade all the knights off the board. No squiggly pieces, no surprises. Oh, yeah, Queen F5. Yo, I'll trade. Oh, my God. Can you believe this thing? Oh, yeah, let's trade on D6, so there's not even an imbalance, yeah. It's a miracle they even spent 10 minutes on this game. I don't know when I played a bullet game that had less content than that. Wait, Coast is sending me something.
Wait, he's sending me something. Maybe it's cool. I don't know what it is. I'm going to click on it to find out. Oh, it's his game from today, of course. Wait, but I thought I saw a different game from Kostya today. Wait, what's going on? Are they having a Blitz tournament at Maya or something? Oh, they're having a Blitz tournament. Oh, that's why. I was like, I already saw his game from Maya today. Okay, thank you, Kostya. Let's look at your Blitz game. I'm sure it'll have more content than the Sinkfield Cup. Than any 2 games from the Sinkfield Cup today. No, I'm overstating it, folks, because actually there's an interesting position today between So and Noterbeck. And Noterbeck is having such a bad tournament that Wesley is doing something I haven't seen him do in 5 years. He's trying to win a game. So we're going to see what that looks like after we see Kostya's Blitz game. I've got it queued up for you all. It's not over. They're still playing. Kostya hits him with the full Botvinnik. Boom, the F-pawn. The Storm. Oh, man. Now Black's wishing that their beautiful knight on D4 had traded itself, right? Pawn goes to A3. Oof. Bishop B4 to C5. There's no to be fair about they both qualify like this, Rainbow Teddy. They both bore the hell out of me, and I'm not even going to watch whatever tournament they qualified to like this. You know what I mean? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Here come Kostya's pieces. Now, that's something. That's something. Aronian played like this a few rounds ago. Very exciting, I think, against Wesley So, right? A very exciting draw that they had. I think it might have been opening prep. I don't know. It looked really exciting. I feel like one of them still had time at the end of the game. Kostya. He's colonizing the king side. That's the new chess concept we got yesterday. We started off our conversation with a question about Ireland and England, and is England so great, and should Ireland be cut into pieces, and what about other countries that England colonized and cut into pieces? And then somebody said, what I want to see is Kostya colonizing this guy's king side today. So here we go. Kostya is well and truly colonized. Let's see if he'll be able to, extract some profit out of his East Indian Company here. Sometimes they call the King's Indian Defense the East Indian Defense. So let's see. Let's see how he does here. He gives a rook. Bravo. Tries to storm in. Yes, but how do you get through, Kostya? How do we get through here? The problem is if you take on D4 and you let this E-pawn out of the way, which would clear room for your queen, right? But you're going to, unleash all these black pieces, right? This E-pawn is like the stopper. You take on D4, you're done. You can't take that knight. Oh, he finds a way. And the opponent starts giving pieces. Now the opponent's pieces just flooding to Kostya's pocket. They're like, we're useless with this pawn on E5, so just take us. Okay, some knight move. I'm a GM today, folks. Did you see me? Do you see me predict that move? Knight G4. I totally called it. Run! Oh, he just takes him out. He's just taking stuff. Hits the knight. The pawn on E5 is next. Whack, whack, whack. Oh, he's just whacking. No, rook D1, boy. Whack. Whack. Tauschmaschine mode engaged. Black's still playing. Nobody knows what for. But he's just... A Tauschmaschine will tire you out, when the Tauschmaschine has infinite pieces and yours just keep dwindling. Whack. 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 Brutal. Yeah. So basically, Kostya got the pawn to F6, then said, I'm probably threatening to checkmate you. And the guy was like, I give up. I'm sure Kostya was threatening to checkmate him. That was a nice game for Kostya. Very nice. All right. You realize Aronian was half a point behind first place going into this round with white against the player who was half a point ahead of him. So, like, had he won the game, he could have won the tournament. Might have been, like, you know, a moment that you think about someday in the future. I have days I'm walking around and suddenly I remember some game I played. Like, oh yeah, I was in the penultimate round of the Miami Open. Right? I was struggling in the early parts of the tournament. I finally got into good position in the tournament. Penultimate round, I'm still just within reach of winning the tournament. When I play in tournaments, I try to win the tournament, you know? They played their games earlier today, Alice, while I was slumbering. Apparently because there was a blitz tournament as well. That's what I'm guessing from what Kostya sent me. So the Maya round was at 2 a.m. my time today. And it went pretty well for our team. But story, you know, Miami Open, fighting, you know, I think I drew or lost one game to a low-rated kid early on, you know, one of those underrated kids that Jesse said that Dean was complaining about, that so many people complain about. I probably complained about them at some point in my life, but enough, basta, you know? Hooray for the kids if they're good and they're having fun, and somebody's got to get better, and what does it matter if they're underrated? You just play a game with them. If they're good enough to give you a good game, so much the better. Hooray. Yet another member of the chess community. One day they'll be an adult too, you know? Okay. So, but I had, you know, dropped a game, and so I was struggling a bit to, like, get into my best form. But when I play a tournament, I'm always thinking about winning the tournament. So I am also thinking, you know, just play your game. But when I go to the tournament, you know, it's like, well, it's a tournament. You try to win the thing, not just, you know, gain 5 rating points or whatever, you know, or something like that. So back in the day, I was always trying to win the tournament. So I'm always like, oh, if I win every single game, I could still win the tournament. If I win every single game, I could still win the tournament. And so so I got paired with Elvest, who was a very difficult opponent for me. Jan Elvest was very strong, compared to me at least, as every estimation of strength is. It's compared to yourself. So he was very strong. And I had a very strugglesome score against him. You know, chess is struggle. And he's out playing me from the black side of an open Sicilian again. Oof. And, you know, all is just misery. And then I found some way to just go crazy, you know, kind of get wrecked, but also wreck him a little bit. But, like, it was one of those positions where I sack a piece, but I don't have the advantage after the piece sack, right? After I sack the piece, it's not even that I have, like, the positional advantage or I have control or something he has to consolidate. It's like I sack the piece so that I have a shot at slaughtering him, but he's also still slaughtering me, right? So we're both slaughtering each other, but he's got a piece in the bank. Meaning if we both fail to slaughter each other, then he'll eventually win. And then he found some way to, like, bail out with a queen trade, and I win the endgame down a piece because of some crazy thing. Exciting game. I remember that. I remember that game. Every now and then, you know, I'm just trucking along, and I'm like, wow, like, I threw everything I had into that game. I was getting slaughtered, but I still threw everything I had at this guy. He was stronger than me. I still threw everything I had at him. He threw everything he had at me every moment I thought I might lose. And then the exhilaration when my crazy concept to paralyze him down a piece in the end game worked, and then I slaughtered him. And, you know, and then in the last round, I played for first place in the tournament. In the last round, I went down swinging and I didn't win the tournament, but I got to play another game where I was playing to win a tournament, right? Not just like playing a game, but playing a game to win a tournament against, you know, some terrifying GM. So I played that game to earn another game, you know, as opposed to just whatever, taking a 5-move draw, going home, and you're not even playing, right? So I remember those games. There are days when I remember them. That wasn't the most important tournament for me, but it was still something, you know? And here they are playing for whatever, first place in the Sinkfield Cup. Well, I mean, if chess had, you know, Grand Slams, if it had majors, if any of the good tournaments were actually good, right? Other than like 2 or 3 of them. But if it had majors like tennis, then like Wakeon Zay, Sinkfield Cup, these, Linares 20 years ago, these would be like the Grand Slams. It would be like, wow, how many career Grand Slams have you won? Imagine if in tennis the players didn't even care in the finals. Even the finals, Djokovic and somebody were like, why don't we just go to a pub? And, Nadal was like, yeah, let's just go to a pub. Nobody knows how many times we've won this thing anyway, and we don't really care ourselves, it doesn't, I don't even know what this tournament's called, and, I don't remember which of us won it last year, so let's just go to the pub. I mean, come on, chess. What do you think our problem is? Come on, Levon. And Levon's like that age, right? Like Djokovic, where it's like, are you going to win one last major ever? And he's like, who wants to find out? It's not even an interesting question. Nobody wants to know if a 40-year-old can win the Sinkfield Cup ahead of Gukesh and Norbek Abdusattorov and Alireza Firouzja. Nobody wants to know if a 4-year-old still has it, It's uninteresting. There's nobody who wants to know the answer to that question. All right. Now, I turn your attention to something truly shocking. Wesley So trying to win a chess game. Look at this, folks. I really think he's trying to win this game. I do. I feel like I have to prove it because, probably most of you don't believe it. You'll think maybe Abdusattorov did something stupid or crazy or prompted him. Because Wesley does still win chess games, right? But he only wins chess games when some whippersnapper is too stupid, right? And refuses to play boring moves and agree to a draw in 10 minutes. He only wins games, right? He just sits there, right? Wesley goes D3, A3, knight C3, knight D5, trade a knight, right? He just sits there. But if some idiot mistakes that for he's not good at chess and tries to play with him, or let's say they just enjoy chess so they want to play with him, then he beats them. And that's why his rating is still where it is, because some fools still want to get beaten. I would be one of those fools, obviously. If I got paired with Wesley So, I'd much rather play a game with him and lose than agree to a draw. But Wesley, you're going to see he actually tries to win or play this game. I have not seen this. I have not seen Wesley, just out of his own heart, have an interest in winning a game in years. I can't remember the last time I saw Wesley just sit down at a board and try to play. So check it out, because nobody's seen this in years, I don't think. Look at that. He doesn't play pianissimo. He doesn't play pianissimo. This means Norbek is bleeding so badly at this tournament, I think, that even Wesley was like, well, I might as well collect my piece of flesh too, right? Like if everybody's had a piece of him. If I get him in round 9, you got to be offended as Norbek, Alice, for sure. You got to be majorly offended, because nobody else has ever looked, for 5 years, nobody has ever looked as weak as you. That's what Wesley's saying. For 5 years, I have never seen anyone in worse shape with more blood streaming out of their wounds where I was like, fine, I'll take a bite. Brutal. And it's been a brutal, brutal tournament for Norbek. Poor guy. But props to him. He kept swinging in a lot of these games, right? I mean, boy, was he swinging in round 2 when he gave Gukesh. Gukesh's only win. He was swinging like crazy yesterday when he finally gave a defeat. When he gave a consecutive defeat to Firouzja. Or wait, was it a consecutive defeat to Firouzja, or Firouzja was just tilted from drawing a game? Hang on. But anyway, he did win one game yesterday, right? So let's see what happened to Firouzja. Let's see what happened right before that, because I know Firouzja was playing Title Tuesday before the game with Norbek. Yeah, he just lost his horrible game to Prague the day before, so he gave him a successive defeat, right? So So Noterbeck, he won his game yesterday. You know, he's still been playing. Brutal as the tournament's been. So, hey, you can ask your question, Moscow, for sure. Good evening, our finance. And thank you for the Bezos bucks, dear Scrytop. So, yeah, I mean, Noterbeck, he's kept fighting. I've definitely been rooting for him. Like, the worse the tournament's gotten, in a way, the more I'm rooting for him. So check out what Wesley does here. And Noterbeck, he, again, like, he does try to fight with Wesley here, even after Wesley indicates that it's not going to be a normal Wesley game. Wesley plays this line after 10 million Gioco Pianissimos. He plays d4, takes, and d5. So he wants to get an unusual position. It's pretty tense with imbalances, and see if Noterbeck's up to the task and see if he can outplay him. Now, that said, Noterbeck plays this unusual move, knight d7, which I had not seen before today. Normal is knight e4. Yeah, but that was a 10-minute game, chess name. I watch classical chess. So for me, I have to go even further back. But I imagine that now and then in some blitz tournament or rapid tournament, he probably tries to win a game or two. I could believe that. I don't know. You're just sitting around in those things so long, and every now and then it's like if you win one 10-minute game, you get an extra 100,000 or 200,000, so maybe you play for a game. But personally, since I follow mostly classical chess, I haven't seen it. I didn't watch the finals of the Global Championships, but there was something like $1 million on the line at that point. Pretty much, right? Okay. Ivan, who's helped me out with opening theory once before, tells me knight d7 has been played a lot. Wow, I didn't even know of it. And Man with Head of Dog says the point is to bring the knight back to b8, push c5, and bring the knight to c6. In this game, it totally doesn't pan out. I saw Noterbeck try and do it, but yeah, you'll see in a second. This happens, and the knight goes back to b8. But now, I guess here, this queen f3 move from Wesley, it stops c5, I guess, because of knight d5. Pawn takes, knight takes, check. And then you take here. And the rest is silence. So now he gets kind of stuck. He can't play c5 to unstick the knight until he does something with the bishop. If he goes to b7, which is the most obvious move, then perhaps he's scared of something like knight f5, c5, bishop h6. I don't know for sure. I'm just spitballing here. But like if he tucks everything on the queen side just to try and play c5, at some point something's going to arrive on the king side, right? So, I don't know. Something like this. Honestly, it could even be much simpler. It could be queen g3 right here. You know, it could just be something like this. Something like this, right? Then boom, boom, bishop, and bishop f6. Now, if you develop your knight to c6 and not d7 at this point, that'll be really sticking to the bit, you know? Yeah, that just wins for white, so good enough. So he decides he has to anchor the center with the bishop on e6. But now the whole point of playing c5 and then d4, to my mind, would be for this bishop to eventually emerge gloriously, the unopposed bishop on the light squares. That's why we're trying to play c5 and get control of the dark squares, which normally white controls with like knight b3, bishop e3, or things like that. But now that bishop's dream is already gone. So to my mind, this didn't work at all. Wesley plays a fine move here, c4, cracking at the light square structure. Forces some black pawns onto bad squares for this bishop. Here the move queen h3 looked like it was nearly winning. It did get played. Then I thought maybe he'd go g4. He did. Look at that. He's given. And here comes the f-pawn. Oh, Noterbeck went straight for the blockade, and Wesley saw it coming and preserves the knight. Undoubling the opponent's pawns. If he plays a3, it makes weaknesses on the light squares. on that side of the board. Rook b8, b3, or knight a5, and so there's going to be more counterplay. Essentially here, the main plan is to roll black over like this. It's a risky plan, right? Like, it makes sense, but it's risky. Now, I'll get to it, Moscow. I'm just doing a bunch of things. I got multiple monitors again. Just catching up to the live position. We're almost there. So you can see Noterbeck manages to marshal the forces to slow down f5 in time. The knight's superior to the bishop, but the bishop's not dead. It's not chopped liver or whatever. It can cover some weaknesses on the king side. It can't really get aggressive yet. But, black's kind of in the game. And I know I'm much better man with head of dog. Thank you. Queen g2. So he just takes this diagonal before the black queen could go to c6 or something like that. Maybe from e4, he can do some of the same things as h3, but also radiate other areas. And then there's always the question of maybe h4, h5 to pick at the black pawn structure and weaken it more. So he's still, still got a playable position, still going, still playing. And we'll let their game tick away for a little bit while we answer Moscow's question, who says, would you say it's better to analyze your classical games on the same day you play them, or is it better to analyze them after the tournament is over? It's a good question. My answer, Moscow, is that there's two parts to it. Two parts to it. So the first part is, on the day of a tournament, you usually don't have enough energy to do a thorough analysis of a game. Now, how thorough analysis of a game you should be doing depends on your level, how much you enjoy it, your appetite for it, etc., right? But if you enjoy analyzing your games, then a serious tournament player is going to be spending eventually a similar amount of time analyzing their games as playing them. And, a professional is going to be spending 2 or 3 or even 4 times as long analyzing their game as playing it. So during a tournament, you're typically not going to have enough time to work really hard on a game of yours like that. But if you wait till a week or two later, there's some things you don't remember about, like, what was I thinking, or what was the moment that I was worried about, or how did I make that decision, etc., right? So I like to split, ideally, and I often don't do this, but ideally, I like to split the analysis of my game into 2 phases. One during the tournament, which might just be 20 to 30 minutes. And it's basically, I enter the game, and I jot down a couple things, like, this is the moment I really spent a lot of time on, or this is what I was worried about, or this was the decision that I hesitated over, or I wonder if this move was good. Or what's the evaluation here, or what's the plan there, depending on the game. You don't have every one of those questions in every game, right? But most of my games, I've got a few, like, clear questions and, like, key moments and thoughts from during the game. So I mark those down. And that gives me some direction so that when the tournament's over and I've got a few weeks to work on my chess, ideally I would kick off that period of working on my chess by analyzing the games from the tournament, and the notes that I wrote down during the tournament remind me of what to look at, what to question, etc. And with that little reminder, then it helps me remember, oh yeah, like the little written reminder can help me get back into what I was thinking during the game sometimes. So, long version of what Ivan's saying. Did I see Levon miss chance against Gukesh yesterday? Nicola Alloy, I saw the game. I covered it live. I didn't notice one specific winning move for Levon, but I did feel that there was chaos and that it was possible that each of them missed upwards of 5 chances. I haven't thoroughly gone over it with the computer engine afterwards. So with my own eyes, I don't know what they might have missed. Should we have a little look down here at Gukesh and Fabi? Queen into the center for Wesley. 14 moves, so they both have plenty of time, Wesley and Noterbeck, because there's been nothing that they've agonized over yet. But I would guess White's advantage is much smaller than I had put originally on the Sensei eval when I was first looking at this. I'm going to say 0.28. Nah, 0.27. Nah, 0.28 is okay. It doesn't make a big difference. Okay. At some point, he was winning at the very end, Nickel Alloy. Right when he played Rook A8. That was when I had the clearest sense like he must be winning. When like suddenly he captured all the pawns and his rook when he played Rook F8, and it was like, wait, he captured all Gukesh's pawns. He still has a passed H pawn. And it was like Gukesh's best possible scenario, it seemed to me, was trading the A pawn for the rook while Black basically queening the H pawn or something and winning his bishop. It felt like there had to be a win for Black suddenly, but I didn't see it. They started playing faster on that point, right? Yeah, that's right. It's very responsive, Alice. Do you want to... I'm gonna change the evaluation by 1 cent pawn. See if you can see the little blue bar move up or down. See if you can see it wiggle, okay? Ready? Let's do this. Oh, I can see it move. I can see it wiggle. Oh, yeah. Very sensitive instrument. Okay, so now potentially opening another front on the queen side here. I think the endgame is a big advantage for White as well, or at least like a noticeable advantage for White as well. Like you might wonder why wouldn't Noterbeck just play Queen A8? Well, he might, but thinking about it, I think that would be a pleasant position for White as well, because still the knight remains here, beautiful, hitting C5. Sorry, that's the lack of arrows. Hitting C5 and blocking the D pawn. But where White's queen is amazing here, I think White's king could be amazing in the endgame, right? Imagine a queen trade and then the white king on E4. That still feels like some heck of a suffering for Black, because in any scenario, you eventually have a pawn F5 break. It's inevitable. Then the white king can also come to D5 to help escort the E6 pawn. So it's definitely a powerful endgame for White here. Black would have to try and get counterplay on the A file, attacking B3. But I don't quite believe it would be enough, personally. Well, actually, maybe it would be just barely enough. But yeah, I mean, I really like White's prospects right now. Moscow, yeah, in general, during a tournament, I stopped training completely. Certainly no puzzles. That's just burning energy. You're solving puzzles during your game. So the game you play on Tuesday keeps you in shape for Wednesday, right? Today, I need to do puzzles to be in shape for tomorrow because I'm not playing a game today. But during a tournament, by definition, you're staying in shape just by playing your games. Maybe if you got an opponent who didn't show up for a round in a one-game-a-day tournament, maybe you could do half an hour of training that day, but you're not going to get rusty in one day, right? So mostly during a tournament, I'm conserving energy. It's partly because I'm older. When I was younger, maybe I did more, but I don't know if it was helpful. You know, I just had a lot of energy and, you know, used it. But yeah, I certainly won't do any training. I won't be doing puzzles or studying new endgames in a book or something like that. And in terms of opening prep, I try to do very, very close to precisely 1 hour a day of opening prep during a tournament. For me, that's the sweet spot. At different ratings, the answer might be different, you know? At many ratings, I don't know, it depends on the player as well, right? Like, did you come to the tournament with a bunch of openings well prepped? Maybe you don't need to do it, you know? How quickly or how well do you learn openings? How quickly or how well do you play openings already? Like, there's a whole bunch of things, right? Where it may or may not be useful to do the opening prep, or more useful or less useful for different players. But yeah, I'd be surprised if it's good for anyone to do much study and prep during a tournament. Where's my other board? Where are Fabi and Gukesh? Oh, my computer's just unresponsive. There we go. Whew! And it even managed to show Gukesh's knight move eventually. How's the position looking? Worse for Gukesh. He's got split pawns. He's got a knight against a bishop with pawns on both sides of the board. Rook on a8, passive. He's notably worse. Probably 0.4 or something like that to Fabi, you know? Tradovich. Wesley says you pushed a4 without proper cautionovich. That's right, Moscow, for a one-game-a-day tournament. The other thing is, if I have the energy, I'll do a post-mortem, which is also like a step towards analyzing your game, right? It can be a piece of analyzing your game. But I love to do a post-mortem if I can. Well, it means he's not completely broken yet, Nickel Alloy, but he's struggling. Maybe 0.5. I'm trying to figure out what my number is. I know he's quite a bit worse. This pawn's bad. This rook's bad. White's already in the middle of the board. He's bad. He's bad as our poor boy. Claiming second to last place in this tournament, probably. So a critical variation I calculated here over on the Noterbeck board in response to BA4. I'll just show it to you instead of calling it out, but this is what I immediately checked. Of course, there's knight b2, flashes in my mind, right? But I thought maybe he's doing it thinking that if black goes after, queen a has been played. No, queen a6. Okay, so this variation is going to be irrelevant, but let me just show you to give you a sense. This is just the balance of right, left, etc. sides on the board. Then here I thought if rook a4, rook f7 is too strong. So I assumed that black would bring the king, and for some reason in my mind I played king f7, not g7. I don't know if it matters. Then I thought here, 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 here. Now, very important for black, you don't want to let white check and play e7, right? You have to embrace their pawn like this. This gives white time for a move like rook d5 or rook b5, but what I realized is it doesn't matter if white has one or two extra passed pawns in the middle if the black king is just right there near them. You're never, ever, 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 ever winning this endgame for white. So that was like the critical variation that flashed into my head as soon as I saw BA4. Just to give you a sense of like when stuff is critical, you can see a long variation instantaneously, right? That's actually a 10-move variation. People sometimes ask, how far do you look ahead? I mean, normally 2 or 3 moves with errors, right? But that's 10 moves with no blunders. I saw that in 1 second. Well, didn't exactly see, but you know, conceived of it because I don't visualize. But basically that told me that in this position it would probably just be knight back here would be his goal, and then of course key idea for black is, can you push d3 right away to get active and try and draw this position down a pawn because you're doing stuff. Much better chances from Noterbeck's side than if basically you wait for the white king to be on e4. Right? You wait for the white king to be on e4 and your chances to make any mess of anything start to dwindle. So, anyway, he had this move queen a6, which I hadn't yet spotted. So he goes here, attacking the pawns. We're going to get knight b2, defending the pawns. The knight's not really assailable on b2 here. The bishop can't get to it or get to anything. So black has to kind of play d3 to distract white from there, or I don't know. It still looks really tough for black. Queen and knight versus queen and bishop might be a good material balance for white. Maybe Wesley could even just go f5 here. I don't know. a4 was a risky choice. What's he going to do? Play like a bishop or queen to a5 and sack this pawn to get in? We see rook f3 covering this move, right? Because this move might have planned rook d8, rook d7, then you play d3, knight d3, rook d4. So he gets here in advance. It gives him the block. It gives him rook h3, threatening queen g6. Healthy move. Healthy move. He could have thought a long time about f5. I could have imagined him thinking at least a handful of minutes if he likes f5 already. Goes rook f3. He's looking pretty good here. I'm going to move him up a little bit. I don't quite believe the pawns. I mean, all the pawns are split. It makes sense, but I just feel like it was mildly, desperately, riskily something from Noterbeck. It just gives a feel like either it's not quite as good as he hoped this pawn sack was, or his position was already a little bit worse than I realized, and that's why he went for it. So I'm just going to move it up 9/100ths of a point. Our finance asking, do you ever go back and study beginner level chess books? Very rarely now. Yeah, Nickel, I have an internal monologue. Non-stop. Non-stop. Sometimes in multiple languages. Yeah. Very, very important. My internal monologue is kind of like me, in a sense. It's a very critical piece, certainly. So our finance, I used to do that sometimes, like checking different books for my students, like picking out this book would be good or that book would be good. Now I actually do that less. I mean, we do it partly for the chess dojo. Like just yesterday, I was checking out a book here. I was doing this yesterday. I checked out this book. Highly recommended. Book. Where is it? This one here. Positional Chess Handbook, Israel Gelfer. I think Kostya's the one who said it was a good book. But my standards have also gotten maybe a little bit too high. Where like every time I read like an educational book, I'm like, it's not good enough. It's not good enough. Every lesson I see, I just know. Oh, I could have done it better. Except I never have written an educational book because I can't find the time and energy and so forth, right? But everything I see like the flaws. It's really lame, right? It's lame. They did a much better job of finishing their book, right, and getting it out there for people. But yeah, I used to review a lot of material in order to know what books to recommend to people. Now I do it less and less. Obviously, the dojo has to do it as a group, but that also allows Jesse, Kostya, and I to divvy up some things like that and sort of like consult with other people. And, I trust Jesse and Kostya's judgment, so I don't have to read every book that they read or etc. I do it much less now. Okay, so he's officially shuffling with bishop e7. We could bring the king to g3 to try and enforce h4, h5. Could we play h4 here as a sack? Let me just check. Because of queen g6, right? So black would have to do this. Hip, hop. Now we hop the knight back. Oh no, but this is very central. I was willing to give a4 to play knight c5 to e6 or something. I mean, the bishop is both stuck there and potentially like a thorn in white's king there. hard to assess, right? You definitely have the possibility of pushing past now with the pawns. I guess black should not trade, because then the duo just gets more scary. So black would do what? I don't know. I don't know what black would do. All the black pieces are pretty well placed. Maybe something like this. Either pretty well placed or it can't be improved. Can't be improved, let's say. This would be better here, but it can't get there. White could do this if they wanted to. I don't know. I mean, the pawn on f6 is pretty good. It's not an impossible pawn sack, this one here. It's within the realm of possibilities. You could also yourself weirdly like try to open another front here using this rook, you know, break up black's pawns so that this situation can become less passive here. But you'd have to be very careful to calculate all the details. Todos los detalles. Feels like I have to do this, and now my rook's trapped over here. I don't know if that's good. Maybe there's a way. Interesting move. That's possible for Wesley right now, but he played King G2. Noterbeck shuffles, so this is where I suggested, you know, maybe Wesley wants to go King G3. Get H4 in that way. Could still play H4 as a pawn sack now. King here, then do this. Fabi plays H4. Right? Very calm move here. And the goal, which Gukesh recognized by the time I looked over at their board, Gukesh had all recognized, pretty simple. The goal is white wants to play H5. It's going to fix the black pawns on dark squares for white's bishop later in the endgame. Like if all the rooks traded at some point, there's this theme of going bishop f8 and just killing the opponent. And in the middle game, it's going to give him the idea of posting this knight here on the f5 square. Very, very strong square for the knight. So black plays h5 to prevent it. Yeah. Logique. That anecdote makes no sense, our finance. But it is one of those funny things you hear about chess, right? Like, oh yeah, this famous player, you know, world champion who looks one move ahead as opposed to calculating like other chess players, right? Or like there's the other famous phrase, right? I learn as much from my students as they learn from me. Like, it's like a famous teacher thing to say. So you'll be like, oh yeah, this 2600 rated GM who like trains 1200s, he learns just as much from his students as they learn from him. I can't imagine a top player staying sharp by reading, you know, Reinfeld books or something. No, it's that's a joke. I'm afraid. Silly story. So Gukesh maintains the flexibility of his kingside pawn structure. He covers queenside weaknesses with the rook. I mean, Gukesh is a tough cookie, right? Just like Aronian wouldn't give up yesterday because he had a scary position. Gukesh isn't going to give up just because he's playing for a draw in a tournament that he's going to finish with a quote-unquote, you know, embarrassing minus score. None of that matters. Gukesh just, you know, you don't need to hide. Somebody told you a silly anecdote, and I'm just telling you that my perspective on it is it's silly. You don't have to feel any kind of way about it. That's just sharing. Just sharing. So, in summary, Gukesh, he's not embarrassed when he's got a bad score the way other people are. He's not worrying about who's going to say this or that about him. He knows everybody's talking about him, and he still Most of us worry about what people think about us, and people don't even think about us, right? You're like, oh, when somebody sees my result from this tournament, it's so embarrassing. And you're like, nobody's even checking your box score. Nobody knows. Gukesh, everybody's checking on his stuff, and he doesn't care. He's just like, yeah, I'm just playing chess, and then working on it and trying to get better. And, people can say or think whatever they think about me, and they're going to. So, nothing for him to do about it, really. But let them do it. Yeah, I don't know enough about engine programming to say that, Alice. Like, I've never quite understood the concept of an engine that can't look more than one move ahead, because if it couldn't look more than one move ahead, you would think it would almost have to avoid trades because it can't calculate that it can recapture, right? Like, how would an engine ever... Let's say you got a pawn on d4 or d5 in an opening, right, that's attacked and defended a bunch of times. How would the engine know if their pawn in the center of the board was safe or not if it can't even look one move ahead? Yeah, Kutri, Wesley's got an interesting position. I evaluate his chances at just over a third of a pawn advantage. Oh, sorry, our finance. Alice Gaming over on Twitch asked me, how strong an engine could you make if it is not allowed to look ahead now? Right? So basically just evaluation, but no calculation function at all. But I've never quite understood, like, I can't quite answer the question because I've never quite understood enough about how engines are programmed to even understand what that means. Like, what's an engine that's literally looking 0 moves ahead? Like, how would it know when its pieces are defended or not? Right? Or how many times, etc. Wesley's king. Could his king be headed here? Where do you think Wesley's king is headed, folks? Just a general poll question to chat. Is the king headed to d3 to blockade, to b3 to blockade, to a1 to hide, to g3 via zigzag to push h4, or is he just taking the drawing version of a victory lap? Just run in a circle for fun. Just do some wheelies down the center of the highway, then head back to g1 or whatever and offer a draw. So the thing would have to use a thing where for every piece it counts how many times it's attacked and defended. But then would it have a rule to never let its pieces be attacked more than they're defended? Like, how would that balance out with other things, right? If it used that as a rule to just never have pieces that were on squares where they were attacked, that would really limit what it could do, right? Like, to safeguard its pieces with a blunt approach like that, I understand that kind of an approach you could avoid just simply hanging your stuff, right? Like after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, does the computer know if the pawn on e5 is defended or not? I don't see how it would know. But even if we did some really complicated thing where it counts all the pieces that are attacked and defended and make sure that none of its pieces are more attacked than they are defended or whatever, if it then put in a ban on itself from ever having its pieces exposed or hanging like that, I mean, think how that would make it unaggressive as a player, right? It would just be all huddled and playing like a hippo every game, basically. Yeah, I saw some comment like that once, Ivan, and I just don't understand how that makes sense or is possible. Like, I just can't understand it. It sounds like they cheated and then claimed it. To such an extent, I can't understand it. Like if somebody told you, like, that they now had some kind of transit, where they could get across continents in 1 second. If you couldn't understand their description of it, you would think they probably just making it up. And the way a lot of this stuff is trained now is by playing games against itself, but could it play games against itself while not calculating any of the games and draw some kind of conclusions about what good positions should or shouldn't look like? But I don't know. It's just beyond me. I'm sorry. Maybe I just shouldn't answer it all, and I should just stop at the questions beyond me. I'm sorry. All right, so Gukesh's rook tries to defend some weaknesses, but let's also note that Fabi's rook has actually gotten better. He was on the open file, which is nice in a way, but he's in position to look at all kinds of pawn weaknesses, right? This rook is really powerful here and probably headed to a5. So he's still looking very nice here. But, can anybody push Gukesh over the edge? They have to go the distance. They have to just fight forever, calculate hard. He saved a brutal endgame against Firouzja earlier this tournament. Must have been upsetting to Firouzja not to win. Bishop versus knight ending with an extra pawn from Firouzja. Pawns on both sides of the board. Queen a7. Here comes Wesley's king. I didn't see any guesses where the kings are going. You did zero calculation like the engine, right? Well, not exactly zero, though, Alice Gaming. Like, you were thinking the king would go to d3? Okay, that is without calculation, right? But when I suggested king g3, for example, to play h4, that's not zero. That, from me, for example, would not be possible to me with zero calculation, right? Like, how do we know that putting the king on g3 lets us play h4 defended by the king? I mean, to me, that's like 3 moves of calculation, honestly. I don't know. Maybe it comes down to some semantics about what is or isn't calculation. Right? But I'm putting the king on g3 to defend the h4 square, to play h4, where bishop takes h4, I've got king takes h4. Like, implicit in me putting my king on g3 is that I've calculated h4, bishop takes h4, I lose a pawn with my king on g1. With my king on g3, h4, bishop h4, king h4, I win a bishop. To me, I've calculated 2 variations there. And the plan of bringing the king to g3 is based on that. All right, so we've got one guess from Alice that the king might be headed to the d3 blockade square, where the knight used to live. Now the knight's doing this, and we've mentioned that black could sometimes maybe play d3, rook d7, rook d4 as a pawn sack. So maybe the king's... Whoops, sorry. Maybe Wesley's king going to d3. Any other guesses? I'm going to guess the king's going all the way to b3. We'll see. The queen re-centralizes. Well, I've seen it in a previous game too, Kutri, and I'm also detecting the pattern, but I'm calculating the pattern, Or, as I said, it may be semantics of how people define the word calculating, right? You may say, I'm not calculating it, I'm just playing out the pattern. But to me, the pattern is kind of an implicit calculation. I don't know. In that bishop takes h4 example. Ivan says the king could go to h6 like Nigel Short. Yeah. Look, Gukesh is being more responsible with time today than in the previous rounds, according to Jesse, but it's a different kind of game where he didn't have any deep calculation to go down. What's the point of bringing the king, Kutri? There could be two reasons to bring the king towards, let's say, b3. I could think of two reasons. One would be that in some cases it would let you move the knight off of b2 to d3. That would be one point, right? A second point could be that if you're planning to play h5 or f5, you might want your king further away from it. If you're going to open up the game. If you're going to play h4, h5 somehow, or f5, you might want your king far away when it happens. In that case, some people would even tuck it on a1. Hard to say. I mean, this pawn structure on the queen side doesn't offer a traditional castle for white's king, so they're going to have to bring their own sleeping bag and figure something out. It's going to be at best glamping for the white king on the queen side. So Nickel Alloy over on YouTube saying, folks, that Magnus said he doesn't calculate when he is in the flow. But I think that, looks like the king's not headed to d3 immediately. So possibilities, b3, a1, and the victory/drawing lap are the three possibilities for where the king's headed that still hold up. It's not headed to g3, it's not headed to d3. I think, Nickel, that comment also depends perhaps on how we define calculation. Like maybe he doesn't calculate with his internal monologue, but he calculates with just his eyes sort of just flashing a bunch of moves across the board. Maybe he just sees, but he's not making effort. Wait a minute, I've got a question about my h4 idea. Do you guys remember this question of like sacking a pawn with h4? Let's ignore where the king is for a moment. Let's put the queen back here, maybe, if that's where it came from. I don't know. Just look at this. h4, bishop takes. Remember I played like rook to the h file and black played g5 because I was trying to play queen g6? Wouldn't there have been maybe this possibility? If you imagine this, your queen's defending the rook, so there isn't bishop takes g5. And if your king were somewhere around like g2 or something, you could then go and trap the bishop with your king. Maybe? Maybe. It's another thought anyway. All right, queen on e8, king c2. We'll soon find out the destination of the king. What is Noterbeck's counterplay? For the moment, Noterbeck's just sitting tight. He's not playing any counterplay yet. From here, he's trying to prevent the move f5. Even if he plays h4, there is no point. Kutri, the point of h4 would be to bring the pawn to h5 and weaken the black king's pawn cover. Put some pressure on g6 or on the h file. That's the idea. I mean, if white could safely play h4, h5, it would be a beautiful plan. White has 4 against 3 on this side of the board, right? And a space advantage. So a pawn majority and a space advantage. That means the white pieces can maneuver better than the black pieces can. See, the black pieces have less space to get in each other's way. White pieces have mucho espacio, right? So it's in white's interest to advance their position over this side, strengthen, take more space, squish the opponent, etc. If the king is in the g file, that's bad. Not if you keep control of it, but obviously, or not obviously, but Wesley has evacuated the king from there, as we've been talking about, perhaps thinking that would make it even better when he advances over there, to not have the king there. And the winning square was b3. The only person who predicted b3 that I heard was me. Now, if he turns back around, the winning answer will be victory lap / drawing lap. It's interesting, there isn't even an expression for drawing lap. Sharing lap. Sportsmanship lap. Previously, Kutri, the black rooks were poised so that if white played f5, he could trade off all the rooks. Now black's repositioning to defend against f5 with the idea of takes, right? And then covering all the second rank with the rooks while doing so. However, that blocks the bishop, which means white can pretty freely go h4, h5 here, I think. Pretty freely. I think, part of the reason for this, probably, Kutri, is he doesn't want the knight coming back at him. He wants to be able to, like, bring the knight back here, keep it honest. Although, I mean, this is something you have to calculate, that the knight might cover this. Right? But I think that's part of the idea for the repositioning. When the rooks were on the f-file and the bishop was on e7, then black couldn't really necessarily keep the knight on a4 once the king was there, and the knight would come here and be stronger. So he's repositioned his pieces so he can maybe more quickly go after white's king if the knight leaves it. That's perhaps a piece of it. I'm sure he's calculating a bunch of lines. We're not even really guessing here. But now h4 from Wesley. See, that's what he wants. Wants h4. Rook f8, just waiting for it, letting it come. So now, if h5, there's pawn takes, and this is calculation, folks. It might not feel like a super exciting line, but that's basically the calculation when you ask yourself, can white push h5 yet? And then you play a move like, rook h1, preparing it. They're playing relatively quickly, both of them. There's quite a lot going on and probably lots of little underlying calculations. Like, I could imagine that a key line here is knight d3, rook here, knight takes, bishop here, right? That might be important. Have they both calculated it? I would guess so. Feels like they'd have to. Looks like it works out for black, huh? Yeah. Okay, I guess that one was easy. That was easy. I'm not going to claim they needed much time for that. King walks are always cool. I agree. Oh, true. His, entanglement means that Wesley's got access to a new square. And remember, these endgames are, super good for Wesley. He could go in with that queen if he even spotted it. But he plays my move instead. Sorry, folks. I'm a GM today. Wow, Sadler played 101 games. That's a big commitment. When h5 comes, could black play g5? Yeah, they could. In fact, right now they're pretty well poised to play g5 in the sense that they put the rook here so they could recapture against taking, and against f5 they could take this way. Oh, but white takes with the rook. They don't have. I mean, obviously the pawn is desirable, but rook takes is very playable for white as well. That's enough to constitute progress, because you just opened a file that you're going to have control over. You've got this little guy to take away the breathing space from the black king, right? So it's always worrying about back rank mates. 5th rank's not bad for this rook. You know, knight can come here. No, I mean, it's getting close for the black king, right? At some point, white's playing h6, e6, queen e5. But you got to calculate before you play h5, right? You can't just bang it out. He could also, at this point, play g5 to clamp everything if he's really confident that h5 is enough to break through. But then he's really kind of giving up on ever getting this e-pawn going through the center. He's basically saying he's going to win the whole game just on the h-file, right? You know, plus maybe his a-pawn or knight d3 at the right time going after c5. But g5 is super committal, as just the way h5 is. They're both super committal. So, I don't know. Maybe it's a moment where on move 39 of a game, you want to go knight d3, rook a7, knight b2, rook e7, and then, well, he's got 20 minutes. There's, you know, he doesn't need to repeat. He could just think. He could just take some time here. I would take some time, but I'm not on their level. Let's see how Fabi's doing. He's getting a bit low on time. Interesting that Fabi's getting lower on time more so than Gukesh, and Gukesh spots a resolution-ish. Gets his 7th rank doubled on. He gives up. He manages to trade off one of his weak isolated pawns for one of Fabi's healthy pawns. But his 7th rank gets doubled against. Wait, he's attacking this bishop. So if rook c7, is he planning to trade the bishop for the knight and then go rook g8? And then if the a-pawn's dead, he's done it. He's just calculated a win. He didn't need much time for it either. Gukesh just... such a good calculator. Escapes. Or invite other players, Kutri. You know, players who will play. They've tried so many stupid things to deal with players who won't play. Let me just say, right? I moved it up a while ago, Alice. Shocked you didn't see it. Just kidding. Yeah, I moved it up before to 0.36 when Noterbet gave the A pawn. And as the storm clouds gather, I'm going to move it up even more now because I do feel like white's got full control. It's looking very, very bad for black. Actually, I should go over 0.5 with what I'm seeing. I'm going to go 0.6. Feels like he's in range to play h5, g5, knight d3 first. I feel like he's got it going on. Other games dead. Just good defense from Gukesh. I got no problem with some games ending in draws. They've done so much crazy stuff to try and fight draws. Like you have to go to move 30, so the players play like 20 boring moves in like 1 minute, right? Or you have to this or that, or you have to play to move 40, or you can't offer draws. It has to be like a repetition on the board. They've never just used their freaking power as the people inviting players to tournaments to invite players who don't do that. Do the tournament organizers know nothing about chess? Can't they look at the games from their tournament? They run the same tournament for 10, 20 years, 30 years in a row, right? Can't they look at the games of the players and determine which players would be interesting to have at their tournament? And then if the players come to their tournament and don't play interestingly, they could just say, that player's now off our list for the next 5 years or 10 years or forever, right? Just ban them for sucking. Just the way you ban somebody for trashing a hotel room. Or punching a videographer. Just ban them for sucking. Like, we paid you $100,000 to entertain people and you didn't entertain people. It's the most obvious, simple remedy. You don't need any rules. And there's nothing even to argue with. It's not even controversial. Like, a player can't say, you have to invite me to your tournament. It's just your own thing. It would be like going to a venue and saying, why didn't you invite my band to come play here? Well, it's our venue, and we invited the people we wanted to listen to come play music at our venue. Or the people we thought that other folks in our community would enjoy listening to. Okay, so at least Wesley is stopping and thinking here, right? Big moment for Wesley here. G5, H5. He can still play, can't he, folks? Nobody even talks about has Wesley gotten old or anything like that, because they know he's not even playing. It's a moot question. Is he young or is he old? What's his stamina? Is he sharp? Is he this? Nobody even knows. When they talk about the clash between the younger players and the older players, right? It's like Fabi, Naka, Aronian versus Gukesh, Noterbeck, Prague, Aragaisi. Nobody even mentions Wesley anymore, but the answer to the question that nobody ever asked, does Wesley still got it? He's got it, right? Rook FH3. 7 minutes, and he calculated a ton during those 7 minutes, too. Rook there. So Noterbeck plays that pretty quickly, as if he's given up on life, right? He'd been fighting all tournament till now, but now he's given up on life. He's like, even Wesley came out of retirement for me. Wesley beat Gukesh only because Gukesh beat himself. That Wesley does all the time. Once or twice per tournament, somebody tries to beat Wesley and gets messed up. Gukesh did that to himself, of course, and he'll get better from it, which is fine. Shankland also always does that against Wesley. He always goes for it like crazy. Guns for him. So much so that Wesley even knows it's going to happen. He probably even drinks like a power shake the day he gets paired with Shankland, just knowing like, okay, this guy's going to come lose. I don't have a day off today. But this game, Wesley said, I'm going to beat you, Noterbeck. And Noterbeck, ay. What a brutal experience. Is it part of the chess tournament community to have games drawn by unspoken agreement, asks Eric Blair. Yes. Not everybody is in on that agreement or agrees to it, right? But yes. It's an element. Will there be a playoff between Prague and Fabi? Who knows and who cares? Won't be watching it. If Prague didn't want to play a classical game with Aronian today, why would I want to watch him maybe play a rapid game with Fabi? No, if I were really into rapid chess, maybe I'd watch it, but yeah, I don't care. There's probably a playoff. A lot of these tournaments have playoffs. So, has Noterbeck given up? He played that move so fast, or does he have an obvious plan against h5? Because I would say, folks, that GH, Rook h5, that's giving up. Like, now it's just a decisive advantage. I don't need to calculate anything. You don't need to tell me anything. We don't need to discuss. Like, that's signed, sealed. It's over. The king's trash. The h-pawn is a horrible weakness in target. f5 can be played at some point with just a massacre-ish pawn. Completely done. So what's going on here? You could counterattack the f-pawn while the rooks are away, but I calculated this really, really quickly and thought that it was not good for black. This position, I know I didn't 0-ply it. I used 3-ply, but that didn't look like it was it to me. And then I was like, is the point somehow g5, pawn takes like this? Maybe then you take the file? and an incursion. But now, how many pawns is black down? They must be down at least 2 pawns already, right? Technically. I know white's pawns are ragtag, so they're not really worth their number, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So white's already up 2 pawns. Controls this rook, I feel like, with knight d3. Right? And now, I don't know, I'm playing like rook d2 or something. White could pick a 4th pawn over here or take here. I don't... Counter the f-file. It's hard to believe it's so many pawns, right? I guess the white king's out in the middle of the open like a party. Maybe there's something that could go wrong. Maybe there's something could go wrong. But it feels like, yeah, maybe you hit the brakes a little bit with the f-file here. And you say, I'm already up 2 pawns. This is hanging. This is hanging. Stop the file. King's kind of trapped. Maybe there's some juice there. I guess there's a lot more responsibility on Wesley because he's the one who has to like undertake this stuff. Yeah. So maybe that's the plan. H5, G5, FG, double rooks on the F file. Take the file from the opponent. Maybe rook takes A2. Oh, yeah, show me that. That looks like the sauce. Rook A2. Wait a minute, but the queen and what army? You and what army are going to harm my king here? A knight like this can defend the king very nicely, but on top of it, you know, white's got rooks and queens straying across and black doesn't. I guess the other move would be like here, going for this. Again, white could take the second rank or play like this. It's just so hard to believe. Rook here doesn't threaten anything. Whoops, sorry. I mouse slipped your move. This move doesn't threaten anything, does it? You hope that it threatens B2. Well, who wouldn't? Now we're looking at miracles, right? Look at this miracle. Ah, H5 and G5 got played, folks. Look how fast Noterbeck is playing. He's just sending it, blitzing the moves. Wesley really thinking about all of his. Maybe, hang on, that went quickly. So Wesley just comes back. So he allows G takes F. Well, this he could have done without bringing the rooks over to the H file then. Well, without bringing the second rook over. He could have done this a move before. So this line here, I was just scoring a shocking save for black, but as Unleash points out, first time chatter, giving us the truth, the rook could just take here. That would stop the B2 threat. That would be the simplest for white. I'd managed to do something like rook F3, B2, rook takes, check here, check here. I was a moment away from delivering the final blow. I wasn't even going to take the queen on E4. So that was a miracle. But I still don't quite believe in it. Rook A2 was very, very good spot. It's good to spot things, then it's good to calculate them correctly. There's multiple levels to it. So here would have been like rook D2, rook F3, and I believe in white. Maybe I would just take another pawn over here because I don't yet know what black's doing, right? What harm is there in eating every pawn? This, I don't quite understand why Wesley didn't do this. He did not take the pawn. So he played H5. g5. And here, I don't see the problem with letting black take the f-file. There's probably some very devilish calculation I didn't see. But now we get this kind of a scenario, and there's still some legs in Noterbeck's position. I mean, I don't think he wants to let this pawn go to f5, so he absolutely can't allow f5. He's got to keep his eyes either on e5 or the f-file or something. Too much risk for him. It's true that Wesley is getting a little low on time, but he has made move 40, so he has 40 minutes plus the 30-second increment. So something like this could happen, right? And maybe here. And now if rook f7, queen f7, maybe your opponent takes over a file, so maybe you try not to let them take the file. If you are Wesley, bishop g5, trade, knight here. Is there still rook here? The travesty. I feel like if I do this, I have to be really fast making room for the king, right? Because they're going to give perpetual here. Right? I need the c-pawn already gone. Maybe I could do a thing right here. Hang on. Could I do maybe like a half measure with a5? Can black give up the f-file? It keeps going back to the game instead of my analysis. It's saying I'm analyzing too much. a5. I'm not sure if the trades help white, Kutri. They seem to progress the game. White's advantage may or may not be enough to win. I'm not sure. Here. Can I do anything while that rook's way off there? I strangely can't seem to move any white piece. Anywhere better, right? So maybe I have to try some version of knight d3. Let's double check this calculation. Is there anything white can try here after this? Feels kind of strange not being able to do anything. But as far as I can tell, black's still mating. Very important. Okay, let's try something else. Let's try with a5 again. a5, rook a7. I think here Kutri's saying that I could maybe play a6. So let's see what that's about. The point is when they take to come in, Kutri. So I could do that with the pawn on a5 or on a6, right? I just have to find some kind of useful move here while waiting. I'm almost in Zugzwang, though. There's not a lot I can do, so I see why you're playing a6. You're trying to at least truly do something. Okay, I like your idea, a6. If black could somehow still mark time, I could maybe play queen b7 next, Kutri. That's what decided me to try your a6 move. Right? Then queen takes, pawn takes. I can play rook f7. Your bishop can't get back to b8, so your queen has to guard b8. And then finally my knight will be free to go knight d3, knight c5, and break through with the b pawn and win the game. So this move actually threatens something. You know, if black can just play king g8, king h8 forever, I need something to do. So we'll have black take the pawn because white's actually threatening something. And then we'll come in. Queen c6, rook f8. Calculated that. Rook somewhere, rook f7. Felt that. Woo! Kutri! a6. a6. a5, a6. The little pawn that could break the opponent's coordinates. Whoo la la. Now Noterbeck's thinking a lot after rook f1. It's interesting that he played those moves so fast just before. But we still got a fight on our hands. I believe in that, Kutri. I don't see any defense for black against the A pawn rushing here. I love it. I don't see anything to do. Maybe try this move, stopping queen b7. And with the idea that once you get here, you make some major threats. Oh, king g8, so I can't play rook f7. That's obvious too, yeah. All right. I'm sorry, we're going to have to bury the A-pawn rush. It's too soon. What if we traded the rook and then pushed the A-pawn? That's the easiest thing ever. Sorry. That's like so simple. It shows my total like lack of certain methods, and you know, they're just things I just never think about. Yeah. Suppose you could also play queen a8 check first if you want, but this is really a very easy method of ending the game. I think they could, you know, bring the king out this way, the queen out this way. Oh, and if king here, there's check. Queen here takes. Is this a draw? Check here, check here, mate. It's not even a draw, it's a win that they're threatening. Knight a4 to keep the queen out. They fight back with their pawn. We flex our king position. Threaten mate here. Queen trade, knight trades d2, king c2 is done, so they have to go here. We continue. They resign. And that's how it's done in Russia, folks. Queen takes, pawn takes, e5, c5, e4, c6, e3, c7, e2, c8 equals queen, and white wins. We calculate one more variation in old country. We calculate one less variatsk. Final variatsk. I already calculate, but I show. Yeah, one last variatsk. Attends. Variatsk. Two variatsk. Okay. Very good. Or okay, with check. Queen c5, then d2. Good point, Ivan, but this is what I was really after. This is what I was truly after. But it was a very good find that you saw a way to hang your queen and win the game. That would have been beautiful. Let's show Ivan's vision here, because it's beautiful as well. We go queen. If the king comes here, we're going to assume he's Matsky. Yeah? Matsky. This you don't calculate. It's mate. But this beautiful variatske, check. A block. A check. A block. Boom. Yeah. Very nice, Ivan. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, but still we win. So, yeah. So, very nice, Wesley. I'm gonna up his evaluation even more just from me calculating, you know. 0.85. I don't know. Everything else is done. So I think we just calculate and chill. Just enjoy. Just enjoy. We got to move here. Noterbeck with the trade. Recapture. Oh, yeah. Trading twice puts the queen on. Yeah, Wesley says, no queen f4, rook f7 for you. Not falling for it. Saw it all already. Playing these moves instantly because he pre-calculated. And now you can see rook f7, rook f4 would be the position we calculated. I mean, honestly, there's no reason I didn't put the eval bar to completely winning if I don't see anything that's not completely winning, right? I should switch it. I should put the eval bar where I believe instead of always hedging. There's something I'm missing. Well, I don't think so. I'm just going to put it to winning for now. 1.5 is appropriate. Rook f7. And they're playing every move that we predicted, so that should also cause us to have some faith in ourselves, right? If they play every move that we predicted and we only saw variations winning for white, then let's give Wesley a winning advantage and say, look at that. Look what the world would be like if Wesley So played chess. Can you believe he's this good without ever practicing? Actually, I don't know. Maybe he practices at home and then just doesn't play when he gets to tournaments. That would be crazy, right? If, like, Wesley has, I don't know, Fabi over to play hard-fought 10-game classical matches at home, then they go to tournaments, and Wesley's like, yeah, I'm not quite ready. Just makes 10-move draws with everybody after winning a 10-game classical match against Fabi at home. Yeah, that would be amazing. I hope that's what happens. I hope that's what happens. I hope somewhere there are a bunch of great Wesley games that he just plays in private that nobody's seen. And he's like completely in form and in training at all times and just nobody knows. Oh yeah, prophylaxis? That's insane. I do hope it's true. I mean, if you look at this game, he's playing like somebody who's very good at chess. I literally haven't seen a Wesley So game in like 5 years until this one here. That's what I feel like. I feel like, you know, like if some great painter stopped painting for 20 years and then they painted again, everyone's like, oh my gosh. It's like that. I'd be amazing. Beautiful game. King g8. So here I'd looked at bishop g5 previously. Queen and knight against queen and bishop is like the best possible situation for Wesley, really. So here he go rook f7, queen f7, a5 maybe. There's just one idea. I mean, queen f3 is the obvious move here. I'll just say that's the super obvious move. But it's possible that he can also play very straightforward like this. King can't take because of queen h7, right? So queen takes. Now, queen a8. For a moment, I rejected this because of queen f3 check, but that's like the kind of way I lose a blitz game. He could just play queen a8. Then I was thinking like, oh, maybe you should play a5 first, right? But then a5, you know, you still have to work your way through this kind of variation. We did it once before. It was winning for white. I'm sure it's winning again, right? But this is the kind of move that ends a game if you can just play it, right? If the queen has to go defensive, you start pushing this pawn, right? I mean, the game is over. The game is over because now your king can always escape perpetuals this way. He can go, now you see me, now you don't. You can't have your queen and bishop ready on each side of the b pawn. I mean, the a pawn's coming home. He could win with knight d3, c5. He could bring his queen into the central light squares. You know, queen c8's an evil, creepy move here. After queen a8, could you play king g7? Yeah, there's the rub. So then if queen takes, you're going to give the perpetual, right? Famous chess technique, the perpetual. Yeah. So after king here, you'd have to leave your queen on this, and you'd have to open up the corridor for the king, right? Or another technique that I think is decent, you could put the knight here. So now if the queen goes to f3, you take the queen, but they do have queen f1 here, right? Yeah, that's still a draw. So you have to go a5, preparing the exit. Do we have a move from Wesley here? Not yet. Yeah, Jake Heith. I'm not going to watch a blitz tiebreak. That's true. Apparently, Jake Heith has the answer that somebody was wondering about before, about whether or not there'd be a tiebreaker that in rapid. No, there will be a tiebreaker in blitz, apparently. I might stay on for some other purpose. Depends how we're feeling here. Actually, just a sec. Let me check. Chérie? Comment te sens-tu? Comme ce matin ou un petit peu mieux?
Like I can eat another cookie.
Tu aurais intérêt à un autre cookie? Lequel est-ce que tu as?
Chocolate chip, please.
Ok, on en a.
Thank you. I finished my smoothie.
Super. Et si tu veux, à un certain moment, tu peux avoir de la vraie nourriture aussi, peut-être, ou on peut sortir respirer dans le jardin, etc. Moi, je vais travailler tant que tu n'as pas besoin de moi, mais si jamais tu as besoin de moi, tu me signes rien, parce que j'arrête le travail quand tu veux. Ok. Ou on peut faire de la vraie nourriture. Tu pourrais brosser tes dents si ça te rafraîchit. Ou on pourrait faire un bain.
Dad,
Ouais.
do those bars count as plein nourriture?
Oh oui.
Okay, sure, maybe I'll have like half of one.
Ça te donnera de la vraie force après un jour sans manger.
Dad, I'm eating a cookie.
C'est superbe. C'était ton rêve hier matin, n'est-ce pas? Quand tu étais positif, tu as dit « Ah, je vais passer la journée à manger des cookies » et puis après 2 heures, soudain, tu as trouvé « Quoi? Je suis vraiment malade, c'est pas si super que ça après tout. »
Last time I had COVID, I wasn't that sick.
C'était sans
remember?
symptôme, t'étais juste dans ta chambre cosy et tout. Ok, tiens, je te donne ça. Oh, c'est bien si l'appétit commence à revenir.
It's good to be able to eat a cookie.
Ouais. Je sais
Did
que
you eat
ça.
all of those except that one?
Il reste
Oh, two.
le de gauche.
Thank you.
De rien. Je suis heureuse de te voir manger des cookies. Ça fait du bien. Okay, sorry, just checking on the patient. So, we probably got to move here or not? No, he hasn't moved. Okay. He's got 30 more minutes than it shows for anyone who wasn't here. So, yeah, I mean, rook f7 looks winning, but what did we say? We said here, here, queen here, maybe the king, right? Maybe the king. And then I said a5 should be okay, right? What can black really do? They could sack, takes, check, here, right? So we've got our escape hatch. If they go here, it's clear they're not catching our king. No perpetual or anything like that. But they get back the piece. So now we need something to win with. We need a pass pawn because our extra piece is gone. I'm tempted to go try and checkmate over here. I know there's also king c5 as a more like tame approach. What if we approached with checks? Because king h6 doesn't improve that king's position, does it? It actually gets him mated even faster. And there's queen here, and trading queens loses. We could take this and this. Hide away. And this kind of position is totally lost for black. Not super convincing to win the queen ending. It sort of worked. I like this king g7. That was good thinking. Acid Flute had that one. Definitely some technical difficulties. Yeah. Okay. So what if we play a5 here instead of queen a8? Oh, then this is the same variation, right? Bishop here, check, here, here, here. It's the same exact variation, right? Which might be winning. Just to be clear, it might be winning. Maybe we should tighten that screw? What do you think? Black can win the h-pawn because it's on a dark square, but we tighten the screw for a moment on the king. The theory is that basically if black brought the bishop to deal with this, and we went into this endgame, my theory is that this a-pawn queens in the time that black's taking the h-pawn. That's the concept. Queen f6 looked easier. Queen f3 looked easier. Than any of these variations, Kutri. You mean from the current live position for Wesley? If he just plays queen f3, that looks easier to you than any of this stuff. What about h6? That's a move too here, right? Delaying the trade. Remember, in this position here, I was originally playing the move bishop g5 for Noterbeck in this position, right? Trying to take control of the f file and stop this pawn from coming in to where it's evil. So chess name, that variation that you mentioned, yeah, we had that one. That was king g7, g5, and then the bishop would take, escaping from the queen and saving the king from stuff. Now, could you maybe still win with a5, a6, etc.? Very possible. Very possible. But honestly, I feel like that h6 move just now was more of a nail in a coffin. Right here. h6. Like, how are you supposed to play after that move as black, right? My first variation was something like this. Bishop g5. Oh, this was with the trade, right? But, okay. Nobody ever agreed with me. White's queening here, right? This was over, right? Technically, you can avoid the pawn queening if you rush home right now, right? And then white just brings the king here. And black's not doing anything. And didn't capture the h-pawn in that way, right? So That looks crushing. And I would think that h6 on the current move, without the trade, would be somewhat similar. But I got to be honest, folks. Like, I think the queen and knight against queen and bishop, that is like a recipe. That is a recipe for a win. Like, it doesn't get much better other than the pure knight versus bishop. If we trade queens, it gets even better. I agree. But no rooks, I would say, is perfect for white. Perfect for white. I think this is just winning. And if we just put this in, how's black stopping queen a8? Yeah, we're really going to tie black down here. It's completely over. Completely over. I don't think there's much to say about black anymore here. 15 minutes. Let's make the most of it. What happens in 15 minutes, Charlie? Tell me something about your life. So I can visualize you over on the East Coast with a bunch of other people with that New England. What happens at 15 minutes? You take one of your kids to a hockey practice or something? Son's hockey team! Oh, come on. I nailed that one. That's a 100%. Bullseye. Bullseye. I even said practice, not game. I just guessed. I was going specific. I guessed. Practice. It's Wednesday. It will be early in any kind of season. I don't know exactly when games are. I just felt like Wednesday afternoon, it's a practice. We have not looked at queen f3 much, Gren Bork. Like, we haven't calculated anything. We put queen f3 on the board and said, that looks winning for white. And then that's everything we did about it. Okay, J. Keith is saying, if we played h6 without the trade, then maybe queen c6 taking over some mighty diagonal. And idea is like you could go to h1 at some point and harass the kingy. So I'm just going to start making the escape hatch for the king. I would claim right now that all three approaches we've talked about win for white. Queen f3, h6, and rook takes f7 followed by h6. If I had to move at the moment, I would trade on f7 and then play h6. I think that's the cleanest. We've got our queen on the long diagonal, so you could call it the queenest. I've got everything there. I've got the, another piece off the board. Every piece off the board is a step in the right direction. But I'm going to claim I can win this position here with white against queen c6 as well, I think. Black's a long way from perpetuating my king, who's got different angles to go. I've got this cramping the black king. I'm up a pawn. I've got a passer. I've got a breakthrough. I've got this idea here that if you come there, I start to come in and try and make you super passive. And I may or may not have calculated a teeny tiny variatsk where I do this with my queen hanging. And if you take her, I defend my e-pawn. I might have calculated it. So I still think I can eke out a win for white here. Oh, Wesley's going to win today, Hockey Chess Dude. It is a momentous occasion. It's a momentous occasion. Rook f7, called it. 30 minutes. It says he took on that beauty. Was it 30? It was more like 20 minutes, right? I don't know. The clocks don't look quite right. I mean, the timestamps don't look quite right. The clocks are right. Not only is Wesley going to win, he's going to be the only one to win. Is he going to tie for first place too? This tournament is such a feeble tournament. I know Gukesh handed him one game, so he might only need... Yeah, he's going to tie for first place in the tournament. What happened? What happened? And Aronian and Prague are just like taking a nap the whole time. What? He plays a different move than any of us here. Queen c6. Interesting. Obviously, a lot went into this move. But I don't immediately understand it. Okay. One question, Queen F1. In this situation, we've sort of suspected that this position would be a draw by repetition, right? Right? I didn't like 100% confirm everything before, so we'll just confirm it now. Before I was thinking, you know, maybe there's this square. I hadn't double checked. Queen check, knight blocks. Queen check, king here. How could the king ever get away, though? It's not really going anywhere. Yeah, it's got no hiding spot. I don't need to double check it. So against Queen F1, the plan isn't to take this. Maybe win a pawn here. King comes here. And then come here. Defending the third rank. There's only one check over there. And then the queen assists the knight. Try to come from below. H3 instead of Queen F5. Oh my god. Yeah, sorry. Thanks, Kutri. H6 here would have been faster. I was calculating an unnecessarily long variation there. H6 here. Murderous. Yeah. Because then here there's Queen E8 mate. Here there's Queen F5 trading queens. I think you guys know how the endgame goes. We already saw white win this endgame when the queens were traded, when black had a pawn on e6 and white didn't have a pawn on f5. Basically, all you need to know is that if bishop g5, the a-pawn queens, so you can't go take this pawn. So, you know, white goes knight d3 and just goes about winning everything. That's decisive. The queen's on a leash then. Queen e6 is winning. So that explains Wesley's move. He infiltrates the light squares and ties this queen down. Now, if I were black, I'd get my king here while I can. Because I still fear this box. I think it was a powerful winning option as well. Available to him. And certainly, you know, if black plays something like, you know, bishop e7 or king h8, we might see Wesley turn that screw. So I would say the king should get out while it can. And then the question is, would he just start collecting? Right? Is that the plan then? I'd say no, right? That's too strong. So his queen's not directly threatening to collect everything. So would he maybe go knight to d3? That opens up this possibility. Can you play h6? Well, king takes h6, right? I'm getting dizzy. I'm gonna get some water.
You okay?
Oui. Quand je bois pas assez de l'eau.
You're right. I'm not drinking enough water either. I need more water. My cup's right there. If you can fill it.
Si nous avons regardé nos écrans pendant 2 ou 3 heures, peut-être tu veux lire un livre pour 10 minutes?
I finished my book, remember?
Oui, donc un autre livre.
Dad?
Oui.
Okay, tell me again now. I didn't hear what you last said.
J'ai dit un autre livre. Je sais que tu as fini ton livre. Tu pourrais lire autre chose
I
pour 10
don't
minutes.
think I have another one. But
Peut-être fais une page de maths. Comme ça, tu regarderas pas ton écran pour 10 minutes. Ou tu peux te reposer 10 minutes et juste boire de l'eau. Oui, ça te va?
no, wait. Can I have more food?
Oui, qu'est-ce que tu veux?
Different food.
Tu veux de la soupe?
No.
Elle était très bonne, la soupe. Tu veux du pain?
Can I have snacks?
Get some good rest, our finance. Catch you next time. Oh, I'm doing much better, Hockey Chess Dude. I was in full-on COVID a couple days ago, and now I'm pretty much better. J'ai des chips ici, j'ai des noix ici, mais si tu veux une vraie nourriture, je peux chercher quelque chose en bas.
Can I have a different kind of chip?
Quelle sorte?
Pita?
Ils sont pas encore ouverts.
Oh.
On a comme 3-4 paquets qui sont ouverts, donc on devrait faire des progrès sur quelque chose qu'on a.
We have those ones.
Au moins 2 différents types de chips au maïs, oui.
And then
Je sais pas.
like rice.
Les poufs avec fromage
Oh, I love those.
que tu avais mangé l'autre jour.
Can I have this?
Oui, c'était un peu dangereux cette couleur avec ce lit.
Oh, sure.
Tu veux t'asseoir sur la chaise?
It's okay, we can have something else. That chair is not comfortable. The back is really big and really. I'll have some of these.
Tiens, commence avec ça. Elles sont bonnes, moi je trouve.
I don't think I should put my hand in.
Ok, donne-moi ton assiette. Dans une arbre, c'est bien. Alrighty. Queen c6, and Noterbeck thinking a long time. Man, this position's lost. I feel like Noterbeck should have used his time when his position was not guaranteed lost, right? Makes more sense. Well, JK, thank you for the data that shows I was right. I'm glad the advice worked. And yes, rating points come and rating points go. But there are patterns to when they come and when they go. Some patterns. So losing everything at 3 a.m., that makes sense. That checks out. King G7. I'm not sure what to do against this, right? Didn't find anything, so I'm going to drop my sensei eval. Drop it all the way to 1. I'm not sure what to do after king g7. I know we're still in a great position-ish. But, I mean, you got to win, too. We got to win it. Could we play a5? And then on bishop takes a5, play queen c5? Let's just try that for a second. Put a variation on the board. Boom, boom, de-boom. We get checked, right? That's the issue. Get checked. Right on, Charlie. Have fun. Oh, man. I gave up my my knight for this. Check. At least I know this pattern. This is a cool pattern to know, right? Matovich. So the king's going to have to come here. Then we can take this. Again, the king should never go to g7 because somebody pointed out we can always play h6 then. So then we're looking at like king here. Check. And whichever direction the king goes, I'm actually trying to win with just my e-pawn here. I'm not even playing king takes a5, right? That just encourages the opponent to perpetual check me. I'm going to go here. I threaten check and mate. You can imagine a second branch in your heads, maybe, folks, if the king were on g8, I could play the same move with the idea of queen f7, queen f8. Or maybe I could just play h6. And it might be even better. Does black have any defense right here? I want to check and mate. The king can't move. The queen, the only way to get to f7 is here, and then we take her. This wins. This wins. This is a cold variation. Wesley's played already, by the way. He played quickly. He played knight d3. Wow. We didn't know what he would do then after queen f1, did we? Oh, but I think we figured it out now. Is it queen d7? Figured it out now, meaning just now on the fly. I'm putting it together, maybe. Believing in what he did here. 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 And I'm just going to go queen f5. Queen takes, pawn takes, king takes. Not 100% the easiest ever. Huh. King starts to run. Bishop e7. Wow. Some kind of sorcery. Keeping him honest. No queen f1. What say we play the most blunt move now? There's no check on f3 yet, right? They'd have to trade to earn the check. Check here. I mean, does anybody think there's going to be a perpetual now? The king's running. What there is a pawn that's like as fast as white's pawns. But again, checkmate. So handy to just checkmate the dude. Queen g2. Full on retreat. Basically, he should have played h6 instead of queen c6. We were 100% right on that. That said, he's still kind of winning because he's threatening a5, he's threatening knight g5, he's threatening knight c5. I mean, he's not threatening knight c5. I mean, you know, if the bishop goes to d8 to stop a5, right? He's just too much ahead. He's winning no matter what moves he plays kind of here. We're going to nudge it back up a little bit just over the winning line. As Noterbeck plays queen f8. Kind of assuming the position. A5. Again, looks very logical. G5 is not necessarily to be sneezed at either. Kind of bottling the king back up. But G5 does give the black queen the F5 square. Maybe I'm not a fan of that. I don't know. Let me see. Right on our knight, which is also a perpetual. Yeah, I think I can't give the queen that square right now. So I'm basically A5 is my only candidate move at the moment. But how many candidate moves do you need when you've got this? Chess is often a game of inches at the top levels where, you know, you need 10 moves of preparation to push one pawn one step maybe, right? But this looks like a major step that is threatening to be a quick sprint to the finish line there. I don't see what black's doing. Nothing. Queen over to c8 to try and recoup the queen side a little bit, I guess. It's the best I can suggest. But as white, I think you're happy when the opponent goes passive like that. And maybe now we could play g5 with no queen f5 to bother us. Yeah. That looks powerful. Knight f4 can't be stopped here. And it should be enough to checkmate. I don't think we have to worry about queen a3 really. But we could confirm maybe. Yeah, this is pleasant. This is going swimmingly. Bishop f8. Something like this. And then mop up. More 10 move variations. A5. Maybe a5 queen d8. So that on g5 you could play bishop takes. And the point is against this move, you go to a5 even though you didn't catch the pawn. What you're really going for is the king. So then this move would be logical to me. If they take, we take here with a checkmating attack pretty quickly. We could come back, play something like this. Oh yeah, also once my queen's here, I can play king a4. Previously, a check on e8 or d7 would have pushed me back, but now I can block. So I can just bring the king up and start pushing the pawn and bring the king and everything. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah. A5. Wesley's using a lot of time. Rarely seen him use time like this on a game, right? using the full first and second time controls. God. What the rest of us would give to be able to play chess like you, Wesley. To be able to just see the board and feel the pieces and know the plans. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a, chérie?
Oh, my hair got stuck in these things.
Uh-huh.
Because my hair is not well brushed.
Je chercherai ta brosse un peu de temps. Oh, he's made his move. Queen b7. I'm guessing all his moves wrong in this phase. I don't think everything I'm looking at is wrong, though. Well, I didn't guess all his moves wrong. I guessed right about trading rooks. But his technique he's using here is weird. I don't even think mine is necessarily worse at every step. Like, I really believe in h6 at the beginning of this, right after the trade. Keeping the black king bottled in, I think, was very helpful. This feels much more chaotic and hard to manage. I don't know what he's doing here after, say, king h6. Maybe he'll go back to c6, threatening the pawn on e6. I don't think the king wants to go back. That's the wrong direction. Like, king back, and again, you push or work on this. So king h6. Maybe then he goes here. And if queen here, he takes. And he's already somehow won a tempo for his outlet. And now the clock's run out on the black king. Wow, okay. No, that actually seems pretty easy. So queen b7 before a5. And then a5 next move with the queen in contact with that bishop. And then there's one move, king f7, that keeps the bishop defended, right? That doesn't allow queen takes bishop. But it blocks the queen. So then there's no counterplay or excursions from black if you go a5, a6. Also, it opens up, maybe white wants to do this. Or even simpler, here. Trade the queen and push the a-pawn. That's autopilot. Then Wesley's cat could win the game. Okay, queen b7 was nice. Maybe I have to concede that was a nicer touch than what I was going to do there with a5. I can even understand this move. It's very intelligible. Aye, aye, aye. I see any kind of a move for... for Noterbeck here? Il devrait être after care. Nudge it up a tiny bit. I'm not seeing any moves for black at all. Sorry, I'm kind of lurking down there. Still a little bit tired. A little bit weak. So, I mean, I've only looked at king moves here, right? King h6, king f7, king g8. We beat them all easily. Would queen d8 do anything to change a5? No. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a? T'as quoi?
It's hard to write like this.
L'écriture, c'est difficile. Pas la matière,
It's easier to
cette
write
fois?
like this,
Oui.
but I don't
T'as pas le force de t'asseoir comme ça? Est-ce que tu es encore sur la même page que hier? Oh, t'as presque fini la page, c'est bien.
1, 2, 3. How are there so many zeros? It's hard to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7. Okay, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124,
par sens chaque fois cette fois au lieu de par 10.
Yeah.
Beau travail, chérie, beau travail. Félicitations. T'as très bien fait. Okay, we gotta move. It's king g8. Right, so king h6, I had a line for Coutre played here, and then against a5, queen f1, I just took. Queen d3 check, king a4. And white's threatening mate in 1 on f6. Very hard to get the king out of that little box, right? And I'd played queen a3, king b5 last time, resigned. You know, queen c4, queen f6 is the same thing. Black could try and bring the queen over here to defend at this point, I suppose, huh? And then we're looking at queen check, king here. I see. Yeah, that could still be something. Okay, let's see what's happening. King g8 played. Queen c6. Wesley continues to twist and turn the knife. Still doesn't go for a5, queen f1. Prepares to move queen e6 check. So now black's got to defend that pawn. King f7 is going to lose to queen f3 very easily. And if queen f7 gets played, then you're no longer playing queen f1, right? Oh my god. He's done it very, very cleanly, actually, right? Just dancing on those light squares is that queen. And again, this queen c6 move is easier than my long a5 calculation. There's just nothing to this, is there? I mean, I guess there's one line he had to calculate slightly, which is check here, right? Oui.
Can I do that again?
Oui.
Just make sure it's like enough time to let you know.
Tu penses que c'était 10 minutes au moins?
I don't know. I wasn't looking at the timer counting or anything.
C'était un peu court, mais t'as bien fait. T'as encore faim, mais tu peux pas me dire qu'est-ce que je pourrais te chercher. Hein?
I'm a bit hungry, but I don't really know.
C'est
I
qu'on
think I
arrive.
should eat in bed. I'm getting a lot of crumbs.
Ok.
See?
Ah oui, oui, c'est vrai. Wer nie im Bett mit Krümel lag, weiß nicht, wie Krümel pieken. Wer nie im Bett gegessen hat, weiß nicht, wie Krümel pieken.
I'm new to your saying. I thought I didn't.
Celui ou celle qui n'a jamais mangé au lit ne sait pas à quel point les miettes piquent. Piquent. Ça veut dire que ce soir, les miettes vont te piquer.
Yeah, I know.
Tu vas regretter ton repas pendant que tu essaies de dormir. Mais dans ma vie, j'ai pas vraiment trouvé que les miettes font si mal que ça. Hey, Alexander. Yeah. Thanks for coming back. I tried to watch a little bit of the St. Louis stream earlier this week, and couldn't take it either. So this would be okay. Well, we've got to move. Let's see what's the move. We got queen c6, queen h6. What is this? With you, Grenborg. With you on that one. So what's the plan against queen e8? It is bishop f8, right? So queen e8, bishop f8, and if you go knight c5, there's queen e3 check, king b4, something, something. You know, Alexander Sue, I've heard only good things about Peter Svidler. But when I watched that setup with him in front of a computer engine, for me, it sucked. It was just rattling through engine moves. The engine, if anything, was making him go even faster than a super grandmaster because it's confirming everything for him so he doesn't have to think about anything. I found it all just empty. Yeah, it was nothing. It was nothing for me. I was like, resignation has come after Queen E8, Bishop F8, G5. That's so elegant. He doesn't push his A pawn. He doesn't take the C pawn. Just finally forces the queen trade. And Noterbeck resigns. And we can go over some of those variations there that somebody was asking about. But, you know, it's hilarious that what he's done is not won the opponent's pawn nor queened his pawn. What he's accomplished after 10 million hours of maneuvering, right, is trading the queen. And then, of course, it's implied that the A-pawn will go win the game. But, yeah, hearing the three of them discuss, it was basically the three of them were just discussing the computer. And it was like I wasn't learning anything. I was assuming that most people couldn't even follow what they were saying. It was going so fast. It was just like a non-human speed to me. It just didn't make any sense. I didn't see what anyone at any rating level was supposed to get from the show. It's completely boring to me. Completely devoid of anything on any human level to think about. Psychological effort, what you're calculating, what you're thinking about, the board, the tournament situation. I didn't feel anything from any of it. And I know I'm always so negative about everybody. I'm sorry. I've heard he's the greatest from many people. That's why I clicked to watch. I thought, oh, you know, I'm lying here with COVID. I'll watch a few minutes of this. And I'd rather just stare at the game blankly. All right, so we had a question about that King H8 line, right? So it was Queen C6 here, Bishop E7 here. Amazing move. Queen G2. If you look at these moves now, we worked through so many details, right? If you look at these moves, it almost looks like Wesley's just doing, like, just incanting some kind of magic. Look at his queen move on this diagonal. Queen C6. There is a little knight move that changes something, right? Queen back to G2. What? Queen F8. Now queen to B7. Now queen back to C6. What was that, right? What was that? Queen to C6, queen to F3, to C6, to G2, to B7, to C6. What even happened? and then Black's just like, yes, I give up. It's just magic. But okay, where was the line? Somebody was asking me about it. It was like Queen C6. No, somebody just had a good question. About King, was it King H6 for Queen F1? The King H8 line, downpour, right, okay. What was the move in the King H8 line? All right. Queen F1 instead of Queen H6, Queen E6 check, King to H8, I said, was the one move that would hold on for a moment here, right? It doesn't instantly lose with check. For anyone wondering, like, the king can't go this way because of Queen F5, and if the king goes here, then white just turns the screws with H6, right? So this is what we needed to check. And I said there was one line to calculate in Wesley's conception, and it was this line. Now let's see if we can get it. Thank you, downpour. So maybe this move, Queen F5, might be simpler than we thought the situation was, even without the check. No, there's Queen D1, not Queen B1, Queen D1. Queen D1, king here. Queen here, king here. So white's a little paralyzed and not comfortable having the queen here. The checks would end if black gave this check, and I don't think black maybe even wants to give that check. It seems like it would just help white get things even better coordinated. But bear in mind that black can't bring the bishop out. You want to grab the A pawn maybe. Yeah, I think you'll lose quickly there, because now your queen's out of range of further checks. So I'm going to come in like so. Your bishop's tied to checkmate. Right? So you have to defend your bishop now, right? You've got no checks. And then I creep. 1 second, I'll be right back. We'll keep working on this. Yeah? I mean, I'm on stream. If you need something briefly and immediately, I can. Okay, we still have a while before that. You know, it's near the end of this. Okay. So Alexander, this line is pretty convincing, right? The queen creeps in first. Because if I first try to build the wall with my pawns, then maybe black's queen comes back to defend, and we might say, oh, it's not obvious how much white's winning. But this move basically delivered checkmate, huh? That move was everything. So here, black's kind of at a standstill. I'm not saying that I'm obviously winning immediately, but I've stopped all the checks. I want to put my pawn on h6 just to take away black's options even more with queen c8 and stuff. And I also could go a5, a6 if things came to a full standstill for both sides, right? I'm not lacking things to do. So I think you don't want to play queen d1, because right now at least you're attacking the knight with check, so that's tying white's queen a little bit. But what does black want to do? h6 just to avoid white playing h6 maybe? All right. Maybe something like that would be clever. Now there's not the same checkmate box on the black king, so you could try something like this with queen d1, etc. Yeah, that's not so easy to beat for white. A little bit frozen there. So maybe h6 is a good move here for black to slow white down. Now if I'm white, I'm looking at knight f4. But I don't think I can avoid the perpetual then. Here there's mate, and queen c2 there's this, yeah. Yeah, so that's not a full solution either, right? Check here, h6. And white has not done the deed yet. Also important point, if I go a5, bishop here, a6, check here, check here. This move will keep white from escaping perpetual. So, queen f1, check. Maybe check's not even right? What if it's the same move as in the game, Alex? Or Alexander, sorry. What if we do this? We check here. Again, queen f8 we win. King g7 we win, so the bishop comes back. We force the bishop back first. Then we check. And wherever the king goes, queen f6, like in the game. So he wasn't even going to take the pawn on e6. We got hypnotized by, like, you can take a pawn with check, right? Hypnotized. But surely Wesley sees this in like 2 seconds. We beat around like all these long variations forever. But it's this, like in the game. Like against Queen H6 in the game. I didn't see where white could bring the queen back to f1 in those queen e6 lines. Because black's controlling f1, right? Oh no, if I left the queen on d2, I see what you're saying. Like here I was playing like h6 for black, right? And then you could play here. Right, that's what you wanted. And claim that defends enough to then be able to push one of your pawns later. That might work in that position, yeah. There's a chance it would. I could see that, perhaps. But the queen e8, now we don't have to think about it too much anymore. So, beautiful, queen e8. Just like in the game. Even though he showed it to us in the game, Alexander, how long did it take to think of it in a position with the queen on f1 instead of h6? Same move he played in the game, but we never thought of it. And, you know, even here, when he showed queen e8, g5 came very quickly, but before g5 came, I was wondering about this move. Again, you notice my approach is always, I'm calculating some brute variations, right? I'm always like, boom, 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 boom. Can I just force think? Can I force it, right? Check, move, capture, whatever. Long variations, right away. And, you know, maybe it works, right? But you just, g5. Just some clean little moves on the very next move that I haven't even considered. Oh, it's a great game. We haven't seen a Wesley game in ages. Let's give him his point in the standings here, too. .5 out of 9. God, I hope he had fun. I hope he feels inspired to do that again someday. In the next year, maybe, instead of in the next 5 years. Because that was fantastic. That was just fantastic. Now you got a game to study. I mean, right, this is a game you can play through it a few times and learn a few things, right? This unusual line of the two knights, doubled pawns, right? We can go back, ask ourselves, how good or bad is the evaluation here for white? You know, c4 looks nice, queen h3 looks nice. g4 if rook e5, knight g6, right? Push them back, blockade, square. Everything's like textbook here for white, but then the old textbooks, like old positional textbooks, always had positions like this. They're like, and white, you know, won easily. But now the level of defense is much higher. You don't see it so smooth, such smooth textbook wins anymore at GM level very often, not to mention super GM level. Even 2,500 GMs normally, you know, put up tons of resistance and like they won't lose to you in this kind of position as black, bad as it might be. But man, you know, I love this. Look, it turns out to be very important. As soon as he's done threatening f5 and black has stopped it for the moment, the very first thing he does is he seizes that diagonal with his queen. Did he ever let it go? I don't think he ever gave up that diagonal because black could have maybe taken it with their queen if he ever did. The king march over there. Setting up h5. Here he could have just played, by the way. Right, this is what I was saying before. If he were willing to let black play g5, he could have played h5 before. He didn't have to bring both his rooks to the h file, and he would have owned the f file. It would have been easier, actually. But he did hesitate a little bit. He wanted to not allow black this g5 move, and then he decided he couldn't take this pawn sack, probably wrongly because of risk. Let me computer check it now, because I didn't see anything. Computer doesn't see anything either. FG5 winning. What did we play here? We played like rook F7, I think we played. And then we played G6 and rook F2 and knight D3. And then we just didn't believe it, right? I played rook D2. Rook F3 was my variation, I think. And computer says +4. So this is one thing that he messed up. I'm going to tell you guys that for sure. Because if he were okay with the H5 G5 structure, which was winning, right? And the trade on F4, etc. If he was okay with it, he could have played it here, right? Where he had a rook on the F file. Do you see how much better version this would have been? H5 here, like this kind of a thing. But he insisted on both rooks on the H file. And then, when the guy played G5, he chickened out of taking. I mean, I was worried something would happen on the F file and that Wesley and Noterbeck both saw something the guy didn't. But there wasn't anything. Right? So this is the one thing. And he just sort of comes back and takes it easy. But notice his queen's never giving up this long diagonal. She's always there. Directly trades this. I'm sure H6 was winning as well here. But now this light square dance on the diagonal that he's held. Queen G2. Queen B7. We had so much trouble finding a way to win for white. I guess he had a little trouble too in the sense that he actually spent some time thinking on the moves. But man, it was elegant how he did that. What have I had for food today, Milton Friedman? I made a fruit smoothie. And I had a seeds and nut bar. Maybe 2 of them. But when you put it that way, I'm missing some meals. That sounds like maybe 1 meal. Maybe. So the thing, Alex, is like very early he had a big advantage, and there was a choice for Noterbeck to play Queen A8 instead of like A4, Queen A6. Right here, where he played A4. There was the chance to play Queen A8. Now, Alex, I'm neither a supercomputer nor somebody with Yasser or Peter's chess strategical class and understanding. But my thought was that if black traded the queen, that white's king would go to E4, where the queen had been. And once the king was on E4, white would eventually win the endgame by breaking through with F5. There's no way to stop this king from getting to E4 that I can see. To me, it's a clean diagram. It's like a textbook. Of course, there'll be some little scribble scrabbles here and there on the way. The king goes to E4. Then you play F5. You trade off the E6 pawn, right? You trade off the E6 pawn. You trade any number of rooks black wants to till they back off, right? Then you put your king on D5. And then, you stroll in with your E-pawn. Or you stroll your king over here. Or if there's a rook on the board, you can play knight takes C5. If there's no rooks, don't play knight C5 and lose this beautiful ending to the D-pawn queening, right? But if there's one rook left on the board, you could take on C5. So I think it's a diagram for a winning endgame. Black's only counterplay is to go A4, trade, and rook A3 attacking the B-pawn, and I just don't believe that's going to stop white. During the game, I think I also calculated just for the heck of it, like what we think of an immediate trade-off of everything. Like this. Something like this. And I thought that rook F7's winning here. So I thought you have to go like king G8. And then E6. And I did a variation like this. and it wasn't like 100% convincing. Right? You can see this one. I mean, it was close. It was close to convincing. But I was thinking maybe the simplest is to bring the king to e4. That was my thought during the game. It's kind of still my thought. If you want, I could just pop a computer evaluation on here to confirm how good or bad an endgame this is for white. It's saying like plus 0.8 with king g2. This computer's not very strong, so its evaluation might go up as we play more moves. Now it's saying king g8, but I know it should actually play a4, so I'll play a4 for it. King f3, it's up to plus 1. It's saying a3 is the best move instead of ab, but a3 is resignation. I just have the sense that white can handle it, that it's not enough of a... You see the weak engine is slowly catching up with my evaluation. I just don't think it's enough of a distraction to break white. Black doesn't have room to attack the b pawn with 2 pieces, so I feel like I still play my plan. We just each have 1 rook sitting here. Yours is active and mine's passive, but I don't think it stops me from having just a winning plan here. The computer is giving all the same first moves for white that I would play, right? Just king g2, king f3, king e4, everything. And now, in this position, I'd be ready to play f5. The computer's playing f5. Takes. It's considering rook a8, king e8, rook f5, king f5, king f7. We're going to go to the d5 square now. Just head back. Check a Rooney, get out of the way. King on d5. Computer sitting around like this. I'm going knight d3. Computer sitting around. Now if I take it, there's rook a5, huh? So exactly how to finish it off and break black here, I don't know, Alex, but so far that was like 15 moves that are just straight textbook, right? Just 100% what I would have thought. And it makes sense that white's winning here, right? Even without knowing exactly the method. The computer engine's lines, it being a weak engine, are not very helpful here either. Like, I'm looking at it, doesn't really tell me. It's playing moves like knight f2, you know, h3, knight back to d3, and white's still plus 2.5 and still winning, right? There is some way to win eventually, but it's hard to get a computer to tell you in these positions exactly how to win. Sometimes one method is you go like e6, knight e5, and then you go rook g8. And you let them play rook b3, but you're playing, you know, rook g8, knight d7 or something. You're just breaking through direct on the king with your e-pawn. So, I mean, we could see if e6, like, ruins the advantage completely. The engine dropped half a point of my advantage, but still seemed to think I was winning. Now we can bring the rook out to the file where I wanted to. It's starting to rebuild my advantage back up to 2.4. It goes here. It's making me retreat. So it's saying I can't just go for this thing here yet. So this idea didn't quite work. And it just comes back, huh? Yeah, we could try bringing the king to b5, see if that helps. Computer gives check. And then if you come here, it goes here. What's the idea against knight c5? It's to go rook b8 check, king c6, rook c8 check. Right? So it takes some heavy calculation chops. Like, I could give you an answer to this position. It would just take me 15, 20 minutes. Whereas it took me 15, I was going to say 15, 20 seconds, but truly 2 seconds to tell you about queen a8 being bad because white just brings the king to e4. It's interesting that I played all first moves of the computer, and this computer engine, you can see some of the weakness of the computer engine, right? This position here, it said initially like plus 0.7. But we played all his top moves for just a few moves. And then, of course, now it says plus 2.5. So I do think that confirms that the evaluation is that this is winning for white. You know, if you want to work on how to break through the position, that's a perfectly good exercise. The way I would recommend doing it, there's two different ways. But the main way I'd recommend doing it is as a single sitting exercise. You just set up the position. You could put the king on d5 instead of f5. It's easy to get there, right? Or you could do it with the king on f5, either way. And see if in calculating 15 to 20 minutes, you can figure out for sure a method for breaking it. That's the number one way I would recommend to use this. I would use it as an exercise. The other thing you could do is you could spar it. You could get a friend and just play this from white or black a few times and sort of search for the idea by trial and error. It depends on your level. If you're over 2,000, you could definitely do it as an exercise. 1,800 to 2,000, you could do it either way. Under 1,800, maybe just spar it. It's hard for someone under 1,800 to do a really perfect 20-minute calculation work and really nail an answer on something tough. And in a game, that's not really how they play. Not a lot of 20-minute thinks, but like this looks decent, look 2 moves ahead, you know, just keep the game going. You can't predict what your opponent's going to do, etc. So all right. Well, that was fun, folks. That was really lovely to see a true Wesley. I haven't seen one in so long. Lovely. Thank you to Wesley for playing today. Thank you to Noterbeck for being the punching bag this tournament. Poor guy. He probably took like half the L's of the entire 9-round tournament. Yeah, so it's perfect for you, Alexander. I felt like you were ready for this. Yeah. Have a great day, everybody. Tomorrow we'll be back with the Maya International. Today's round was at 2 a.m. my time, so we missed the round, but the round went perfectly well. I think the dojoers scored 2.5 out of 4. And I have plenty of hope for memorable games in the 2020s at Craddock. There were 2 or 3 great games at this tournament. But it's an interesting point, and, you know, he understands chess at a different level than me. Whatever he says is probably right. Yeah, you know, let's just give some praise to last place in this tournament, Noterbeck Abdusatorov. He probably hasn't finished last in any tournament in his life, probably until today. But hey, he fought harder than some people who made a perfect 9 draws. So appreciation to him, and I wish you all the best as always, you know? I'll send out a raid somewhere to some friends. I'm sure St. Louis is wrapping up, so no real point or need to raid them. Don't see anybody I know streaming, so I'll just cut it off there. Take care, everybody.